welcome back to Houston, Texas. Welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. It's a pleasure to be back with you guys. As always, my name is Caleb Viesca, and joining me in the booth here this weekend, Mr. Rotax himself, Henry Beaudet. Henry, you were out in Asia last week at a fellow Rotax event, but again, you missed, I think, some of the coldest, wettest conditions that we've had to start off the year in a very, very long time. First of all, pleasure to have you back.
Thank you.
Pleasure to be back.
No, thank you very much, Caleb. Yeah, last weekend, or rather last Saturday, will probably go down as one of the wettest, one of the coldest days in the history of, if not karting, the world itself. Yeah, I was at the International Trophy in Macau, but this is where it's at. The road to the Rotax Grand Finals. The second stop of the year is here. Speedsportz Park, Houston, Texas, New Caney, Texas, just about an hour outside your hometown of Houston. Is that right?
Sir. Yes, sir. So just about 45 minutes north from downtown. But again, this has been a great host of the event. Rotax is back pretty much down here in the south, really. Texas, we had the Grand Finals back in 2013 over in New Orleans. And then we're making our return here. But we're getting ready to go racing straight into pre-finals, making up for the Sunday finals that we did have. Billy Musgrave, Theo Kakati, to the factory kart machines, getting ready to start on row number 1. With Saturday winner of last week, Gianluca Savalio and Matthew Taskinen starting on row number 2. But into the tram lines we go for the first time this weekend. Green flag in the air. We're racing in DD2.
Great to hear those two-speed Rotax engines on full song. Musgrave has the lead down towards turn number 6. The veteran aboard the factory kart, the CRG USA machine. Edmonton's Matt Taskinen slots into P2. Single file through the first round of what will be a 14-lap race around this 0.8 of a mile, 15-turn circuit.
And a lot of passing opportunities. Theo Kakati already looking for one in a turn 13, and he goes a little bit too wide, deep into the brakes for Kakati. Loses 2 spots in the process. Savalio goes through. Timothy Pernot is through as well. And Alexis Bayarjan just right behind him. Kakati lost even more than that, Henry. Back to 7th at the end of the first lap.
And you look at the side of the circuit. Look at all the marbles. Now we're on the Envico tire here this weekend. We're not using the usual Mojo rubber you associate with Rotax. We're using a Vico tire. The amount of marbles, the amount of on the offline, Kakati got caught out on that. It's remarkable. We've had 2 hard days of testing here in the sunshine. It's much colder today than it was yesterday, Thursday, or on Wednesday when the track reopened for practice. And yet a lot of marbles on the outside, which is going to make passing even harder than usual, considering the track is also very cold, because it is, Caleb, very, very cold here. Pre-final, DD2, round 2 of the Winter Trophy. Currently 4 laps in the books. Musgrave, Taskinen, and you're looking at the battle of a third between Gianluca Savalio and the number 451 kart of Lucas Pernot.
Yes, my apologies there, Lucas Pernot, brother Timothy racing in Senior Max later on today. But again, big conversation has been tires, right? When you talk about Speedsportz Racing Park, it's been one of the tracks that's kind of been notorious for for tire degradation, especially on the front tires, right? Speaking of drivers like Gus Lawrence, we were back here just a month ago. He spoke a lot about what this track did, the abrasive surface to those front tires. So that's why you see as many marbles on the outside of the racetrack. Also, to add to that, Lucas Noguera posted on social media that they were using tire temperature sensors as well by AIM to try and stay ahead of the curve, right? Because the temperature has changed a whole lot throughout the weekend. It's really cold in the morning. We're about in the 30s to 40s to start off the day, but the sun's gonna rise later on whenever these drivers get out for their main event. They're not allowed to use them for race sessions and official sessions, but again, that data that they got yesterday and collected, what can they learn there and take it in a day? That's the biggest question, especially for the Burrell Art machines and for a lot of other drivers. It's the battle up front gets a lot closer. Billy
Musgrave. Mechanical issue. He looks down over his right shoulder as he came onto the back straight, has lost the lead to Matt Taskinen. Now Billy goes back in front. Is that going to be a top-end speed problem? Was that just one little promise? He maybe lost a shift or something like that. These 2-speed karts. Speak to Billy about them. Okay, I said, look, are you more at home because it's a shifter kart? Or, he said, no, the 2-speed kart, that's not really a thing. makes me feel more at home is the fact that these karts have front brakes. Of course, what he's used to using in Pro Shifter. But that was an interesting, why he suddenly lost pace. Here we go, through the sweepers. Turns 1, 2, and 3, down towards turn 4 and 5. This is where, coming out of this corner, is where he had problems with that. Does he look down to the left-hand side of his kart? No. Has he lost speed? No. Maybe just he missed a shift, although he is susceptible. Taskinen having a little chew on the rear bumper of Musgrave.
Yeah, Matthew Taskinen looking sporty here. Gianluca Savalio just right behind him, and Pernod coming right along with them. So just kind of questionable, right? What happened to Billy Musgrave a lap ago on that back straightaway? We don't know, but holding on for now, and we're still about 2 laps away from the halfway point. But the front four, in comparison to what you saw last week in the rain and the mixed conditions, this is a very close battle as Pernod gonna have a look into the boot, through for third, able to get clear. So Lucas Pernod up another spot, and Taskinen already looks like he's opening up the flap on the radiator.
Yep.
Looking to close in on Musgrave here.
And you look at that, top 4 positions, factory kart, P1, CRG, P2, Birrell ART, P3, OTK Cosmic, P4. Great variety. Here comes Savalio from Toronto, 5 Grand Final appearances in a row for Gianluca. And of course, won his ticket in the Rotax West Trophy last year to go to Bahrain. He's a former top 10 finisher on multiple occasions in the Grand Finals, is Gianluca Savalio. But he's got his work cut out here because Musgrave and Taskinen now find themselves over a second clear as they head into what is the final 2 corners, turns 14 and 15.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but I believe Gianluca Savalio has competed in the tire changing challenge for a couple of years. One of the fastest in the world.
He's one of the fastest drivers to change tires. Yep, Gianluca, never afraid to put himself out of his comfort zone and have a go, and it's good to see. Now behind Pernod, you've got in the red and white Team Canada race suit. That is the Plateau Energy Drink Premier Karting machine of Alexei Bayerjon, doing double duty. He's in front of Arnaud Saborin, who's also doing double duty. There is Bayerjon in the number 496 for Premier Karting, Martin Laplante's team, but he's entered under the Plateau Energy Drink banner. Now here's the recovering Theo Kakati behind Arnaud Saborin. Kakati wearing his Team UAE race suit, although he's now in college in California on a US license. So would say, hey, I would go and represent USA if I got the ticket, and he'd be proud to do it. His mum Chandra is American, and Kakati, who resides in Abu Dhabi, just by the Yas Marina Formula One circuit, does Theo. He was the team manager of the United Arab Emirates at the Grand Finals in Bahrain last year. Didn't get a ticket, but he is back in the saddle and looking for a ticket to Portimao, Portugal this year. Oh, and there's a move. That maybe Caleb there, a little bit of experience from Bayerjon, just a bit hesitant on the front brakes. Kakati recovering, but look how long it's taken him to recover from that one mistake.
Yeah, and it could definitely be costly, right? You saw it just pretty much lap 1, turn 13, where Kakati made that mistake, and now finally able to get ahead Arnaud Saborin. So for him to kind of slowly work his way up, right? This is kind of a story for him last weekend as well, right? One mistake was really what put him on the back foot in the pre-final as well on the Saturday. So it's just, we've seen a lot of pace out of Kakati, but again, to me, looks like a front runner, should be up at the front. Just cleaning up those first couple of laps, I think, is really where he can close down that gap, if you will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, Theo's a very experienced competitor, but not in DD2. In fact, he did his first 2 DD2 races in January at the Dubai Kart Drome, and just before Christmas at the Al Ain Raceway. So this is his 4th weekend in a DD2 for Theo Kakati. Only his 2nd weekend driving the new factory kart, and I spoke to Billy Musgrave on the pre-grid for the warm-up, and I said, look, how good is this piece of kit that you built? And he smiled, he went, it's really good, which is great news for the market. You can see the fact the USA factory-built factory kart heading all the other major go-kart manufacturers in the world at the moment in Rotax's Ultimate class. Bayerjon Now having a look at Lucas Pernot. He gets to the inside, over the curves. Alexis Bayerjan picks up a position.
Yeah, good move there out of Bayerjan to get through on Pernot. And again, just side by side through the double rights. You see a lot of that this weekend as well, right, Henry? A lot of drivers kind of abusing that inside curve, that inside runoff.
Well, that's what curbs are for, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what curbs are for.
Yeah, and again, you'll see a lot of moves throughout that section as well. And you saw, Alexis Bayerjan use that to his advantage, getting the move done there on Pernot. So, again, first of many, but the biggest thing to me kind of to see, especially today, is how long these main events, these pre-finals and main events will be today. So you talk about, tire management, and again, saving your stuff here in the pre-final. You still got a main event to go as Savalio going to make a move on Matt Taskinen, one spot higher than what he was.
And they're closing back in. They're closing back in on Musgrave. They're real ebbing and flowing around this 15-turn circuit. I was speaking to circuit owner Alan Rudolph, or co-owner Alan Rudolph, who runs Speedsportz Park on behalf of Tim Crawford, the co-owner. And he said, he designed this track. He looked at all the race circuits around the world that he liked, and made sure that there was some of every different type of corner, apart from one. There's no chicanes. There's no chicane here. You've got the fast-flowing, flip-flop sections coming into now, but these are chicanes. This is a really nice, it reminds you of a section of track called the Willows at Kimbolton in the UK.
You can compare it to Silverstone as well, right?
Yep.
Beckett's and Beckett's.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's a really good comparison. This circuit, it's got deceptively difficult corners. There's lots of little cambers around some of the track that I noticed that you don't really see on screen so much, but it's certainly a wonderful facility here, 0.8 of a mile. Hard to think that 12 years ago, this was forest. This was all forest. It's been a great decade. And of course, this track springing to prominence with the US PKS Championship a few years, and of course last year, the opening round, of SCUSA Winter Series, possibly the most significant weekend in the modern era of American karting, was here. And of course, Billy Musgrave ended up being a key part of that weekend. Will he be a key part of this weekend? Well, he's certainly looking like it. Savalio, however, is on the hunt on lap 13 out of 14. Oh, Kakati and Bayerjan in the background. Is that Bayerjan? Yes, it is. Kakati and Bayerjan. We didn't see quite what happened. Alexis Bayerjan spitting leaves and other bits of dirt out of the back of his kart. Kakati possibly out of the race.
And again, we'll see if we were able to catch that, but that was, again, a big incident for Theo Kakati and Alexis Bayerjan. And that could be a ticket-defining moment as well for drivers on the second round here on the Friday. So, again, for drivers who didn't have a best first round, right? We talked about the margin of error a lot last weekend, right? Very, very minimal. With only 4 rounds, you need to be on top of it. You need to be picture perfect pretty much since last week, right? Since you roll up out of the truck and be fast. So for drivers, making a mistake like that can be very costly for your hopes to get to a grand final at the end of the year.
Well, this is the last lap. Savalio down the long, winding back straight into turn number 6. He's not finished yet, is Gianluca. We come through turn 7. Now around turn 8 and 9. We'll head into the last infield hairpin. Can Billy Musgrave hold on?
Here we go into the buckle. Last time around for Billy Musgrave, Gianluca Savalio. This is all for the inside starting spot later on today in the main event. And about 2 car lengths, the separation. Savalio not close enough into the boot. Billy Musgrave out of turn 15. Going to close out to win the pre-final in DD2. He will win the pole for the main event later on today. Gianluca Savalio, Saturday's winner last week, will start alongside him on row number 1.
The rest of the field coming across the line. Theo Kakati has continued behind the top 2. Matt Taskinen, P3. There is Kakati. Well, no, that's not Kakati crossing the line. That's one of the Birrells. Arnaud Saboin in P5 behind Lucas Pernot, Alexis Bayerjan, Derek Laroche, Matt Verville, Luca Posick, and then in 10th position, the number 488 kart, that is Matt Verville's dad, Martin Verville. Theo Kakati does retire his factory car. You can see why there, Caleb. I've never been accused of being the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I know a set of front wheels that are not aligned. Now let's see if we can find out what that problem was mid-race for Billy Musgrave. Maybe one slight, heart in mouth moment. Yeah, he's looking down as though, why did that go wrong once? And what was the problem? And how can I stop it happening again?
Yeah, we'll wait and see here. I know our very own Cameron Reed going to be down there getting all the intel for us all weekend long. So wait to hear from Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, Billy, we all want to know what happened there pretty early on in the race, but didn't seem to slow you down or stop your pace. Just one little hiccup there. Do you know what it was?
I'm actually not sure. I felt it on the outlap. Not sure if the little collar on the engine wasn't all the way tight, maybe. It just felt like a little grinding noise, and then, a couple laps into the race, halfway down the straightaway, it's like motor just decided to shut off. Not too sure, honestly. Got to take a look at everything. Obviously, it finished the race, so that was okay. I just tried to nurse it home and take care of the tire, and we'll come out hopefully swinging for the main again.
Well, still had great pace, able to pull out the win in the pre-final, and we'll see you soon in the final.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear there from Billy, right? And again, he mentioned the collar. So explain a little about these engines, right? The DD2s are one of the different engines that we do see here in comparison to what you have with the Senior Max and pretty much any other senior chassis.
Yeah.
You have a 50 mil axle.
Yeah,
in comparison
no chain.
Here it's 40 mil axle.
Yeah, no chain on the thing. They're not chain driven, so they got the clutch, you got the 2-speed. Here we go. Let's have a look at the slow-mo replay. That was just the end of
James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Well, welcome back to New Caney, Texas, as we get ready to go racing with our Micromax drivers. And again, a lot of people from your side of the world, if you will, a lot of drivers, a lot of faces familiar to yourself, right? The RCE team working its way out here, as well as a couple of other drivers. But good to see a good contingent out of the United Kingdom coming out here. Welsh drivers, Scottish drivers,
English drivers. Yeah, well, I'm glad you forgot that. Yeah, no, you're right. Half a dozen drivers from the UK. Micromax up next, of course. Pre-finals for round 2. Round 1, yeah, it was a British 1-2, but not just British drivers, British karts as well. So the number 91, you can see there, that's Freddie Baker, and the number 82, your winner last week, Arthur Rhodes, both from the UK. The RCE team, Richardson Chassis Engineering, is the only British-built, fully homologated kart left. There's the Apollo team are making a kart in the northeast of England. Zip still continue to make karts. Project One make karts, but RCE globally are now the leading manufacturer of British-built go-karts. They only make the 950mm chassis for Micro, Mini, and Bambino. But last year, they're the underdogs. They won the British title against the Strawberries, the Dan Hollands, the KR Sports, the OKs, the OTKs. Yeah, interesting story indeed. The factory karts are the all-American underdog story, then RCE are the all-British underdog story.
Yeah, well, here we go. And luckily for them, Henry, Freddie Baker going to start on the pole position, qualified so Friday afternoon when it was all said and done. Jack Katowski for the Trinity Karting Group Burrell Art Team here under the PSL banner this weekend. Going to start alongside him on row number 1 with Brody Brown, Tristan Francisco on row number 2 with Arthur Rhodes, and Grant Heckman making his first start here in the Road Tax Max Challenge, starting on row number 3.
Yeah, row number 4, we have got Polo Santos and Wiley Lee, Lincoln Lima doing this class and Mini-Max, Andres Pena, Mad Max Santana, Trey Sanders are up next on what is a 21 strong grid.
You go back to Maddox Pelletier, White out of New Braunfels, Texas in the 24, Zachary Lozier, Vettel Baker in the 22, Aiden Mainville, JJ DeShong in the 77, Kaya Sababoro, and Kuiper Nelson 20. Total, I believe 21 were entered here this weekend. By the looks of it on the timing charts, only 17 with us here this weekend.
Well, yeah, no, we've got a couple of drivers that are going to join us tomorrow, and a couple of drivers that aren't with us this weekend. Tristan Francisco is not out there. We're going to be joined by Shep Sullivan and by Cohen Scott and by a couple of others tomorrow and Sunday, because of course they weren't entered. This was supposed to happen last Sunday. So there's a few drivers that we'll see. They're here in the paddock. They're entered for tomorrow. They're just watching today. In the back there, the purple kart of Kaya Saboro, the Battle Angel Racing entry.
Yeah, well, here we go. 17 total, getting ready to go green from New Caney, Texas. It's Katowski on the outside, Freddie Baker on the inside, green flag in the air. We're racing in Micromax.
Great sound, love that low shot of the karts, you know, jink left and right through that, yeah, Maggots, Beckett's style flip-flop section. Now around turn number 6. Looks like our pole sitter, Freddie Baker, is there. Jack Katowski in second. The number 3 kart, that black and white, Grant Heckman, Heckman Brothers Racing out of Fort Dodge, Iowa, is third, and Rhodes is fourth. Challenge the lead. Jack Katowski has a look, but Freddie Baker holds him off.
Yeah, and again, good attempt there out of Jack Katowski to try and get that move done for the back. Heckman, Wiley Lee looking for a move as well, down in 5th. Behind him looks like teammate and Max Santana has made a couple of spots. Gonna make another one in side-by-side contact. Arthur Rhodes, Grant Heckman onto the front stretch. Rhodes gonna get clear for third. Heckman slots back and forth, and here comes Santana on the inside contact again for Heckman. Gonna stay in the grass.
Oh, holds it, he holds it. Good wheel man there. Grant Heckman, you can see him the change for the lead. Jack Katowski for the Trinity Karting Group for PSL Karting into the race lead. Remarkably different line there from Baker and Katowski. Katowski checks over his shoulder into what is turn number 11, known as the buckle here at Speedsportz Park. Now they come up the very far section now into the last couple of corners. Left at turn 13 and right in front of the tech area and the dummy grid. Round flat out through turn number 15 onto another lap. This goes, we start lap number 3 out of 10. The top two, Caleb, pulling clear. Daylight between Katowski, Baker and the third place Carter of Arthur Rhodes.
Yeah, well, here we go, and Freddie Baker looking to get the lead back on the backstretch. Here we go into turn number 6. Down the inside and clear for the 91 of Freddie Baker. Katowski. This section is really famous kind of for the amount of switchbacks that you can do there as well, so don't be surprised to see that. In drier conditions, it will be a little bit more difficult, but again, still very, very possible to do, which is, again, something that Katowski tried to do. It was a little easier in the rain last week, but again, Katowski has been really dominant to start off 2026, winning a whole lot of races pretty much across all the national series that he's gone to. But again, a couple of British drivers come and make it a little bit more competitive for him, if you will, with Freddie Baker now taking the lead in the 91. Arthur Rhodes working his way up there as well in the 82. So this battle going to get a lot closer, and with a couple of sophomore drivers in the field, 7-year-old Wiley Lee down in fourth, and Max Santana again trading positions for the fourth and fifth spot, Henry.
This is what we would like to see, you know. Jack Katowski, obviously, he's a very familiar name, you know, has raced every major national championship series, so you'd expect him to be up at the front. Great to see Wiley, Max Santana, but also there's a number of drivers from the Texas Karting League, from the Rotax Regional Championships up in Ohio, up in Colorado, up in New Jersey, who are making their debut in a ticket event. They're making their debut at a Rotax International event. Now, they may not be right up at the front at the moment, but they're learning off some of the very best, and that shows that the Rotax program of strong regional championships that feed into the big events like this, like the US Nationals, it is starting to work. We've got some top names that everyone's familiar with, but we do have some new names that will become familiar on the national scene as they take their first steps out of club racing, out of regional racing, on to the national stage here.
And that's been one of the biggest pushes as well from the Rotax program, right? Kind of growing that that regional presence, that club presence, if you will, with a couple of more battles further back. Like Marcelo Pena and Santos were going at it just there further back for the 8th spot. You saw it down the back straight, just in the background. But again, that's been one of the biggest things to see, right? You talk about the Texas Karting League. I've been familiar with that, seeing that grow with Rotax and as well the local option 206. But you were down here last year.
I was in Crescent,
just 4 hours away up in the Dallas Metroplex over in Crescent Motorsports Ranch. So again, a lot hotter that weekend than what it is this weekend, but again, it's been one of the biggest things, right? Seeing those drivers then feed into this system that becomes the national series here with the party coming to town right here in New Caney.
Yeah, for example, you know, I'm looking at like Vettel Baker. Yeah, he's 14th. He's driving for Massimo Sanchez Lara's team. Again, Massi and his brother Marcello, they've got a big group of drivers here. Probably the biggest event in terms of that team has run. They've got a big CRG USA tent, but Massimo, the MSL, running the team himself. Yeah, Vettel Baker, strong in Texas TSRS. So strong. Oh, and there's Wiley Lee, and just side by side with Max Santana, the two Bennett teammates. Yeah, 14th here. He's not going to be happy with that, but it just shows, okay, I dominated regionally and locally. Now, this is the level I need to be at to go up against some of the best, some of the biggest, with like global experience. Marcelo Pena in 8th position. Trey Sanders in 7th. There are other things. Chris McCrone in Motorsport, the number 24 car. Wyatt White, driver. We got to change it. We've got to battle. There's the number 11 car. That's Lincoln Lima.
Yeah, Wiley Lee just, again, after that mistake by him, looking to go on Max Santana, was sideways, and now finally able to go by on Lincoln Lima. So Wiley Lee making up another spot to 5th. Good recovery, if you will, for the number 1. Again, another youngster out of Austin, Texas here.
7 years old. He is tiny. Next time we get a chance, look, as we look at Katowski making a move. Oh, great crossover there from Katowski. Dives to the inside, then parks it on the apex. Baker cannot get back at him. This is lap 7 out of 10. I was about to say that the next time we get a chance to look at the number 1 kart of YE, look at the pedal extensions. Look where his feet are. That shows you how small a driver in stature he is. His feet are hardly beyond the end of the fuel tank, and yet he is wheeling that kart into the top 5 at the age of 7 years old.
Yeah, again, one of the younger drivers to move up here, and you look at some of the older ones, if you will, 8, 9 years old up here with Freddie Baker and
the 9-year-old veterans
and Jack Katowski. But this battle's starting to heat up here. We're 3 laps to go, and Katowski feeling the pressure out of Freddie Baker in the 91 into turn number 6. Baker stays in line, but we're gonna go side by side into turn 7. This is where the outside is gonna stay the outside for the double rights here. Again, crossovers here. Not enough for Freddie Baker, though, to stick a nose down low. Katowski's gonna hold on as we work our way into the buckle.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. This lap 10. Baker looks to the outside through the buckle. Good exit, though, from Katowski. Up the straight through out of 12 towards 13. Actually stretching his lead by a couple of kart lengths, although watch the number 91 get into the slipstream coming off this corner. Now he'll tuck in and all the way down to turn number 4. Baker will be closing in that slipstream through the flicks, the lefts, the rights, down to the bottom end of the circuit. Good lap, though, from Katowski. He's actually pulling away.
And that's one of the most critical sections on the racetrack, right? To try and set up a pass. You talk about the first 4 corners, very fast S's. You need to be almost perfect there to get a good run on the back straightaway and attempt to make a lunge into turn number 6. Jack Katowski was just that much better than Freddie Baker in those S's. So for Baker, you lost time there, right? It's cleaning it up to that section and looking to close down the gap. The gap has closed down, though, here further back. Max Santana able to get ahead of Arthur Rhodes.
Yep.
So Santana in the 19 able to get clear on the 82. With a lap to go next time around, and Wiley Lee, who was half spun just 2 laps ago, now joining this group as Rhodes looks for a move on the inside of turn 13, able to get clear. What a move out of Arthur Rhodes, up to 3rd.
Yep, this is the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th as they start their final lap through the far switchback section. Santana in the 19 kart tries to get inside Wiley Lee's. He's not had the best luck trying to get past his teammate. He's got 1 lap as Katowski defends. Has Baker forced him to brake too late at 6? Not quite. Oh, he's going to get a run. Has he gone too wide into the entrance of the corner? Possibly. A bit of an experience there around here for Freddie Baker. Couple of corners to go, though, Caleb. And Katowski has track position.
Well, here we go. 3 corners to go for Jack Katowski and Freddie Baker for the pole position later on today in the main event. Katowski with 4 car lengths in between himself and the RCE machine. It's going to be enough. Out of turn 14, Jack Katowski challenged and got himself to the front. Didn't look back. Katowski wins the pre-final in Micromax.
And the battle for 3rd goes to Max Santana, the driver out of San Pedro Garcia in Mexico. The rest of the field come across the line. Here's your provisional finishing order. Lincoln Lima, well, he'll get out of his Micromax kart and dive into his Minimax kart for his next pre-final. Trey Sanders, Zachary Lozier, down outside the top 10. Grant Heckman recovering to 11th. Polo Santos, well, his real name is, his full name is Leopoldo, after his German grandfather. Polo Santos, though, for HRT, JJ DeShong next in line. Everybody finished. We're going to see Kaya Saboboro come out of the final corner any moment. There she goes. She only arrived this morning and she had an engine problem and had to miss warm-up, so that was her first laps since last week.
Well, up next, Junior Max gets ready to hit the racetrack.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 40th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, January 24th, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man. One thing.
Junior Max gets ready to go green with multi-time Team USA member Enzo Di Gennaro getting ready to lead the field out onto the racetrack, but it's going to be on the outside of row number 1 as Aiden Hammond in the 271 gets ready to lead the field to green.
Yeah, Aiden, the 6th member of the 6-strong team from the UK. His debut racing outside the UK puts it on pole. There is a look
Alex
at
Chandler.
That's Alex Chandler. Interestingly, on the side of Alex's car, I think there's like a little carter's prayer that has been stuck to his side pod that probably says, Lord, I know it does say, it says, Lord, I know I'm a sinner, but I'm going to use my side pod to make me a winner. There's Aiden Hammond. Now, he does have a brother who also races. Now, it's interesting. So Aiden is a Tottenham Hotspur fan. His brother, who's not racing, is an Arsenal fan. So the two brothers, they both, and Arsenal and Tottenham in football terms, they
I tell you what, though,
hated rivals.
I tell you what, though, Manchester United did get the better of Arsenal a couple weeks ago. Michael Carrick.
Yes,
now,
they did.
At the
Yes,
wheel.
yes, at the wheelhouse.
Good to see.
Speaking of wheelhouses, now there's the Prime Power team. Here, lots of drivers, lots of well-placed drivers. Olivier Chassé, starting on row number 2. Always been quick, has represented Canada on a number of occasions as young as a micro driver, and I think as a mini. His problem, he's very fast in his own. When it comes to the very sharp-elbowed racing parts, he always tends to come out second best. It's an area of his driving he is working on indeed. Now, here's a driver, Marco Fazzari, new name to me. Very impressive for the Racing Edge Motorsport operation. And Fazzari, playing my crash helmet. You always get a surprise ticket winner. Are we looking at him here, across the classes? Somebody comes along and just, sweeps all before him or her.
As you were having a look at Leo Da Silva in the 218 for the Racing Edge Motorsports camp as well, out of Canada.
Yeah, the one that won Saturday's final in the rain, leads the point standings.
Great drive as well. Great drive.
I've got to say, all credit to the Kart Chaser crew. Now, I mean, the conditions, we're a man down. Pray, Jerry Fandry, cameraman last weekend, is being struck down by man flu, the worst kind of flu, as you know, Caleb.
Yeah.
Speaking as a 3-time man flu survivor, which was pretty much a world record, I could feel Jerry's pain. Pray for Jerry. Hope you're recovering soon. He's supposed to be here this weekend, but he's dead. All right, the 299, Nicholas LaRusso. Pair of twins, Niccolo Massimo and LaRusso. Both have been to the grand finals before. Everyone says, who's the older twin? The only people that know that is Mum and Dad. They have proved them. They have said, no, we're not telling anybody who is the older. Not even them, not even the lads.
It's a good way to keep it even, right?
Yeah, exactly. No one can ever say, well, I was here first, even if it's by 3 minutes. No. It's, but both have been to the grand finals for. Massimo went in 2024 to Sarno, and Nicholas went last year to Bahrain. There's Dad with the black cap on, and Enzo Di Janeiro. This is his first season in a full-size car. Now, he's a huge star in SCUSA and in USPS and Stars.
Well, he did half of last year as well. So,
but he has, this is the biggest jump as well from a car to now, from the size of the 950 chassis to the full-size go-kart.
And again, it's been one of the biggest adjustments for him as well, right? Growing into the class, you see that gap, like we're talking about right now, right? From bumper to those pedals, and again, it's about putting on a little bit more weight, a little bit more muscle as well, being able to handle a full-size kart. It's the same thing, right? From a kid karter jumping up to a cadet kart, kind of dealing with the G's and everything that comes with it. So. Big differences for Enzo Di Janeiro, and again, he has been to the grand finals, I believe, 2 times before in 2024 and 2025, both in the cadet ranks.
Yep.
Again, when we interviewed him last year, one of the best interviews I think that we did in 2025, what it meant to him to go out to Bahrain on the world stage with the cameras, with the lights, with the entire pre-race show that you guys do out there, and what it means to
put the
wave
stars
that
and
flag,
stripes on
to
your
wave
heart.
that flag and wear that suit. Out at the world stage, and what it means to anybody that goes out there, right? Speaking of Paulie Massimino, who took part in DD2 as well this past year over in 2025, said there's nothing like it, and again, the experience was second to none, being able to wear my country's flag on my suit. So again, this is what it means to all these drivers, right? This is you're not fighting for a U.S. ticket. You're fighting for an overall general ticket to wherever your license applies. So for the Canadian drivers fighting for a Canadian ticket, for the UK drivers fighting for the first ticket available for them.
Yep, absolutely.
And again, you have the likes of Macaulay Bishop, last year's winner at the Grand Finals, looking to get his way back there early on in the year.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. You're totally right, Caleb. I mean, Aiden Hammond has never been before. This is the biggest moment. Di Janeiro. Enzo Di Janeiro running with the Premier Karting team. He's got Mark Baines helping him with his with a lot of the driver coaching, a lot of the engineering on that team, that running the junior half of the team there. Aidan Hammond, looking, you was there saying, is he missing a neck brace?
Well,
Now,
it looks like, and again, required for the junior drivers. So Hammond doesn't have his on, unfortunately.
yeah, now, I mean, we're having a look, I mean, they're running to the CIK FIA regulations. You can see De Janeiro, Hammond, and again, just a little bit of inexperience,
a couple
maybe.
of other drivers as
yeah,
well.
no, I'm not sure. No, maybe that strikes as though there's a regulation change. I don't know.
Have to check up
well,
on that.
we will have
sure.
to check up. But I mean, this is going to be how many laps are we talking? 14 laps. There are 24 junior drivers in the tram lines. Aidan Hammond leads them down towards turn 4.
And so far, so good at the start up front. Fraden Hammond, De Janeiro lost 1. Fazzari able to go through, and we're 3 wide into turn 6. Benham Abernathy side by side with a 63 of Chassé as well. 3-4 drivers off in turn 6.
Yeah, the 217. That was Rory Baziuk from Keswick. The Faf Motorsport kart we saw reversing into the barriers. They do seem to get going again. More problems.
Darren Kidd into the back of Enzo De Janeiro into the buckle. Chandler takes evasive action into the grass as well. But a chaotic start in Junior Max here, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. Darren Kidd there, number 242 kart. The Mike Doty Racing Lando Norris chassis with the white nose cone on it. Just misjudging the braking ever so slightly. Again, tyres cold, track cold. You know, it was cold on Saturday, but it was the added difficulty of moisture. This is cold but dry, and they've had 2 days of increasingly warm practice suddenly, and there's another moment of just understeering. What I think, yeah, the drivers have not got enough heat into their tyres, all things considered. Lots of drivers locking up, just misjudging braking because they haven't got heat in the tyres, and they have underestimated the track temperature. That's what this race is screaming to me.
And a big difference, right, to what we just saw in Micromax, right? A quieter race, a slower start, but this is an all-out brawl from the get-go, right? As soon as that green light kind of went out, everybody trying to make moves from the start and just trying to recover, right? Depending on how your weekend ended on the Saturday last week, it's, you know, what can you do? You're on, you know, essentially the Sunday or the Friday of round number 2 better. It's Benham Abernathy going to look to get a spot done on Fazzari. He's clear for second. And Fazzari, this is what we talked about, right? Right back into turn 7. And Abernathy able to get clear. But again, you can't afford too much fighting in that section, right? That is one of the sections where you will lose a lot of time with a driver like him and doing that normal line.
Yeah, so we're really well illustrated there, Caleb. I mean, and what you were saying about why maybe so many drivers making, you know, rash moves. Well, okay, Leo Da Silva, winner of the pre-final and the final at round number 1. Okay, everybody else who finished in the top 5 in the main event was out of the top 5 in the pre-final. So of course a real topsy-turvy. So a lot of drivers are saying, hey, do you know what, I'm dropping round 1. That's apart from Leo Da Silva, a lot of other people saying, hey, you know, I'm dropping Friday, so this is the start of my championship. I got to make everything up as soon as I can. Maybe some of that the reason why there were a few more incidents and accidents than we were expected to. By saying that, however, 24 starters, top 24, we had 31 names, I think 29 starters on our grid there, 29 starters. Cruz Rodriguez down in 23rd.
One more off there.
There's another one off.
Oliver Chassé in the 263.
Out of what was 3rd position, 4th position, down to 9th. Looking down, Ava Cabral up into 10th position. Who else have we lost? Alex Chandler, 16th. Enzo De Janeiro, 17th. Rory Baziuk, 21st. Just some of the drivers that we've seen off track. Up at the front, however, Hammond by half a second over Fazi, Abernathy, Kidd and Da Silva.
As here we go, a look up front with Benham Abernathy starting to close back in on Fazzari, who was able to get clear this time around. So those two drivers have been going back and forth for a good bit of this race. And Abernathy again back in third, and that gap opens up just a little bit more to the 271 up front in the Prime Power team OTK machine. So
I mean, I don't want to switch. Yeah, good stuff there. But I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on Ava Cabral. 10th at the moment. Yesterday she was having a tough time. Yesterday she felt she was being very self-critical. She felt she was under-driving. Not happy with the pace. So obviously she's had a word with herself, and she's come back fighting in the top 10. Likewise, yesterday Christopher Goulet. He was only 20th at the moment, but he was rooted at the bottom of the practice sheets, and he was getting really down about himself. Couldn't figure out why he was so slow. Obviously not driving the track as well as he could have been. But hey, he's come back. It's only a top 20, but it's a top 20. It's something to build on over what will be a very long 3 days of action. Of course, Caleb, you're not going to be with us the rest of the weekend. You are off to do the brand new Champions of the Future Academy. This was an excellent job. American make his debut in America, the CIK Champions of the Future. Really proud of you for getting that work up at K1. I'm sure you'll have a fun time up there. It means that we've had to get draft your replacement in. I mean, your substitute for the big Xander Clements. I mean, I suppose it's not bad. You can't have Caleb Jeska. Xander Clements is not a bad B team choice.
Yeah, not bad at all. We have more movers here on track 215 there of Bazinet able to get ahead of LaRusso there, it looked like. A couple of movers, though, must be mentioned here. A great drive so far out of the driver in 9th place. Max Maitev up 8 spots so far in this pre-final, looking to make up after, again, not the best of qualifying sessions last weekend on the Friday afternoon, and making a good recovery so far here in the pre-final to look for a better starting spot later on today in the main event. So Max Maitev in the 266 for Mike Doty Racing, up into the 9th spot.
Yeah, further back there, De Janeiro fighting back to 13th position. Chassé coming back into 10th position. There is the 299 kart. That's Nicholas LaRusso chasing Bassinet down the straight for 7th position. Bassinet in the number 215 kart. Driver out of Embrun in Quebec, in Ontario, in Quebec, sorry, for Pfaff Kart Sport. Team who has come on leaps and bounds, really impressed. They've got a top driver lineup, across all classes that they're competing in Pfaff Kart Sport. That link with Time Racing Engines. They've got a couple of Dan Holland Racing drivers over from the UK. Very distinctive, sort of tartan. Well, it's sort of Canadian. I look at it and think it's tartan because it's Scottish. Obviously, being Canadian, it's got that red back lumberjack shirt look about it. Very smart, distinctive looking karts, the Pfaff Kart Sport team.
You see here, right, last weekend, they did the double with the 24 Hours of Daytona, but here's another move. Fazzari, Penham Abernathy back and forth throughout this race. They continue to change that 2nd spot over. This time, though, Darren Kidd for Mike Doty Racing as well, a driver who I believe, unfortunately, couldn't close out round number 1 last week on Saturday. Wasn't able to take the checkered flag. He's now, again, in the fight.
Absolutely.
For an inside starting spot later on today, as here goes Fazzari. Looking on the inside of turn 13. Abernathy looking to go right back into 14. And here comes Darren Kidd. Not only him, though, Leo Da Silva, last week's winner on Saturday, starting to join the party.
Behind Leo Da Silva, the number 247 kart, that is Carlos Molina. From Quito in Ecuador, so Big Condor, Carlos Molina. Of course, Julian Rivera is the Condor, but this is Big Condor. Carlos side by side, change for 2nd. Fazzari finally gets Abernathy. No, he doesn't. Abernathy fights straight back. Now that is a Hertz driver development graphics kit. He's running out of the Mike Doty Racing tent this weekend. However, is Abernathy, Fazzari, here's Da Silva, Kidd, Molina, and now they've been caught by Bassinet and LaRusso. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on your screen. Make that 7th, 8th, and Fazzari back to P2. This time, Abernathy cannot reclaim the place straight away. In fact, Abernathy's going to be careful, Caleb. He's going to lose another place. Here comes round 1 winner, Leo Da Silva.
And it's going to be close to the finish. Again, we're just started lap number 11, and Fazzari looks to hold on, but Aiden Hammond absolutely gone. Here comes the Silva on the inside of Benham Abernathy as Kidd takes everybody else further back to the low side of the racetrack. De Silva's clear for third. Abernathy back and forth, and Darren Kidd with Molina right behind him, Bazinet and LaRusso back to 8th. Again, this group is massive here for the battle for second.
Yeah, now, of course, I was in Macau last weekend. I wasn't here. I've been here all week on the track Wednesday, Thursday. A lot of the Canadian drivers, a lot of the American drivers are saying, oh, it's the British drivers, they're so aggressive. The British drivers are so aggressive. That is true, but also if you just leave them be, they're quite quick in a straight line as well, which is what Aiden Hammond is proving. Yeah, he hasn't had to show how aggressive he is. He's just shown how fast he is. Up the road and gone. Almost the entire length of the back straight now for Aiden Hammond, 8th in the point standings. So making a bid for the title in what is his first overseas race, his mechanic Max Herbert overseeing a potentially race-winning performance. Second place battle has been very entertaining. The two Racing Edge Motorsport drivers, the REM team, those purple and pink.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Silva in a turn 14 with Abernathy looking to go as well, side by side for third. Abernathy going to be stuck on the inside as we hit the S's, and Fazzari's going to hold on a third. But Henry, like you mentioned, right, that lap was very quiet until turn 14, where Leo Da Silva was finally able to make a move for the second spot. So Da Silva now the driver at the point with 2 laps to go in this pre-final.
I'm going to say Molina trying to signal to Kidd saying, no, go forward, I'm not going to attack you, as he attacks him. And Darren Kidd, probably quite wise, he's thinking, look, it's lap 13 or 14. You know, we played nice, you know, we pushed up, we caught this pack, but now, you know, every man, woman and child for themselves. But you can see as Abernathy defends, that is just allowing Leo Da Silva to waltz away. It's hard to believe at the start of this lap it was nose to tail. 2 corners to go on the lap, and we're down, you know, and Abernathy's lost, what, a second half, 2 seconds? That shows how much time you can lose trying to defend through this very technical Speedsportz Park circuit.
Yeah, this would put Benham Abernathy provisionally starting on the inside row, which is not a bad starting spot as well for the main event, putting yourself right in contention. But the driver that's been just a step above the rest of the field, able to get away early, able to keep his nose clean for the Prime Power team, Aiden Hammond. What a drive. It's going to be about 5.5 seconds whenever he hits the stripe. But for the 271, what a way to start off the Friday.
You know, Prime Power team, Aurum Racing Engines, Danny Sweeney here overseeing the engine program for several of the drivers in the Prime Power team car, and you're not going to get a better way to start your day than Aiden Hammond there. Lights to flag, nobody else in frame, Caleb.
Nobody else, but Leo Da Silva, Saturday's winner, going to have another go at it later on today as we're side by side coming to the line. And that's William Veeder and Alex Chandler as they cross the line in 11th and 12th. So an up and down pre-final there for Alex Chandler. But yeah, nonetheless, that's it for the pre-final here, Henry.
Yeah, and looking at the picture there, crossing the line, Darren Kidd, P17, Carlos Molina, P19. Battling over 5th and 6th at the start of the last lap. Then we cut to Aiden Hammond, and you would think that the battle for 5th and 6th got a little bit territorial, and they eventually crossed the line 17th and 19th. There is a story behind that, I'm sure. Enzo Di Janeiro back up to 8th. Oliver Chasse back to 9th. Well done, Ava Cabral, a top 10 finish. That is going to boost her confidence. Alex Chandler fighting back to 12th. Iron Rock Motorsport, again a club driver, a regional driver, making his step up and doing very, very well. But Cameron Reed is going to be speaking to Leo Da Silva or Aiden Hammond. Well, Cameron Reed is down there to get the words from one of our main contenders in that one.
Yeah, well, here we go. Let's head down to Cameron.
Leo, what a drive there, up 8 positions to put another win on the board. Kind of talk me through that race. Seemed a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, at the beginning it was definitely chaotic, but my real focus was just trying to get to my teammate and try and go away, but then everyone was just battling, so it was really chaotic at the end.
Well, you were quick in the wet last weekend, able to come away with the win. How is it driving in the dry? What's the main difference here?
Main difference is having grip, but it's way harder to go from really wet to really dry. It's a big change, but then I figured it out at the end.
Well, Leo Da Silva was able to put in some good laps and pick up your pre-final win here in Junior Max.
Yeah, so Leo, they're coming across the line in second with Aiden Hammond. Again, we can't forget.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Hammond back home, don't panic. Provisionally Aiden Da Silva, and but that's okay. It's very cold. And suddenly, sometimes Aiden was so far in front, you could be forgiven for thinking that he was a lap down. He was so far in front. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, well, out of the frying pan, into the fire, Caleb. Seniors. How about it? How about an American debut for your Grand Finals champion in the wet, Macaulay Bishop, and a win by 15 seconds in the rain.
Oh, he's going to have to try and do it in the dry over Diego Ramos, who's getting ready to start this pre-final on the pole position. Ryan Gandor, rookie, starts on row number 2 for the Racing Edge Motorsports with Macaulay Bishop, like you mentioned, 2025 Road Tax Grand Finals champion, starts alongside Canadian Aiden Ingrata.
Cameron Nelson, the heartbreak kid from Newcastle, the US Finals last year, from Pontyclun in Wales, who was inches away from a ticket. He's back to make amends. He starts 5th alongside Timothy Pernot. Victor de Alencar for Evolution Racing. That is Emerson's new team. Tito and Elio from Nash. Elio has got his own side project going on. Evolution Racing did a very, very smart looking yellow and blue car. They've got a Chase Elliott Napa Auto Parts look about them, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely going to look to, luckily for Victor, again, we saw him go viral in the moment in the buckle, just unfortunately going through a massive puddle there.
Ah, yes.
But good to see him now, which more often, right, here at the start of the year. So good to see Victor starting alongside Jose Shermer with William Bottiglier and Joaquin
Golero Pizarro.
Yeah, there you go, Pizarro there starting on row number 5. Ryan Maxwell, Arnold Sabarin, Isaac Malquid, Oliver Hodgson down on row number 7. And again, can't forget Oliver, not the best of qualifying sessions on the Friday afternoon with Alexis Bayarjan, Derek Wargo, Sumbalis, Friend, Vega, St. Cyr, Vera, Silvera, Perrin, Stockley, Altman, DeLauro, Trailer, Sterling, and Ibarra. 15 rows. 29 drivers getting set to take the green flag, Henry.
To the line. Green flag in the air. Ramos leads them. And now we listen to the sound of 29 senior motors heading down towards us now.
Here we go to the bottom of the racetrack. Victor de Alencar and Macaulay Bishop already looking for second over rookie Ryan Gandor. He's going to get it. As now here comes Nelson looking for second as well. For third, my apologies, side by side, Gandor not looking to let him by as Ingrata's right behind them. So Gandor again with pretty much disastrous start. Diego Ramos with a great gap from the get-go. But Gandor already falling under fire here to Cameron Nelson and veteran Aiden Ingrata. Here we go. Into the boot.
And there is a little bit of experience from Ryan Gandor, I've got to say, defending already. This is his first year as a senior, so he's just getting used to the senior karting. Cameron Nelson, you're thinking, come on, Ryan, and there's a problem. That was a problem. Something broke on Ryan Gandor's kart. He looks around in despair, don't know what it was, but it happened very, very suddenly indeed. Nelson third, no, make that Ingrata. Up to P3, Aiden Ingrata at the third position, Nelson back to fourth. Ryan Gandor's defensive driving though on the opening lap. Obviously now we realise that's why he was driving defensively. Something wasn't quite right, he didn't have 100% performance. It has allowed the top two to escape, and this is something that we haven't seen before, and this is something you pay a ticket to come and watch. Diego Ramos versus Macaulay Bishop in Senior Rotax. Ding ding, round 1. Ramos leads for now.
And here we go. This is a battle that we've been waiting for a very, very long time, Henry. Yellow flags waving to that first sector. No passes. Macaulay obviously saw that, but here we go. Onto the backstretch, turn number 6. Diego Ramos leads Bishop to the back straightaway, and again, you see the frustration there out of Diego. It's all right, you want to fight, I'll let you go. A lot of racing left, 14 laps, and that's a veteran move there out of Diego Ramos, I would say, Henry.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, so Bishop, this is his 3rd appearance as the reigning Grand Finals champion. We talked about DD2 being Rotax's ultimate class, but the headline class around the world is Senior Rotax. The Senior Rotax Grand Final champion is essentially the figurehead for the Rotax brand globally. That year, the honour falls to Macaulay Bishop. He has been serene. He won at Campillos in the Winter Cup in Spain at a couple of weeks ago in January by a mile in the dry. On Saturday, he won it by a mile in the wet. You look at his driving standard, his driving style. It's very, very unique. People say, oh, Macaulay, he has got a lot of neck strength. That is why he moves around the kart. Not true. He moves his body at a certain angle depending on the radius of the corner. Only Macaulay knows, but he practices and he will move his body sideways away from the apex at certain angles, depending on the radius of the corner. When other drivers try and copy it, they get completely... Oh, Ramos out! Ramos out! The mice getting at the machinery. That's the 2nd driver in the top 3 out of the race. Diego Ramos looks down, shakes his head. Ooh, there's a 3rd driver out as well.
That's Jeremy St. Cyr. Jeremy St. Cyr is out, but that was massive and very heartbreaking for the entire PSL crew and for Diego Ramos, again looking for a ticket to go back to the Grand Finals after taking part back in 2024. But here's a couple of battles. Timothy Pernot looking on the inside now of Maxwell. They're side by side. Maxwell able to go back for 4th. This group here further back, very big. But like you were mentioning, right, that battle between Bishop and Diego Ramos, I feel like it was just getting started or didn't even start, right? It's a long game that I think Diego Ramos was willing to play, and unfortunately just plagued with some sort of issue that puts him out of contention. Before it feels like that race even really got started and really got going. This battle further back as we tune in. Victor de Alencar looking for a move on Bayarjan. He's clear. Look at Hodgson going side by side with a couple of youngsters in the field. Hodgson going to get clear.
Yep, Hodgson picks up 2 places, 1 corner, special offer, 2 for the price of 1 for Kingsland's Oliver Hodgson, now based in Tucson, Arizona. Oliver's girlfriend, Jay Goodwin, getting ready to compete in one of the UK's fastest kart race meetings. The old Spirit of the 90s claims the Masters in ICA 100, the 16, 17, 18,000 RPM screamers that Jade races in, as well as saloon car racing. Oliver, well, I mean, this is just practice because he's going to win the US Finals like he always does every year, going for 5 in a row at the US Finals later this year. Oliver Hodgson, and of course, won the senior final. What an incredible race at Newcastle last year. This, though, the battle, the 334 Prime Power Team Cup. Ryan Maxwell on the red speed chassis, based out of Toronto in Ontario, and this is 4th, 5th, Pernod, now 4th, 5th, 6th for William Boutillier, 7th now, Oliver Hodgson ahead of Sherma, Bayerjon, de Alencar, Savoyin, Gorleo Pizarro, and even the 385 karts, the half Canadian, half Macedonian driver, Joshua Suvalis, who was 7th last week at the tail end of this group. And we're down to 21 runners out of the 24 starters. Jeremy Sincere out on the opening lap here. 3 mechanical failures by the looks of it. They all look quite similar for 3. Well, Sincere and Ramos are teammates. I wonder if that could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely going to be something to look out for, especially if you're Timothy Pernod, right? Seeing 2 other PSL Burrell Arts kind of on the wayside. And in the grass. Nonetheless, though, he's running so far so good as Oliver Hodgson gets another one as he goes by on Maxwell there. So a good move there to get it done on Ryan.
Now, of course, there were 29 people on the grid. Not everybody who was here last week is here this week. I'm looking at Pookie Altman. Tristan Altman, Pookie, who finished 21st in the final. He's not here. Tommy Trailer is not here. There are several other drivers who will be joining the senior field tomorrow, which will be good there. I know that, Griffin Dowler is here. Josh Norman is here as we look at this great low-down shot here, which again shows you how slippery, how dirty it is offline. Look at all those marbles. Great camera work here from the KC crew as they capture William Boutillier, picking up P4 for Timothy Pernod.
Yeah, it's a great move there out of Boutillier to get that move done in turn number 6. Here we go as Pernod. Again, can't afford, has to stop the bleeding at some point, right? Oliver Hodgson's just right behind him. And that factory kart has definitely showed some good pace here in the dry on the Friday. Again, we saw it out of Billy Musgrave, and we're seeing it now as Pernod, right on cue, goes right back. Hodgson going to go through as well on Boutillier, who's stuck on the outside. And here comes the rest of the party as well. Bayarjan not too far back. Shermer right there. Pizarro not too far back for SLA either. So again, the battle to get yourself inside of the top 10 very close is Hodgson. Don't be surprised, turn number 6 might be a move.
Yeah, what you're seeing here is a much wider variety of tyre pressures. Teams have been thrown a bit of a loop here with the temperature drop, and I think you see, like Hodgson's kart looks about a second a lap quicker than Pernod right now. His kart has come alive. It was nowhere in the first half of the race. Now it has come alive. That's a big swing on tyre pressures.
He's the fastest man on the racetrack as well,
absolutely.
Henry. And you're seeing it here as he continues to apply the pressure on Timothy Pernod, who, again, doesn't feel safe, starting to stack everybody up. We saw just there, just a couple of moments ago, Aiden Ingrata, Cameron Nelson fighting for the second spot as well. So we'll take a look at that battle here shortly as they continue to fight. But, again, an eye on Oliver Hodgson, who fastest man on the racetrack, faster than Macaulay Bishop here.
And he should, Pernod's not going to make it easy, but Pernod, who looked so impressive at the start of the race, he is now, looks like, he's driving on treacle, because the mechanics are having to take a much wilder swing at tyre pressures than they would normally, which is why you're seeing such a difference in performances. There goes Bishop, on one corner. This is the battle for 4th place. Pernod, last time around, 54. Well, he was 1.4 seconds slower than the race leader last time around, Timothy Pernod. He is parking the bus, and Oliver Hodgson was, to quote one of my English colleagues, Joe Bradley, using a tin opener there to prize a gap.
Oh, yeah, and again, funny enough, whenever we were here just not too long ago, as something happened to Pernod, Oliver Hodgson able to get clear.
Yeah, Oliver Hodgson happened.
Boutillier is able to go through, and we'll take another look at it here shortly. But again, funny enough, whenever Ryan was here a couple of weeks ago, he said 2's a party, 3's a crowd, 4's a disaster. We have about 10 drivers in this group from 4th on back here, Henry, with Boutillier, Pernod, and a couple of others. Here's a look back at that move. Again, and we'll get that queued up and ready for you guys as well.
Yeah,
as the day continues. But nonetheless, Hodgson able to get clear, and Macaulay Bishop is going to get 2 laps to go this time around over Aiden Ingrata and Cameron Nelson and continue to fight for the second spot. But nobody has had an answer here in Houston for Bishop so far in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I want to quickly say hello to Fred Colling Livingston watching in Canada. A lot of people watching in Canada. We got 49 drivers from Canada here, 48 from the USA. Then from South America, across the South American continent, and Central America, 17 drivers, 6 drivers from Europe, all from the UK. As Maxwell now passes Pernod. Pernod has got to stem the bleeding. Next driver up will be Alexis Bayerjan on the Plateau Energy Drink sponsored car. Jose Shermer, Arnaud Saborin, Victor de Alencar, and Jason Suvalis. Little sizzle, Isaac Malkout up into 13th position on his senior debut. Joey Friend, Gorleo Pizarro. Here we go, and that was inconclusive to say the least. Oh, down the bottom, you can see there was
Oliver Hodgson. It looked like he just kind of Pernod deep on the brakes, and Hodgson just got into the back of him.
Is that what you call a bump and run at that corner? Factory Kart on the red and white Birrell ART? I mean, this history just repeated itself?
Two big different situations right there with Oliver Hodgson, but yeah, nonetheless, definitely a little bit of contact there in between the two for Hodgson. Kind of muscle his way by you. I think that's the right word to go by on Timothy Pernod. Nonetheless, though, white flag in the air. Macaulay Bishop, 3 corners to go, and he has been dominant, Henry.
Oh, yeah, he is. Spoke to him. He says he didn't feel any different after winning the grand finals, but he doesn't feel any different within himself. He's driving. He is at a serene level of control and confidence. Macaulay Bishop is. He's always wanting to win the grand finals. He's come close on a number of occasions. He did it last year. He says, look, I've done it. I love winning, but I love racing more. I love just driving. Just put me in the car. He just loves driving go-karts. Macaulay Bishop, he's very good at it.
Oh yeah, and it shows. But again, that gap was quite significant early in the race.
Yep.
1.5 closed dramatically. 3/10. Aiden Ingrata and Cameron Nelson show to have faster long run pace than the English driver with a 43.2 his last lap. 42.9 for Ingrata and Cameron Nelson. His long run pace going to be the question here for Cameron Nelson.
Yep.
And we talk about reliability as well for a couple of others who couldn't close this one out. Nicolas Vega, Diego Ramos, Ryan Gandor, and Jamie St. Cyr with a lot of work to do to get themselves fixed up later on today. A great drive, a great recovery, if you will, for Oliver Hodgson. Get himself fourth, the fastest man on the racetrack. And we still haven't seen the best of him yet.
Ollie up 10 positions to finish P4. Looked like a really solid drive there. Maybe had a little bit of what they're calling a bump and run towards the end of that session. Kind of talk me through that little bit of contact with Pernod and what it took to pick up 10 positions through that session.
Yeah, guys, first of all, good run. The kart's good over a long run, so just trying to be patient and get a good session. And then, yeah, that specific incident, I'm trying to not get into him, but I think, yeah, it's just getting on the anchors a bit earlier than I thought, and yeah. Anyway, glad to kind of get through clean from that kind of position, and not get tangled up and have a good shot at the final.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't have a ton of dry practice last weekend, so how has that kind of played into getting such a fast kart so quickly without much testing?
Yeah, I think for me, obviously, I had a okay round one, I'd say, but it was like to be honest with you, like perfect for me because it kind of put that break in the schedule, could come back, kind of have a spring in my step and put my head towards these weekends. And this was the poor grid start for us. We had a problem in qualifying last week, so that's kind of best case scenario to get that result out of that race.
Well, there you guys have it. Oliver Hodgson, super quick in that pre-final and looking to carry it on into the final.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy from Speedsportz Racing Park, Houston's high-speed playground. As we get ready to go racing with Mini-Max. Again, Henry, you weren't here last weekend, but the Roots was on fire for sure. James Roots gets ready to lead this field to the green flag from the pole position.
Excellent use of nicknames as well. Yes, the Roots was on fire. For those of you, for the kart chaser audience, James Roots raced at the Winter Trophy last year in Orlando and took a race win. He was the driver that went out new tyres on the back, old tyres on the front, and made that work. He's now moved into Mini-Max. Again, the Prime Power team, Aurum Racing Engines, racing family, James Roots, mum, really quick in everything she's done. Dad, enjoyed racing. It's a standing joke. No, it's James has come on, really, really well. Dutch Westbrook on the outside of road number 1. Mason Brody, there he is. He's got Frankie Mossman doing some driver coaching for him this weekend. Jay Howard's son, Hudson Howard, on row number 2. I want to just draw your attention to Christopher Simon in kart number 117. Now, we always have family members watching in, we always try to give shout outs to people's family members watching at home. Racing grandmothers. So many racing grandmothers watch their grandson. Well, Christopher Simon's grandmother is watching. She just happens to be Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada. Hello, Your Honour, Miss Simon. Hope you're watching Kart Chaser. If you like what you're hearing, my name's Henry Bodette and this is Caleb Yeska. If you don't like what you're hearing, my name's Alex Earl and that's Emery Ryder. Here we go.
That's a good one there. And again, a couple of my colleagues from back in the day. Nonetheless, though, James Roots, Dutch Westbrook lead us to the green flag in Minimax. Here we go. First couple of corners completed. As we hit the back straightaway and a couple of movers already. Mason Brody going to fade down low as one driver goes around. Cristobal Ritchie for the Orsolon Racing Texas team in the 131. Cristobal goes around in turn 6. He's not going to be able to complete the first lap here, Henry.
I mean, he got away with it. I think he started there. Cristobal Ritchie Olchese from Chorrillos in Peru. Just gets spat sideways. He gets on the anchors before he made contact with the barriers. There's Hudson Howard up into P3. Good move there from Howard on Dutch Westbrook. As we complete lap number 1 out of 10. James Roots, Mason Brody, Yusuf Adi. Another driver, this will be his last year in Micromax for Yusuf Adi in the number 163 kart. There is Yusuf Adi. It wasn't Hudson Howard, so it's his teammate, the J. Howard Driver Development Team. Yusuf Adi really working hard. Westbrook 4th, Hudson Howard in 5th, Matteo Pai is 6th, Liam Astalis, Josh Wheeler, Mace Lasek up into 9th, Lincoln Lima 10th, Kiwo Ahmad. Then it is Christopher Simon for Premier Karting. The rest of the field, Tyler Blackwood, Olivia Opry, and the number 171, the only all-female package in the race. Female driver, female mechanic, Ailey Latorno, with mechanic Maud Grenier running in 15th position, and Cristobal Ritchie Olchese in 16th. Change though, Caleb.
Yeah, here we go, back and forth in between Pai and Hudson Howard. They've been kind of battling for that spot. The 108 of Mateo Pai there. And Hudson Howard just going back and forth. One of them on the Prime Power Team Burrell Art Machine and the other on the J. Howard Driver Development Kart Republic. That being said, though, another one of those Yusuf Adi with a good start up to 3rd. And here we go again. As a couple of movers there. Liam Astalis able to get a move done there on what looked to be Wheeler. There's a couple of others stuck in that midfield group. Mace Lasek right there. Kimo Ahmad on the Benix side by side with Liam Astalis. Kimo Ahmad gets clear. And again, Kimo, more often than not, here at Speedsportz Racing Park, his home track, we've seen him drive through the field almost 3 weekends in a row, it seems like, Henry. But hopefully, for what you like to call him, the Egyptian sensation, working his way through now, looking to make another one.
But it's not all been plain sailing for Kimo this week. He's on a Benix chassis now. He did a lot of testing on an Esprit chassis. He had to revert to this chassis because that's what he registered with and qualified with last weekend. I said, well, what are you going to be on for the next 2 rounds, which are separate? It's a separate weekend, separate rounds starting tomorrow. Mum and Dad said, not sure. Now, when you get through it, the night before a race, you're not sure what chassis brand you're gonna be using. That means that something, isn't 100% right with it. So that you're umming and ahhing, but whatever the chassis is, Kiwo is motoring forward. He's got the Egyptian eagle on the top of his crash helmet, hieroglyphics around the back. It's his own design. He went, so he's got family history. Oh, and there was a
lot of pushing and shoving there, as it looked like Tyler Blackwood, one of the drivers there in the mix.
The all black cart there, getting elbowed out of the way. That was the number 196, Oliver Ochri.
That was Liam Astalis there
and
as
Astalis,
well.
yeah.
So it was Astalis and what I believe is Mace Lasek in that group as well, and Opry was able to take advantage of all that in the 196 and get clear. So,
and Oliver Opry qualified for the Grand Finals last year, raced exclusively in Canada. Now he's here, he's mid-pack, he's moving forward, but the confidence that he gained from racing at the Grand Finals last year, has really upped his game. Drivers, you see that, even if they don't do that well at the Grand Finals, they come back a lot more aggressive, a lot better prepared, because they've simply been around global champions from around the world. They know the level that they need to be at. Even if they thought they were at that level when they arrived at the Grand Finals, it's a long event, 10 days, and over that 10 days, these young drivers, they learn an awful lot of lessons, some of them quite painful. Okay, maybe I'm not quite as quick as I thought I was, but I now know what I need to do to be as quick as I want to be. Up at the front, Roots, Brody, Addy, then a gap back to Westbrook, all on his own in 4th position. There's your top 3. There's a move. Yusuf Addy has a look to the inside at turn 7. Mason Brody holds him off.
And again, that gap started to close down to James Roots, who has been pretty dominant so far to start off the Winter Max Challenge. They're going to get a ticket to go out to Portimao at the end of the year. So nonetheless, though, for Mason Brody, again, rookie, if you will, in the mini swift class, to get himself up into the 2nd spot, and Yusuf Addy as well, showing some good pace early on in this race to get himself up to 3rd. So again, the battle up front starting to close in, and we're just a bit past the halfway point as we complete lap number 6. We start lap number 7. 4 laps to go, and Mason Brody still looking for a first win, if you will, in the mini ranks after crossing line in 1st and looking to take over 1st as we go into turn number 6. Mason Brody side by side into the lead of the race for the rookie over James Roots.
Well, Roots currently leads the point standings. Mason Brody, he was quick in the pre-final, like you said, P2, then issues in the main event, and it's side by side again. This time, Roots comes back at him coming out of the buckle. Lap 8 out, this is lap 7 out of 10. Brody sitting there in 2nd. Yusuf Addy doing a fantastic job. Those white wheels on that very smart, very distinctive J. Howard driver development machine through the sweepers down towards 4 and 5. Now up the back straight. Oh, it's so tempting to use all that curb. How many times have we seen a driver just dip a wheel off at the entrance to the back straight as Brody back to P1.
Yeah, good move there out of Mason Brody. And again, we saw a lot of that just last weekend. Just drivers kind of pushing the limits on the exit of turn number 5, using as much racetrack as possible. And you'll see James Roots use as much racetrack as possible to try and get a move done on the 109. But here we go, battling continuing. Next time around, 2 laps to go in between the top 3. Anybody's game for Addy, for Roots, and for youngster Mason Brody. Dutch Westbrook as well, another rookie in the class, starting to close in the 133 Bennick. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go for Mason Brody. He's going to take him out of the low side and start to back him up here to hold on to the lead.
Yes, indeed. And Caleb, you've been spot on. You know this track so well. Everything that you've said about, the passing zones, it's come to fruition on our screen now. Would you rather be, James Roots, Mason Brody, that was close. And to be fair, Mason Brody runs James Roots out of position. Yusuf Addy says, thank you very much. And that was a case of, I think James Roots maybe got a little bit over it coming into braking at the end of the back straight. There was maybe a little bit of a misjudgment of braking there, and Brody was forced wide. Then he thought, well, okay, I've got the inside line, and Roots was still on the outside line. He said, well, you've got 2 choices, the brake pedal or the grass. Roots chose the grass, and it allowed Mason Brody. Look who's up into P2. Well, Brody is still 2nd, Westbrook 3rd, Ahmad to P4, Howard, Wheeler, Pye, Roots back to 8th.
Yeah, and you were about to ask, right? Would I rather be in that first place position or would I rather be in 2nd? And I was going to answer, I'd rather be Yusuf Addy in that situation, right? Let those 2 fight it out, and you take advantage. You run that different lane.
Mic check.
You cross them over.
With Yusuf Addy, question mark?
And yeah, you said so. Yeah, so you got. Would you rather be 1st or 2nd, Caleb? No, I'd rather be 3rd. And the driver in 3rd at that time is about to take the race win.
Yeah, great move there out of Yusuf Addy. And again, we come into the buckle. Hudson Howard holds on over Wheeler and Pye. But up front, Yusuf Addy got the move done when it mattered most, and he'll get the pole position as well going into the main event later on today for J. Howard Driver Development. Yusuf Addy wins the pre-final over Mason Brody and Dutch Westbrook, and side by side across the line, Wheeler able to hold on for 5th.
Well, Burlington's Yusuf Addy is a winner, and it's a big year for Yusuf. I spoke to his mum and his dad. They're fully committed. They want Yusuf to have fun. I think there's a look there. So this is starting up. You can see Roots, he gets into the back of Brody. coming out of there. Now, Roots could have squeezed Brody, but Brody's thinking, okay, let's just keep you out there. Let's keep you out there.
You see how much counter steer as well from Mason Brody.
Yeah.
So much counter steer.
There's very little grip out there.
Yeah, very, very little. Both of them are on the outside of the racetrack, and you see him turning left, and the kart's still going right, and Yusuf Adi just flawless move to kind of take advantage of that. I mean, cross them both up.
Yeah, you're looking at the amount of woolly hats being worn by the various spectators around you, which gives you an idea of just how cold it is. Looking at the weather app, there's with the wind chill factor, New Caney, Texas, and why am I looking at a weather app? We got Stumpcast, but looking at New Caney, Texas. It's 52 degrees, but the wind chill factor, it feels like 41 degrees, which is not good. But yeah, we're going to speak to Yusuf Adi, who's got a big season ahead of him. Will he kick off his big season? There's his dad. Will he kick it off with a ticket to the Grand Finals? Christian Savalio picking his card up there. Mechanic. Let's hear.
What a great race. Kind of talk me through how that was, staying patient and then obviously able to pull away on those last few laps. Talk me through that race.
I saw Mason and James battling, and I'm like, I don't want to get in it, so I just hanged back, and I saw them going side by side, and I saw them go wide, so I just went for the crossover, and I got it.
Well, much better result than last weekend. Kind of talk me through how you've been able to pick up a lot more pace and put yourself out the front for this weekend.
Jay Howard's been great. I want to thank Hudson Howard, too, my teammate. He's been helping me a lot. We've been testing together, so yeah.
Well, great job, Yusuf Adi, your provisional winner here in Mini-Max.
And, basically echoing your thoughts. He sits there going, I was sitting there, I was watching James, I was watching Mason. I thought, no, I don't want to be part of that. And, there he is, sitting in victory lane.
And running his own line. Nonetheless, so we get ready. Last one on the list, the Masters Max. Get ready to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. Quick commercial break. When we come back, last pre-final of the day.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overback on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com. Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Last one of the pre-finals, getting ready to go green. The Masters Max get ready to take action here at Speedsportz Racing Park. Mundy Lawyer going to lead the field to the green flag, starting alongside Billy Cleveland, who we just saw there a couple of moments ago. Henry Talib and Dominic Legrand. Again, two Legrands taking part here this weekend, Henry, and there's Dominic in the 593 for PSL Karting Group. Getting ready to take the green flag here.
I hate to correct you, Caleb, but Dominic, yeah, he's the PSL karting team. It's actually La Maison Dorothy. It's a satellite operation.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
No, sorry. It's the butcher shop.
Yeah.
They're part next to PSL.
Correct.
But they're sort of, yeah, it's a...
They have their own pop-up tent here going on as well. So my apologies there.
No. Great bunch of characters. Five drivers they've got here. It's the biggest they've ever. Dominic is the son of Michel Legrand, who are they both racing in the same class. And there is a look at the number 535 of Noel Dowler.
Yeah, we saw Gabriel Zugella there as well. Again, I believe Argentinian driver.
Yep, double podium finisher in the Grand Finals.
Double podium finisher, and again, yesterday, or last week's winner, I should say.
Yep.
On the Saturday for the main event. So, seeing him again back in action here.
And look at Griffin Dowler. He'll be racing there, but look at the coat he's got on. He got that from Hendrick Motorsports. That is an actual Days of Thunder replica Cold Trickle jacket. Great for the historians amongst us. He was saying yesterday. Interestingly, he's doing an honours. He's got his honours degree. He's doing a doctorate, a thesis on the economics of world motorsport. I said it's very simple. Start with a lot, end up with very little. Pretty much, that's it. Now there's Gabby Zugella. Look at the top of his crash helmet there. That is a picture of Gabby Zugella in his first ever go-kart in Argentina when he was 8 years old. He said he doesn't speak much English, but it was taken in 1988. He was 8 years old. That's his first ever go-kart, and that's him driving it. Yeah, the year. Long time. That year, you know, when little Gabby was 8 years old, his hero, Ayrton Senna, was winning his first Formula One world title.
Hey, you look back, a couple of other drivers as well joining us here today. Simon Prateau, Christopher Mann, the driver who, again, was surprised even to get the first of the two pole positions. Unfortunately, the weekend...
and he's leading the championship at the moment, which is a joint lead. So Christopher Mann, his wife, is an elementary school teacher up in Vancouver, Washington. Now, he's got his Team USA race suit on there. In Bahrain, obviously the racing took place, the majority of it, on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. Christopher Mann's wife, and at the time they were her fifth grade class. It's I forget the name of the school, elementary school in Vancouver, Washington. She got permission from the school principal to bring the TV screen in and put the YouTube coverage on of the Grand Final. So for the whole week, the entire class sat down to watch Miss Mann's husband, Christopher, race at the Rotax Grand Finals. And yeah, they were cheering and shouting at the TV screen as Christopher got a top 20 finish. But nice story.
Yeah, really cool, and that's what it's all about, right? For these drivers to come out here and take part of events like this, weekends like this. So we'll keep an eye on it here. Billy Cleveland, Mundy Lawyer.
Front row Billy.
Row as we get ready to go racing here. Masters Max onto the racetrack. And again, we talked about drivers, right, needing much better luck. Billy Cleveland is one of those.
Yep.
Mundy Lawyer is one of those drivers as well, Henry.
Yeah, now I didn't realize this, but Billy Cleveland is actually driving a set of golf clubs because he retired from karting to take up golf. And he said, Henry, look at this for a set of golf clubs. Golf one for him. Billy Cleveland, he's been racing since 1971. You cannot just switch it off and take him another sport.
Golf's a hard sport as well.
Well, I mean, let's hope he didn't find himself in the rough. There's no bunkers here. But he's against Mundi Loya. Mundi, he's only been racing since 1977. Billy Cleveland predates that by 6 years. In fact, Billy Cleveland lives and can see the strip mall parking lot out in California where Art Ingalls first drove the world's first go-kart. Walking, talking encyclopedia of our sport, Billy Cleveland, and still getting it done at the highest level. Front row. Row 2, Dominic Legrand and Henry Taleb. Then it is Noel Dowler and Gabby Zugela. Christopher Mann, Simon Protour, Michel Legrand and Sylvain Chenard at the back of the 10 kart field. Davis and Adam Barr should be joining us tomorrow.
Yeah, so wait for those two to join us tomorrow. Like you mentioned, they're scheduled to start for rounds number 3 and 4. But nonetheless, everybody's going to start to get lined up with Mundi Lawyer on the inside and Billy Cleveland on the outside. And again, the starting spots here are a little bit tricky, right? Really fast, like we talked about the S's, right?
Yep.
Turn 1, and then outside quickly turns into the inside, and you get into turn number 2. But Mundi Lawyer going to have to time it perfectly to get the better of the very experienced Billy Cleveland on the 558. Here we go. Masters Max into the tram lines. Lawyer on the inside. Cleveland on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're racing in Masters Max.
There we go, down the back straight. Cleveland looks to the inside. New leader, the ageless wonder, Billy Cleveland has the lead. Okay, William, what have you got? Can you spring the surprise? It's been 10 years since you donned a Team USA race suit and went to the Grand Finals. And 10 years ago, at Sarno in Italy, you told me that you were retiring from international racing, and yet here you are. It gets under your skin, doesn't it, this karting bug, Caleb? And once you've been bitten by the bug, you are infected for life.
And here we go, a couple of two other drivers, like you mentioned, right? Henry Talib, Gabriel Zugela, two of the South American drivers for the HRT operation. Zugela and Talib. Talib out of Ecuador, Zugela out of Argentina. Here goes Talib looking on the inside of turn 6, looking to get clear, a little bit of overshot. And Billy Cleveland, as easy as that, crosses him up. And side by side, Dominic Legrand up to 3rd over Saturday's winner last week in round number 1, Gabriel Zugela.
And I've got to say, we didn't see what happened, but when Cleveland got the lead, Mundi Lawyer has dropped right back. There's Mundi at the back of the shot there in that bright yellow and blue machine, that Evolution Racing entry. Evolution Racing, they've got 3 drivers in the awning. They've got Mundi Lawyer, the other Victor de Alencar. They've got Achilles Perco, who's been run by Alex Speed. But Tito and Elio, who are a long time run Nash Motorsports, this is Elio's, or Emerson to give him his full name. You know, it's his sort of his offshoot, his side project. Very, very smart looking kart. Indeed, can he get a driver to the Grand Final as well? Mundi Lawyer looking up the road. He's behind Noel Dowler, and there's Gabi Zugela passing Dominic Legrand. Legrand on that red and white Bill ART. Well, I know the race on the road, it's a butcher shop and a delicatessen, and well, he's hoping he doesn't have to put too many drivers in his way to the front, but Dominic Legrand looking very, very strong indeed.
And here we go, into the boot now. Like you mentioned, right, Zugela with a good move. Talib right there in second, and Billy Cleveland with 3 car lengths in between himself and fellow OTK and Talib. So see that change for third there on the left-hand side of your screen. Dowler is the driver in 5th to Mundy Lawyer, who hasn't yet kind of showed his hand at this stage. And to me, the biggest thing that you got out of that first lap out of Mundy Lawyer after starting on the pole was cold tires, right? Cold tires is really all that looked like. And it's still like he still really hasn't fired off. Your conditions still very cold, 52 degrees. So nonetheless, for Mundy, just hasn't yet showed that pace that he did on the Friday afternoon last week.
Now, of course, in previous years, the Winter Trophy is being held at the Orlando Kart Center. I want to just quickly say a big thank you to RTX Group. Okay, they're no longer a US Rotax distributor. They'll be carrying on their work in Argentina, but it goes without saying, you know, Karting Solutions Group now, the new company that's part owned or part of J3 competition, has been born out of J3 competition to an extent, but a new structure overall. But RTX Group, wanted to pay tribute to them for their work to get this event from nothing to where it is now. As we look at Henry Taleb to the inside, passing Billy Cleveland, but oh no! Cleveland just gets edged wide, edged around, and here comes Gabi Zugela, 4 for the race lead. Zugela on the anchors. We're going to get a new champion in this class, because of course we haven't got Rubens Barrichello with us this year. We haven't got Antonio Pizzoni, who's a former champion in this class. We haven't got Nicola Pico, who was a former champion in this class. So we're going to get a new name in the Winter Trophy Masters ticket winner this year. Is it going to be Zugela, Taleb? What about Legrand? Dominic Legrand there in 3rd position. Mundy Lawyer 4th. Hello to Laurentiu Mardan, another contestant from years gone by, watching, and hopefully we'll see Laurentiu Mardan and the Techno Kart team very, very soon. This is a bit good, Caleb. 5 for the race lead in Masters.
And Mundy Lawyer now, talking about his pace, right? When it was going to come, it's coming now. On lap number 6, able to get that move done. And here's a replay there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Side by side, Talib looking for the move in turn 6. Just kind of gets on the curb, washes up to the side of Billy Cleveland, and Cleveland goes around.
Yeah.
And Talib still holds on to the 2nd spot. And I'm sure the officials are going to be busy kind of looking at that incident as well. But for Zugela, just able to take advantage, able to get himself to the lead and stacking them all up like he was. I will say this, though, Henry. Zugela tapped the back of his helmet. Universal signal for let's work together, and Talib still looking to go by on his teammate, right? Under
indeed.
HRT Motorsports. So that battle up at the front's getting close, but you got to keep an eye on, like I mentioned, Mundy Lawyer finally showing that pace in 3rd, the 5:33.
And what about Christopher Mann in 4th?
Yeah,
He's
as well.
Out with the Team
as
USA
well.
race. Suit Noel Dowler 5th, the Grand is 6th, Cleveland 7th. But you know what, Billy Cleveland, he's only set 2 seconds off the race lead. We're at halfway home. Simon Protour, Michel Legrand, Sylvain Chenard, 9 out of the 10 starters within 3.5 seconds of the race lead. Halfway home. You know, at the risk of sounding cruel, occasionally in these events, the Masters race is the time where you would go make a cup of coffee and have a little check back and do an errand or something like that. Not so this year. Look at this. It's been one of the closest races of the day so far. Zugela, Taleb, Mundy Lawyer, Christopher Mann. This is Argentina leading Ecuador, leading Peru, leading Vancouver, Washington. Not Vancouver, British Columbia, might I add.
And again, like you mentioned, right, a lot of action so far over the past 2 weekends, really. This weekend to kick off great as Mundy Lawyer looked to set that up in a turn 8. Just had to get on the brakes as Talib wasn't going to back off to hold on to the 2nd spot. And you see him up on the wheel. The same for Christopher Mann there, who's sitting in 4th for the Racing Edge Motorsports camp. But again, look at Mundy Lawyer into the boot. Another passing zone as we head into turn 14. Not going to go for it. Still a lot of racing to go. Again, to think we just crossed that halfway point. We're just now starting lap number 9 with 5 laps to go in this race is absurd to kind of think about here, Henry. A lot of racing still left for these drivers, and we still have no idea who's going to come out in front with the likes of Mundy Lawyer and Christopher Mann just now showing some pace.
Yeah, no, longer races is something that several Rotax RMC events have been trying. There's Cleveland. back to the inside of the 5.93 of Dominic Legrand. Out in the UAE at Al Ain, which is a former Grand Finals host, Al Ain Raceway. So the track is 1.4 kilometers, it's over 40 meters. They were trying a 25-lap final, the 28-lap final. Just, for an event in the seniors to see, okay, does that cut down on any on-track incidents? What does it do with the racing? What do the drivers think of it? There was a resounding thumbs up, I've got to say, from the drivers. The DD2 drivers were less than enthusiastic about it, because of course it was just a lot more physical exertion.
Yeah.
And in the heat's not a problem here. Age might be an issue.
Yeah, to add to that as well, as Christopher Mann's making a move for third, right? And we've seen a lot of that, right? More series kind of taking on that longer race approach. And you saw there at the start of the race, Mundy Lawyer, great example, kind of let 4 guys go, 5 guys go ahead of him at the start of the race, and now slowly getting his way back into it, getting back into the rhythm. And that's what these longer races provide, right? It allows you to let a guy or two go by at the start of the race because you have enough time to claw your way back and to get yourself back up to the front. Like you mentioned, very physical, a little more for those senior drivers. You're starting to bring in tire management, right? You have to think about that a little bit more. The tire pressures, how much you're going to drive, how hard you're going to drive it throughout the middle stage of the race, the early stages of the race, and how much you need to push at the end.
That's all the things that drivers need to do. They need to be in racing. You need tire management. It means what you said, that if you get pushed back at the start, drivers don't need to press the panic button. They can think more and they can work their way back up. They have less rash moves. Okay, incidents are always going to happen in racing. That's just the nature of the beast. But like you said, calmer heads occasionally can prevail. And it allows these stories to develop over the course of a single race. We're on lap number 11 out of 14 now. Zugela has finally broken clear Christopher Mann, who started 8th. Slowly picking his way through now. Zugela's got just set the fastest lap of the race, but the battle is on for second. Taleb, Mann, Lawyer, Dowler, Cleveland, Legrand, and then not far back, Simon Protour and Michel Legrand and Sylvain Chenard in 10th position.
Yeah, everybody quite close together here, all the way back to Legrand in the top 7. Talib, like we mentioned, right, still holds on to the second spot over Christopher Mann, who has had a couple of peaks, and Mundy Lawyer goes around in front of Dowler. Mundy Lawyer with a mistake on the exit of turn number 7, looks down for damage and collects Dowler with him. Unfortunate for Mundy Lawyer, who we were just starting to see come to life here in this race, and from 4th, now with a lot of recovery to do in the main event later on today. Mundy Lawyer going to have a lot of work cut out for him in the main event. Talib, as well as Christopher Mann, continues to close in here to lessen a car length, Henry.
And you saw just the frustrating, wrong place, wrong time from Noel Dowler, the NASCAR Pinty Series, ex-NASCAR Pinty Series drivers, thinking, nothing he can do. The kart loops in front of you, just right at the apex of a tight corner. And you just hope that you don't knock the nose cone back and that you can continue as Christopher Mann makes the move into P2. As what can Taleb do now? Christopher Mann, a long way back, 1.8 seconds back from Gabriel Zugela, lap 13 out of 14. Maybe though, and this is psychology, long race, will we see Christopher Mann save his tyre for the final, or will we see Christopher Mann try and pump in the fast lap of the race as a message? Hey Gabby, I know you won, I finished second, but look at that, last lap, purple. Because the drivers look at that, that's a bit of psychology.
Yeah, if you're not fastest, right, there's still some work to be. There's still time to be found that somebody else has that you don't. For Christopher Mann, he's going to need to be just that little bit better in the opening stages of the race, right? Maybe a little too late whenever he did find the pace, and you got to think, right, if he's able to complete the last half a lap, we'll be in better footing and a better starting position in the main event.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see what happens. Certainly Henry Taleb going with him, Mann starting back in 8th position, so traffic would have been an issue getting through there, but Zugela will ease back ever so slightly. Christopher Mann does not look like he is easing back, neither does Henry Taleb. They come out of the buckle for the final time, but Argentina's Gabi Zugela, a podium finisher at the Grand Finals in Bahrain last year, a podium finisher at the Grand Finals in Portimao in 2015. And Zugella looks over his shoulder to say, we're then, job done. He'll be happy with that. Every time he sees me, he doesn't speak much English. Hembry, calls me Hembry, mi amigo. You know, great guy. Wears his heart on his sleeve. He runs a touring car team in Argentina. He races with touring cars himself, runs the team, and yet you will see tears of joy if he gets that ticket. Passionate about his karting is Gabby Zugella.
Yeah, well, nothing better, like you mentioned, right, than being able to go out overseas and represent your country on the world stage. 2 for 2 so far for Gabby Zugella to get it done here in the pre-final. Looks to start on the pole position in the main event. Quick commercial break. We're into the lunch break. More racing action set to come your way. The main events, all that's left to do on the Friday afternoon when we return after the break.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 40th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, January 24th, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Well, welcome back to New Caney, Texas. Welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, live from Houston's high-speed playground, Speedsportz Racing Park. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska, alongside me, Mr. Rotax himself, and it's time to get ourselves underway. 20 laps on the docket here for the DD2s and the DD2 Max drivers as we get ready to, again, get ready to award pretty much championship weekend at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy here in Houston, Texas, where with the first couple tickets getting ready to get awarded to Portugal at the end of the year out in Portimao. Henry, you were over at the International Trophy just last week, as we spoke about in the pre-finals, but we're getting ready to go racing. The first main event, getting ready to go green with Billy Musgrave, the factory kart machine, getting ready to go green the green flag.
Now, the road to Portimao is a marathon, not a sprint. And this race will, and indeed the other senior finals, will also be a marathon. 20 laps around this 15-turn, 0.8 of a mile Speedsportz Park. It's going to be Billy Musgrave and Gianluca Savaglio on row number 1. Mustache Mountain himself, Matthew Taskinen for CRG USA on row 2, alongside Lucas Perneau, sponsored or now run by, well, he runs Lupex Promotions. There's a lot of kart merchandise, clothing. All the Team Canada race gear is designed by Lupex Designs, Lucas Perneau's company. Arnaud Sabarin, Derek Laroche, Alexis Bayerjan, Matt Baville, Luca Posick, Martin Baville, Theo Kakati, right at the back. What can we see from Theo? 20 laps, Caleb Vieska, bring him to the green.
Well, here we go. Billy Musgrave, America Zone, on the inside on the factory kart for Racing Edge Motorsports. For Canada, Gianluca Savaglio. To the tram lines we go. Green flag in the air. We're underway in round 2.
Out of turn number 4, down the back street, Billy Musgrave tries to spread the field out. There's Derek Laroche making a move and forcing the 451 of Lucas Perneau back a couple of spaces. And in fact, Lucas there having to work hard not to lose another spot to Bayerjan. Theo Kakati from the back of the field, up 4 places already as Perneau fights back. Great action through the buckle, Caleb. But watch out, guys and girls, because this battling is allowing the top 3 to sneak away.
Yeah, very well said, as Kakati looks to go there on the Roche, side by side with Bayerjan. Kakati holds on. He's clear for 6th. But up front, like you mentioned, Billy Musgrave, Matthew Taskinen, Gianluca Savaglio with a great exit. To start off lap number 1. This is the best we've seen out of Matt Taskinen so far this weekend. Early on in this race, showing great pace. And again, you got to think, still cool conditions, maybe a little bit less tire pressure than the pre-final with 20 laps. Long main events here to get to go underway here. 53-second laps, around Speedsportz Racing Park. So again, got to time your moves and you got to time them well.
Well, in NASCAR, Larry McReynolds always talks about comers and goers. There will be plenty of that. What a kart that is strong in the first 10 laps may not be as strong in the last 10 laps, and vice versa. Billy Musgrave is hoping that he's far enough away from everybody for that not to be a factor. Matt Taskinen there, the back end of that CRG stepping out, and Edmonton, Alberta's Matt Taskinen. Leduc County. Just outside Edmonton is where Matt calls home. Through turn number 2, runs a little bit wide coming out of turn number 7, apologise. Just on the exit of the corner there. That factory kart seems to have better drive out of the corner at the moment.
But it's not the fastest on the racetrack, and you saw that there just on the top of your screen. Matt Taskinen currently fastest after the first 2 laps. We're getting ready to complete lap number 3, and that time at 52.714. The fastest driver on the racetrack, the Kart CRG USA machine of Matt Taskinen. Lap number 2 underway, and Taskinen still a 10th better then Billy Musgrave just hasn't found a way by just yet, Henry.
Yeah, Musgrave, though, wasn't great through that flip-flop section. Sure, the back of the end of the kart step out a couple of times. Taskinen's kart looked more planted through those very fast, constant change of direction. You go left, right, left, straight after another. The weight transfer on the kart, certainly the back end of the kart, not as good for Musgrave that time around than it was for Taskinen. Savalio keeping a watching brief. Everybody else, that opening lap battle that we saw between Lucas Pernod, between Alexis Baerjon and Derek Laroche has cost them time on the opening lap, and they haven't been able to close back in. Pernod 3 seconds behind the lead group, with Kakati right behind him in 5th. Then it's Baerjon, Laroche, Saborin, Luka Posic and the Vavils, Matt and Martin. But at the moment it's a 3-kart battle. Up at the front, Savalio, interested to see how much is Savalio pushing. The back end of Taskinen's kart stepping out. Savalio looks very planted, looks very calm at the moment. He hasn't, pulled the pin and given it and shown his full hand yet, I don't think, as Gianluca Savalio.
Yeah, probably not just yet for Gianluca. Like you said, again, he does have the fastest lap of the race, and you saw that when we hit the back straightaway at 52.368 for Gianluca. So only a matter of time. Here's a look back at Theo Kakati, who's now 4th, able to get ahead of Lucas Pernod. So that's another spot for Theo, and you got to think there's enough time on the table for Theo to try and close down his gaps to the top 3. Nonetheless, though, the gap starts to open up again. 2/10 in between Taskinen now with the fastest lap run of Billy Musgrave.
Now look at Theo Kakati. That kart doesn't look as if it's traveling very fast, and yet it is. It's a sign that the kart's working very, very well. Theo doesn't look like he's getting up on the wheel, so to speak. Said from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, lives just a stone's throw from the Yas Marina Formula One circuit in Abu Dhabi, but is in college over here in the USA. As Mum Chandra is American. Dad Tony Kakati is one of the prime movers at the Al Ain Raceway. There's a lot of work for Rotax with the Abu Dhabi and the ASN out in the United Arab Emirates to keep pushing and promoting Rotax karting. Theo has been at the grand finals a number of times. There's been a commentary with me and has managed the Team USA, Team UAE on the occasions that he hasn't qualified himself, although now he's running on a USA license. He says, if I get a ticket, I'm going to represent Team USA. He's in a queue, though, behind his factory kart teammate. Hard to believe. Just the same way that the Rotax Grand Finals had never been graced by the name Massimino until last year. Never been graced by Billy Musgrave, the All-American badass. To become an official All-American Team USA member, can that happen this year? And of course, Billy, he's got the choice. Well, he could race in the Masters division, but he chooses not to. Young at heart, Billy Musgrave. Matt Taskinen trying to show, well, maybe it's time to go into Masters, Billy, because he's monstering him at the moment, and Savalio just sitting and watching and waiting.
And we've talked a little bit about these top 3 drivers, right? Billy Musgrave, obviously, the amount of accolades that he has to his name. For Matt Taskinen as well, a driver who we're used to seeing so often, whether at the start of the year over in Orlando, but as well throughout the years at the Winter Trophy. And Gianluca Savalio, right? A driver who, again, I would say a lot like Matt Taskinen, maybe isn't as active throughout the year. We see Gianluca a lot throughout the paddock, working with younger drivers. Yusuf Adi, one of those ones especially that I've seen him work super closely with throughout the years. And again, Gianluca's been a vital part throughout different teams and being a mechanic role, but when he gets back into the seat, right, kind of backs it up. And you saw that at round 1, able to get the win, able to be just as fast as anybody else. Looked like he, didn't skip a beat, didn't miss a race weekend at all. And he comes back weekend number 2 in the dry, and he's doing just that, right, getting himself into the top 3. But this is important as well for Gianluca, putting yourself in a championship situation, right? A top 3 finish, that's ideal. That's ideal, racking up those points, getting good results, where Matt Taskinen maybe wasn't the best result in round 1. Billy Musgrave, again, I think could have had a little bit of a better points weekend, but putting yourself in this 3rd place position, putting yourself in a good position to score points is important if you do want to earn your ticket on Sunday.
Yeah, don't be surprised if Gianluca Savalio goes through this round, the next 2 rounds, without necessarily winning many races, but racking up points after points after points, and of course points make prizes. There's only one driver in DD2 at the Grand Finals at the moment. That's Estonia's Ragnar Virus, the 2023 DD2 Grand Final champion from Estonia. Who will be the second DD2 ticket holder? We're going to find out here on Sunday. Savalio again, fastest lap. You can see on the Kart Chaser graphic across the top of the screen, 52.251 seconds. And now we reach half distance. Now we're at half distance, or at the end of this lap. We will be halfway home. The top 3 have got a 4-second advantage over Theo Kakati. Question mark. Kakati has come from the back of the grid to P4. Has he used too much tyre to get to P4? Has he got anything left now to challenge the top 3? Pernod in 5th, Bayerjon 6th, Saboyan 7th, Laroche 8th, Matt Reveal 9th, Martin Reveal 10th. Sadly, the number 459 Kart, the Gillard of Toronto's Luka Posic, has retired. There's Kakati. The gap stable at the moment, 4.1 seconds. Even in these cold conditions, like you were saying, Caleb, you know this track better than anybody. Even in the cold, there's still going to be the track, the tarmac, the weathered-looking bitumen. It's double layered tarmac, 2 actual layers of asphalt here. Alan Rudolph was telling me it's still chewing through the front tires, though, isn't it?
Yeah, so again, one of the biggest talking points, right, is how abrasive the surface has been, and how, you know, the degradation on the front tires is a little bit more than you'd be used to seeing. So now that's the case, right? You look at 20 laps, it's kind of nursing it from here on out. And if anything, I think for Matt Taskinen, right, being behind a guy like Billy Musgrave, you can break that a little bit earlier into the corners, so you obviously don't run into the back of them. So it's just keeping it patient, keeping it, you know, keeping the gap kind of consistent there behind Billy, where you're not overcooking those front tires. For a guy like Kakati who's under push on his own, you know, he'd almost be using a little bit more equipment depending on how much he's pushing at this stage of the race. So those are a little bit of differences that you're seeing, right? And it could also be that Taskinen, you know, is maybe just not stronger in some sections of the racetrack compared to Musgrave. So it's a whole lot of different scenarios that can be going on in the seat. Only these drivers know, right? And you're starting to see Billy Musgrave, we get past that halfway point with 8 laps to go, starting to pick it up gradually, right? He just set the fastest lap of the race and just extended his gap over Taskinen to about half a second.
Yeah, now, of course, there it is, 52.217 seconds. We're looking at 4th, 5th, and 6th places into turn number 6, the end of the back straight. One of the things I noticed is that at the outside of turn number 6, the grass drops away. So if you do go off, you know, there's a drain down there, and you can see, yeah, you know, how difficult it is for drivers to get back on circuit if you run wide at the end of the back straight. Now, of course, Taskinen spent 9 laps pretty much sitting on Musgrave's rear bumper. Now, that, even in these cool conditions, the fact that you're sat right behind a kart, it will heat everything up at the front ever so slightly. You know, maybe Taskinen has just dropped back a little bit to allow, and this sounds ironic, to allow the front tyres to cool a little bit. You can see aerodynamics in karting with all the different louvres and little holes and areas, the front, across the nose cone, the NASA panel, the little gaps in the tyres there on the NASA panel there, to the nose cone rather, the Birol ART, just to get a bit more cold air in on the outer edge of the front tyres. You know, now the people who design karting bodywork, they don't do it just because it looks pretty, they do it for a reason. And the reason is obviously to try and help grip. There is Bayerjon, the Plateau Energy Drink Premier Karting sponsored driver. Debut in senior this year, so why not do both classes? Just for fun, why not?
And it's good experience as well, right, for a young driver of his caliber as well for Bayerjon. So definitely going to be a good year to learn, a good weekend as well, as he will, I'm sure, continue to work his way around the country and around North America looking for that ticket to the Grand Finals at the end of the year, because what it would mean for him to go back and be a first-time driver in that senior class.
Oh, yeah.
To represent Canada. Nonetheless,
he's beat the 5 in a row. 5 in a row. This would be 6 in a row for Baillargeon.
And it's also a little different, right? This is the biggest jump that he has made going up to the senior ranks. So, nonetheless, we're getting closer, Henry. 6 laps to go, and you got to think Matt Taskinen, is he going to have an answer for Billy Musgrave, who's put on a pretty good gap on Taskinen himself, and then Taskinen even on Gianluca Savalio. You see the separation in between the top 3. Did Matt Taskinen wait too long, you think, Henry, at the beginning of this race?
No, I don't think. I think it's hard for me to imagine Billy Musgrave getting to the end of this race without at least having to throw a couple of defensive blocks on Matt Taskinen. You know, even a driver of Musgrave's caliber and experience, you know, Taskinen, he's not close enough to make a concerted move, but he is close enough to start feigning and throwing a couple of moves, just maybe to get into Musgrave's peripheral hearing, peripheral vision. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Taskinen gets close enough to at least make Musgrave defend. Depending on when he does that, if he does it on the last corner, then it's game over. But if Taskinen maybe at the start with 2 laps to go, we're starting lap 17, so this lap and lap 18, the next 2 laps are critical for Taskinen. If he's within 2 kart lengths of Musgrave at the end of the next lap, then yeah, it's going to be game on. Musgrave's going to have to defend. That's going to open things up. That's going to bring Savalio into it. Look at the tyre rubber getting thrown off these Enrico tyres as they go down the back straight. Musgrave's having a good lap, though.
And there's nothing to save at this point either, right? It's just pushing with everything you got. You got 4 laps of the checkered. They'll throw on a new set of Vinkos tomorrow for the qualifying and the pre-final and the main event as well. So it's a matter of just giving it everything else, everything she's got left, right? So that's all there is to do. For a guy like Taskinen, right, the first chance you get in between a kart length, in between yourself and Musgrave, you got to rattle him. You got to do something to kind of get Musgrave out of his comfort zone, because that's exactly what we're seeing right now, right? With 3 laps to go, Musgrave just kind of cruising here in his comfort zone, hasn't made a mistake, hasn't put a foot wrong all race long, and you're seeing that. You're seeing that in his driving as well.
Oh, yeah. Now, Taskinen's kart is good for the first half of the lap. The next 2 corners, where the factory kart comes into its own, the exit up the corner there and the exit out of turn number 7 there, Musgrave just pulls an extra kart length and a half at those 2 corners. And that means Taskinen isn't close enough to even think about making a move into the buckle here, which is where you would think, hey, heavy braking zone, that's where I might want to throw something up the inside. Not possible. Taskinen's kart is better from about here down to the start of the back straight. Let's see.
And you're seeing it there, 2 laps to go for Billy Musgrave, Matt Taskinen, and Gianluca Savalio. Taskinen still with a good gap. Pretty significant gap, Henry here in between himself and the 408 of Musgrave. So a lot of work to do for Taskinen, though. And you see him up on the wheel, just trying to give it everything he's got to close into the factory kart.
But as Taskinen's now overdriving a little bit, Savalio's closing in on Taskinen. Musgrave has weathered the storm. The battle's now for second place. Taskinen, he knew what he had to do. He threw everything he could. It didn't work. Now he's got to think, have I got enough rubber? Have I got enough kart? Have I got enough setup left to hold on to second position? Because Savalio now looking strong. Musgrave, however, that factory kart, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that is a new design, new build, They'd be developing it hard over at KSG. Justin Stefani, the team down at Factory Karts there. And it almost, it did win in Senior Rotax at Newcastle on debut. Is it going to win on debut overall? I know it won the final last time out on Saturday here. Is it going to win its first championship? Let's find out.
Yeah, well, here we go. A couple corners to go for Billy Musgrave. And again, to kind of do the measurements, to get everything built up and shipped out here to Houston, Texas or driven out here for Billy Musgrave. It's been a great drive so far as he heads into the boot. A lot of development. And again, you can easily say win number 2 set to come the way of factory kart. Billy Musgrave on Friday, undeniable DD2 Max winner.
It was a few short months ago that Billy Musgrave was sitting in the pits at Newcastle during happy hour practice, literally sawing the seat in half to create a different level of grip during a practice session. That is how new that chassis is. Fast forward from October last year to end of January this year, and there's no sawing away at seats now because they've got those questions answered. They've got the kart where they want it. A win by just over half a second over Matthew Tasker and Gianluca Savalio. Theo Kakati, well, in the last half of the race, Kakati lost 9/10 of a second to Billy Musgrave. As we watch Billy Musgrave coming in. Let's listen in.
Oh yeah.
Billy, last weekend you were able to get the win after the race. This time able to do it on track. Kind of talk me through that race.
Yeah, fixed the issue from the heat race, so that was nice. Engine ran good all race. Just kind of settled in there, got a good start, clicked off the laps. Those guys kept me honest for sure, couldn't make any mistakes. But the car was good, maybe a little free, but you know, lap times are super consistent. Just kind of did my own thing and yeah, waited for them to try to make something happen. And I think I had just enough of a buffer to kind of keep myself safe, but no, it was good.
Able to get a full race day on a dry set of Avincos. How did the tire hold up over the Mojos?
Honestly, these tires hold up fantastic. You know, they give you a lot more, you know, behind the wheel you can push the limit a lot more. I feel like the Mojo with the real soft sidewall kind of, you know, you got to kind of baby it around the track sometimes, especially as you get a couple cycles on it. But no, these things, I mean, honestly, these tires have been fantastic. Plenty of grip out there. I mean, we're always looking for more, of course. But no, I mean, fired off. I mean, even at the end of the 20-lap main, still had tire left in it, so it's good.
Well, there you guys have it. Billy Musgraves happy with his total package and ready to take on the rest of the weekend. Congratulations.
There you guys have it from Billy Musgrave. Coming up next, Micro Max hits the racetrack.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo. Try
Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Well, it's time to award the second winner of the day, round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. The Micro Max drivers getting set to hit the racetrack in a couple of moments' time, and they get ready to send them out with, again, Jack Katowski and Freddie Baker leading this field to the green flag. Katowski able to stay ahead of Freddie Baker, who we have an eye on here. A driver out of the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
Henry.
And from a town right on the southern coast of England called Dawlish, which is right on the coast on the, there's a railway line that runs on the outskirts of Dawlish, but you've got the English Channel and then a big wall, then the railway line, then the town. And when there's a storm, the waves crash up over the railway line, trains on it, everything. It's a famous photo in the UK for Dawlish. There's the number 1 of Wiley Lee. As we look back through the orders, the number 19, Max Santana. He is having a few moments to himself there just to psych himself up and get himself ready. There is the number 24 car. That is the Croc of Wyatt White. Heading out onto the circuit. And again, this won't be 20 laps, this will be 16 laps, but 16 laps around here for a micro driver, Caleb, is plenty.
And it's going to feel like ages for these younger drivers as well, right? Keeping the focus, keeping the concentration, and being consistent going to be the biggest key, or the biggest keys, if you will, to victory here for the young drivers. Jack Katowski, Freddie Baker lead us to the green flag with Arthur Rhodes and Wiley Lee on row number 2.
Lincoln Lima and Trey Sanders are up next, and Zachary Lossier and Max Santana, row number 4.
Andres Marcelo Peña getting ready to start alongside Wyatt White on row number 5 with Grant Heckman and Polo Santos on row number 6.
JJ De Jong and Vettel Baker making his debut on the national scene. Row number 7, Maddox Pelletier and Aiden Mainville are next.
Kyle Savaboro, Brody Brown on row number 9. And again, a couple of other drivers that will be joining us that were here with us at round number 1,
yeah,
with us here for the second round. Tristan Francisco, Kuiper Nelson, 2 drivers that we won't be seeing. Nonetheless, though, Jack Katowski, so far, so good. To start off 2026 has won, I believe, at almost every single event that he's taken part of on the national scene. He won on track here just a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if it stuck or not.
New penalty down to 3rd place for Jack Katowski.
Well, let's put it this way. He's podiumed at every single event that he's been at this year, with a worst finish of 3rd for Jack Katowski, and that could be also could be almost an overall sessions as well throughout the year. So definitely one driver to watch for the 92.
And looking at the points coming into the day, 20 points separating Rhodes, Baker, Katowski, all to play for. It's gonna be Oyster Bay, New Jersey against the UK up at the front of the field. 17 karts, 16 laps. Now, on Sunday, this will be the first Micromax ticket of the year to one of these drivers. Who will it be? Well, we're going to go a little way of finding out very shortly.
Here we go. Baker on the outside, Katowski on the inside. We're racing in Micromax.
Out to turn number 4, up the back straight. It is Katowski in the lead. The two Richardson Chassis Engineering teammates running in association. Where are they with the Premier Karting, or are they with FAFMOS? I can't remember which awning they're in. The RCE drivers. Oh, and there's the number 31.
Trey Sanders.
Yeah, up and over the curb on that Energy Core chassis, but he slots back into P5.
There you go, side by side, White, Max Santana going at it as Marcelo Pena right in the middle of it all as well. Everybody just looking to kind of negotiate where they're going to complete lap number 1 as we follow along in that mid-pack group up front, though. Good start for Jack Katowski.
And look at the gap. Look at the gap they got over Lincoln Lima in 4th position for the Prime Power team. Sanders in 5th. We saw Trey Sanders going down the back straight on lap number 1, trying to make a move. He's just being snookered by the 90 to Santana, going through the pair of them. Wyatt White with a black nose cone up in the P5, but we got action at the front for P2.
Yeah, good move there out of Freddie Baker to get clear into turn number 6. The 91 of Freddie up to 2nd, Rhodes back to 3rd, and the midfield scrum continuing to go back and forth and moves. Sanders stuck in the middle of it all. Max Santana, Wyatt White, a good move out of him under the Macron Motorsports banner. The 24, a great crossover, and I believe he was leading that group. It's now changed. Santana's now ahead of him, and I think even ahead of them could even be Lozier in the 42, or is it the
I think it might be
Lincoln Lima. My apologies. There's Lincoln Lima for the Prime Power team is the driver in 4th, and that just shows you, right, how much that midfield group has changed around in the matter of a lap.
Yeah, it shows you how much they've delayed each other. Now, we saw Freddie Baker in the number 91 car, so frantically signaling, saying to Arthur Rhodes, come on, let's push forward, work with me. The problem they've got, though, is that Katowski, with that new fastest lap, has broken away. The bigger problem that Freddie Baker's got, in my opinion, as we look at Santana getting shuffled wide and coming straight back there at the side of the number 24 kart of Wyatt White. The problem the two RCE karts have is that Rhodes isn't on the rear bumper. Oh, Andrea Marcelo Pena into the side of Wyatt White. But the next time we cut back to the top 2, look at the top 3, look at the gap between the two RCE drivers. They're not in a position to work together to try and catch Katowski. If Baker wants to catch the leader, he's going to have to do it as we look at still side by side. Sanders, over the curb.
Wyatt White would have saved one driver off into the wayside, it looked like. Able to hold on, JJ DeShong, Vettel, Baker. This group is all the way back to 14th, Henry. And this is just close to the 6th spot. Change up front, though. There goes the 91, the Brit of Freddie Baker to the lead of the race over Jack Katowski. And that's the first change up front. Freddie had to work for that, must be said there, Henry. He had to close down that gap. It was about a half a second after Freddie was able to get ahead of Arthur, and then had to work his way up, and now ahead of Jack Katowski only 3 laps into this race.
I mean, Freddie Baker has turned a 1/4 of a second deficit at the start of the lap into leading by the time they got to turn number 6. Now, will Baker work with Katowski, or will Baker just sort of try to back Jack Katowski up a little bit to allow Arthur Rhodes to close in? Now, there's no team orders, obviously, between the two RCE British drivers, but they will be thinking, our chances of winning and having a 1-2 finish are increased exponentially if we just work together and shuffle Katowski back. Now, Katowski's going to understand, if he's not aware already, he's going to be aware pretty soon. Okay, I might need to send a move back in here on Baker, even though we're only on lap 5 out of 16. Following Baker might not work because Baker might not want me to push him away. He might want to slow everyone down so his teammate can come and, take second place off me. interesting time for Jack Katowski. He's got to think, what's going to work in my favour better? Normally, you say, no, you sit, you work, you push, you try and push away. But in this situation, surrounded by two teammates, oh, Katowski, oh, he clipped the rear bumper, and you saw the nose cone just sort of fold in. He understeers off. That makes everything I was rabbiting on about a moot point. It's now a 1-2 for RCE, and Katowski right down at the back. Try to unpick that one.
Yeah, that was, very kind of out of the ordinary there for Jack Katowski as we went into the S's. Nonetheless, though, he just has to hold on a third now, as Santana's not too far back, Lima, Pena as well, and back to Sanders. So
I almost wonder, let's have a look at the Shop AKR replay down the bottom corner. Oh, Katowski went for a move, backed
Baker,
out of it.
So by the looks of it there, Baker got a little loose out of turn number 2, and Katowski looked to go side by side. So you see there, Baker just over the curb, gets a little loose. Katowski just runs into the back of him, and that front bumper pushes in, and that leads him just going straight for Jack Katowski.
That left, right, that sort of left, right, left section is so fast that if, like you said, Freddie Baker got offline, got his line wrong.
There for Freddie Baker.
Clipped the curb, spat the kart sideways. Katowski, such as the closing speed, Katowski, who's flat chat, hasn't got time to react. Literally helps turn Freddie Baker back towards, the point in the right way, but at the expense of his front nose cone for Katowski, and it was very lucky that when he went on the grass, the bumpy grass was able to sort of dislodge the nose cone. He was able to carry on. Still in third place, although now 6 seconds behind these two.
As we look now up at the front, like you mentioned there, Henry, it's now all eyes on Arthur Rhodes. And if you have an answer for his fellow countryman and Freddie Baker as we just reach the halfway point here, starting lap number 8. We look back, Max Santana hasn't yet had an answer for Jack Katowski. The same goes for Marcelo Pena, for Lincoln Lima, Trey Sanders, and Lozier as well, who's just a little bit further back.
Well, the one question that we are going to get answered, and there is the number 1 kart of Wiley Lee, passing the number 42 kart, the Paralympic kart of Zachary Lozi. Lozi, I was asked, is it Lozier? No, he's Lozi. I was like, okay, maybe. But, we're going to find out who's got the fastest Micromax kart. Is it one of the RC drivers, or is it Katowski? Because in clean air, now we'll see Katowski. He's got to get his head down. He's going to be frustrated. Let's see the lap times. At the moment, Baker has the fastest lap of the race, a 57.561. He was 4/10 slower last time around than Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes, for those of you that are interested, he is a very, very good overtaker. In the Kart Championship, which is a championship in the UK last year, in the UK that runs Micromax class, Arthur Rhodes won the award for the best overtake of the entire season last year. And that's across 6 rounds of the championship. He won the award for the best overtake of the season. And in karting, there's a lot of overtakes. So Rhodes, in the finals, knows how to get it done. He did win last Saturday's final, so Baker will want to overturn that. He'll want to equalise the score, one apiece for sure.
Here we go. Here's, like you mentioned, right, a couple of drivers in this midfield. Wiley Lee, the fastest on the racetrack for the Bennett team. As you see, Katowski starting to pull away. He's right behind a fellow youngster and Trey Sanders, as they're all in a single file line with Max Santana. I will say, though, Henry, the gap up front has closed down under 0.2 of a second. So Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Baker, very close together on the racetrack. Here's a move for the back. Lincoln Lima looking on the inside of Marcelo Pena. They're going to go side by side on a turn 6 up on the curb for Lima. Holds on, and there goes as well for Lozier, like you mentioned, working his way through. Wiley Lee able to stay ahead. So again, this midfield group, good little battle, and this is all about points from here on out, right? Who can finish 4th or better, and what can you learn today and take it in tomorrow and Sunday that are brand new days with qualifying, pre-final, and finals set to come their way?
Yeah, no, exactly. Last Saturday was an anomaly. in lots of ways. Temperature, conditions, just, you know, everything about last Saturday was out of the ordinary. It was extraordinary. Behind this group, as you look at Trey Sanders passing Andreas Marcelo Peña, up into P5 now for Sanders. Sanders now defends against Peña. Here comes Peña though with the eyes and the teeth. 2 in 1. What a move. No, and he gets squeezed right. Sanders makes it. Great move. Sanders loses the place, gains 2 in the space of 2 corners. Fantastic. Behind this group, 10th position is Wyatt White. Then it's Maddox Pelletier, Grant Heckman, Vettel Baker, Polo Santos, J.D. DeJong, Aiden Manville, and Kaya Sabolboro. All 17 starters still running, and we're running lap 12 out of 16.
And again, that was a flawless display of racecraft out of the 31 of Trey Sanders to get that move done on Santana and as well on Marcelo Peña. That was very slick indeed out of the 31. So how to get himself to 4th as we have a change for the lead. There goes Arthur Rhodes. And it's going to be 2 RCEs going back and forth for about 5 or 4.5 laps really that we have left here. Rhodes now your leader is looking on the inside. Freddie Baker side by side up into the buckle.
This is more like it. Watch the gap. 7.3 seconds. These two lead Jack Katowski. They're going to be starting lap 13 out of 16. It's not going to be 7 seconds for long. Have they started throwing elbows too early? This is where Dave Richardson, his wife Dawn, and their son Reese Richardson, who celebrated his 12th birthday yesterday, but effectively Reese sort of is almost like a bit of a team manager. You know, he's helping with setup, he's helping, you know, with everything. Oh, they got back markers in front of them as well. They got Kaya Salboro, his wheel to wheel, Baker to the inside. And the good thing is for Cameron Reed, our pit reporter, is that both these two young drivers love an interview. You can't shut them up when you put a microphone in front of them.
Yeah, well, there you go. These two young drivers, it's going to be interesting to hear from them after this race. Blue flags are waving.
Good.
For Kaya. Nonetheless, so it's going to be something to navigate here for Arthur Rhodes, for Freddie Baker, who's now the leader of this race. Got the move done in turn number 6, but we get ready to go for 3 laps to go this time around for both of the RCE machines. 2 drivers coming over from the United Kingdom, taking part here. And again, not just here to take part, here to take over for these young British drivers.
Yep.
As we look at it here.
Now,
it should be pretty much nice and clean as we hit the back straightaway here, Henry.
Oh, Sabolboro needs to get out of the way now. I say good plan, good work there from the flag marshals. Blue flags waving. That's good. Sabolboro out, you know, doesn't interfere. And that's the worst thing you want for someone like Kale Sabolboro. She's minding her own business. She's got very little track time, and then to suddenly find herself in the mix of a battle for the race lead. So I'm glad that the track workers were quick with the blue flags, allowing Kaya to move out of the way to carry on with her race without the extra pressure of getting embroiled unintentionally in a battle for the race win between 2 teammates. You said there, Caleb, that it should be nice and clean between the 2 British drivers who are teammates. You have seen British drivers race in the Rotax Grand Finals before, haven't you, Caleb?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And this is a different beast, right, for these young drivers. We'll see how it goes here. 2 laps to go for Freddie Baker, Arthur Rhodes, and again, one of these 2 looking to kind of get the better of each other for a ticket to Portugal at the end of the year, still with the first of 3 rounds on the weekend. And Freddie going to put himself on the bottom of the racetrack, open back up for the corner on Arthur. A little loose there. A little bit of a slower exit out of Freddie Baker. We'll see what Arthur can do here.
Yeah, now they come into turn number 9. There they go. Now they're going to flick through turn number 10. Hard on the brakes, set the car up for the buckle. Turn number 11. All Rhodes could almost reach over and tickle his teammate on the back of the neck. He's so close to him. Now into turn number 13. Around the penultimate corner at 14. They're going to start lap 16 out of 16 now. Nothing to choose between the 2 RCE teammates. This is the it's the American debut of this RCE chassis. Built in Coventry, in the Midlands, with assistance from Techno Kart, but it's a Richardson own build. They're side by side through turn number 6. Baker still has the lead.
And Baker just held him on the outside. Rhodes had nowhere to go, just nowhere else other than the marbles here. So here we go, into the buckle, another big passing zone. Rhodes gonna have to really get creative here with half a lap to go here at New Caney, Texas. Freddie Baker, nice and clean out of the buckle, but here comes Rhodes onto the back bumper of the 91. 2 corners to go for the 82, looking for the lead, into the boot, not enough for Arthur Rhodes. Freddie Baker out of turn 15. It's Freddie on Friday, a 1-2 for RCE. Baker victorious in Micromax.
Do you know something? One apiece between Baker and Rhodes. What did I like there? As they cross the line, obviously the RCE team are to the right of our camera position there. So as the drivers cross the finish line, they're to the driver's left, our right. Freddie Baker celebrating, Arthur Rhodes patting his side pod and pointing to his team because he understands, yeah, do you know what? We just brought our 2 go-karts from Coventry to Texas, and once again, 2 wins out of 2 against some of the best. Jack Katowski, he would have been a factor. He would have been right there. He was right there. He has to settle for 3rd. Trey Sanders emerges in 4th. Wiley Lee, Andreas Pena, and the rest of the top 10. Let's hear some of the reactions down in pit lane. This is going to be a great celebration.
We are down in the pit lane, and we'll catch up with the teammates, Freddie Baker and Arthur Rhodes. You guys were able to go 1-2. Talk me through that win, first win in America.
I was like, I have no clue if I'm going to win this.
What about you, Arthur? P2?
Like, I'm not really sure, really, but...
Well, you guys had a fantastic battle over those last couple laps. What was it like going back and forth with each other for that podium spot?
I have no clue.
What about you?
It was pretty hard, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you guys get to practice a lot battling?
Not really. No, I agree.
Well, it seems like our drivers are lost for words. Fantastic job to both of you guys in an RCE P1 and P2.
Great stuff there out of Cameron. Indeed, just lost for words, right, for those 2 young drivers. But in good spirits, right? All smiles here as looks like they're enjoying their second weekend here in the U.S.
Yeah, and you can see there, you know, the orange tops there and the grey shirts in the background walking towards it. That's Dave Richardson, his wife Dawn, and Reese, their son, coming to celebrate. Yeah. Ask a question. How do you feel about that? I had no clue I was going to win that whatsoever. Love your honesty.
Well, here's a look back to those moments in the race, and this is one of the biggest race-defining moments. Unfortunately for Jack Katowski, this is the move that put him out of contention early, and this is that moment that I'm sure will be framed over in the United Kingdom later this year. Freddie Baker, Arthur Rhodes, victorious on Friday.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 40th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, January 24th, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house tickets. Started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Well, it's time to go racing in Junior Max. And this field, as competitive as it gets and as close as it gets here, Henry. We get ready to go racing here with Aiden Hammond, who had a pretty decisive win, pretty commanding win, if you will, for the 271, ahead of last week's Saturday winner. Round number 1 winner of the 218, Elio da Silva, as on row number 2, Marco Fazzari and Nicholas LaRusso.
Yeah, Max Mitev and Benham Abernathy will go from row number 3. Looking at the order, one driver out of position, post-race penalty, Darren Kidd. Saw him have that incident with Enzo Di Janeiro in the early stage of the pre-final. Obviously, post-race stewards, obviously Penelope, Christian Parent up in the stewards room, overseeing the track cameras, not just the cameras that you're looking at, the kart chaser cameras, but obviously the organisers' cameras. Darren Kidd from 24th on the grid. He will need to summon the strength. Well, you know, his dog Frank is here. Frank the Tank, along with, I don't know if Frank's girlfriend, Diane, is here. I think maybe she's probably at home. I mean, we're talking about 2 Great Danes here, the family pets. But he's going to need, maybe get Frank onto the track to chase the leaders. That'll clear a path for Darren to come through. He's got work to do, but you know what? Darren Kidd is fast enough to do it. That's the thing now, the driver from Vernon, New Jersey. You look down the order, there's the 244 kart on your screen. That is Christopher Goulet. Christopher Goulet just struggling for confidence yesterday. And yet he winds up 14th on the grid, so it has got better for Christopher Goulet. He's still not as fast as he wants to be, but you know, cooler heads prevailed. Big man tings, Samuel Vieira there. On the top of his crash helmet. Now he's originally from Manitoba. There's the Manitoba Bison on the top of his crash helmet there, and Samuel, he looks like a young little bison. He's flexing his muscles. Ready to go from grid number 8. There's Elan Dwyer, the number 216 kart. Driver out of Scarsdale for the Mike Doty karting team. 10th last weekend. Look, he's got his Alpine Stars race suit on. It's very good to see. There is the HRT Motorsports kart of number 222, Raimundo Ibarra, one of 2 brothers, the Ibarra brothers racing. The older of the brothers is Insignia Jose Ramon Ibarra. They're both from Chicureo in Chile. Further back, let's have a look. That would be Cristobal Bonet. He's actually on a CRG, another Peruvian driver, Cristobal Bonet, moving up to juniors for the first time in his CRG. Starting on the 11th row of the grid. There's Darren Kidd. We're unlikely to see any thumbs up or waves from him. Focused, probably a bit upset. Visor down early. That to me is a sign, look, I want to be left alone. I'm not happy with what happened. He speaks to his dad, Mike, there. You know, last couple of bits of enthusiasm. Caleb, I used to be a driver. You raced. That move where the driver is just sat, stone-faced, visor down early, not interacting with anyone around it. That's a sign that they're focused, a little bit peed off maybe, but certainly ready to put on a charge.
Driver on a mission, right?
On a mission.
That's exactly what you see there out of Darren Kidd, ready to go racing. And again, cooler heads prevail whenever you talk about motorsports, whenever you talk about pretty much anything else as well. So it's a matter of just being methodical in the way you make moves, being patient, and letting the race come your way as Enzo Di Janeiro goes for a spin on the exit of turn number 4.
Do you guys have visual on camera?
And there it is now, yeah. Look at all the dirt, detritus, and debris he brings back on. And he simply looped it coming out of the corner. That's a 2-time member of Team USA. Qualified for the Grand Finals in 2024 and 2025. Anyone can make a mistake. And this race, well, this will be 20 laps. This is the hardest race physically. You know, yep, the seniors, the masters are doing all 20 laps. DD2 juniors, 20 laps. Some of these drivers are in their first weekend or their first, event in a full-size go-kart. Di Janeiro being one of them. Looking there, Robert Tronky from King City, Ontario. Tronky is... he's actually not joining us till tomorrow. I was going to say he's on the entry list. He's not out there at the moment. 20 laps in your first time in a Rotax, the first time out of a mini-max kart or a mini-size kart. That is going to be impressive. And unfortunately, Di Janeiro, now will he catch up? Where is the red blend line? What's the ruling? He might have to start from the back. Hammond, De Silva, Fazzari, LaRusso, Mitev, Abernathy.
So it looks like the commitment cone is actually just right here in turn number 14. So again, you guys call it the blend cone of view, the commitment cone, what it's called here on the state side. But there is Enzo Di Janeiro, unfortunately, not going to be able to rejoin where he was initially scheduled to. So,
well, that's 2 fast drivers at the back. Can they work together? Let's see what happens.
Well, here we go. De Silva, Aiden Hammond, get ready to take the green flag. We're all out of shape. We got it. We're racing in Junior Max.
De Silva gets the jump on Hammond, but not for long. At the end of the back straight, Aiden Hammond into the race lead from pole position, even though he lost top spot on the run down to turn number 4. But the back of the pack, there was also a bit of consternation. I think it was Cruz Rodriguez that got forced onto the grass. Enzo Di Janeiro having to take evasive action, so Di Janeiro trapped at the back, and then, even worse nightmare, gets caught up behind a couple of other drivers who were having their own private accident.
Yeah, again, a lot of drivers kind of collected there at the start or just shuffled to the wayside. A couple of movers there up on the timing pylon there. Henry LaRusso, Fazzari, Chasse, Mitev, Bazinek, Cabral, Viter inside of the top 10. If you keep an eye further back, look at the couple of movers.
Yeah, now I noticed there, as the karts, that long camera shot changed for a second, Benham Abernathy into P2, there was a Rotax official at the end of the dummy grid who was taking a lot of interest, looking at the rear end of the karts coming out there. Now that tells me there have been reports of somebody not having a chain guard or somebody with a rear bumper hanging loose. So obviously, I don't know which car it is, but there are officials, just by looking at their body language, somebody, there's the gentleman, the white cap there, looking, somebody up near the front has got a potential technical issue that the officials are paying very close attention to.
And we'll keep an eye on that as well with more intel getting set to come your way. Nonetheless, so everybody inside of the top 5 looks all right.
Yeah.
And it could be just even outside of that as well. But we focus back into the battle up front. Aiden Hammond commanding lead so far as we go side by side. William Beater looking on the inside on Max Mytab with Darren Kidd. Alex Chandler side by side in there as well with Molina.
Look at the progress. Darren Kidd on lap number 3 from 23rd to 13th. Great start from Kidd. De Janeiro, despite having a slow start, from 24th to 17th.
Yeah, so again, like mentioned, right, drivers working their way through, and Darren Kidd, what a great opening lap. Great opening 3 laps if you will to get himself a couple of spots up to 13th. We'll see if it's even more than that this time around. It's stays stagnant, so still 13 for Darren Kidd, who's gained about 11 in the process. His fastest lap of the race. Oliver Chasse, who's now looking to go. They're side by side. There goes Chasse looking on the inside. He's going to get clear into turn number 6.
Now, that is impressive. Oliver Chasse, this is what we're looking for him. He's being told in no uncertain terms, and not in an unkind way, but I spoke to him and he understands it. He said his weakness at the moment is in a final making those moves.
Oh, look at that. Out of Christopher Goulet on the inside of the FAF Motorsports machine. I think that was Bassinet there.
Yep, Bassinet.
The driver he was side by side with, and now Bassinet looking to recover on Max Mytab, but yeah, like you were mentioning, right, just making moves and making them stick. Getting your elbows out sometimes, it's a little bit of what you need. Unfortunately there for Goulet, I think a little bit too elbows out there in the buckle.
Well, but I mean, Goulet was suffering with confidence issues yesterday. He's making moves, yeah, but maybe 1 or 2 of them a little bit overzealous. But for Chasse, that's one thing he was told in no uncertain terms, look, you are a very fast driver. Now you have to race. There's De Janeiro to the inside of Kidd. He's making up moves. Looks like Chasse has taken that to heart. Hey, he's going for moves. He's going for moves. Do you know what? Moves come with a risk. You know, and every driver knows that. Sometimes you have to throw caution to the wind and just have faith in your own abilities. Chasse looks like he's doing that because he has caught the second place battle. Further up the road, Abernathy, De Silva and Chasse are all together. This is a great scrap. This is Enzo De Janeiro about to take 12th position away from Molina as they cross the line to start lap 6 out of 20. So De Janeiro 13th, Kidd 14th, and here is the battle, and here is Chasse, the third of these 4 karts for the Prime Power team. De Silva, last Saturday's winner. Chasse makes the move on Abernathy. This is what the team have been wanting to see from Olivier Chasse. Turn your natural speed into racecraft as well. Now it's only lap 6 out of 20. The critical time will come in lap 16 out of 20, 17 out of 20, when all the marbles are on the line. Then will we see Chasse defending and attacking, or will he lose out as he normally does in those critical situations? At the moment though, it looks like he has taken that advice, he's working on it as a driver. Same goes for Christopher Goulet, running in 9th. Same goes for the driver with the pink crash helmet, who is the second kart in this set, the group behind this, young Ava Cabral, underdriving woefully in practice. Not even in the top 20 in practice. She has come out swinging this morning. She's P7.
Yeah, good drive out of the 223 of Ava Cabral. As we look back up front, Benham Abernathy still going back and forth with Oliver Chasse, with LaRusso, who's right there as well in the 5th spot, and Leo De Silva. Again, a huge task at hand, but luckily for him, a lot of time left to go. As we looked at one of the road tax officials there with, again, a chain guard, and that's going to Darren
Kidd. We saw the officials looking. It was Darren Kidd lost a chain guard. his weekend goes from bad to worse. But he's still got 2 rounds to go. There's Chassis back to the inside. Abernathy. De Janeiro just gets quicker and quicker. Who's next on De Janeiro's list? Well, the answer is number 266, Max Mitev.
Yeah, he looks to close in on Mitev here. Frenzo De Janeiro just at the fastest lap of the race as well. So fastest man on the racetrack, and you got to think, right, if De Janeiro would have started in 7th like he was slated to,
yes,
you got to think where he'd be at this stage of the race in comparison to starting at the back, right, having to work his way through and looking to get himself inside of the top 10 even. William Vitor, though, on the other hand, side by side there with Fazzari. They're fighting for the 6th spot. And again, Vitor tried it into the boot, turn 14, and on the exit, just a little bit better exit out of Fazzari, able to cross him up. And you'll see a lot of that as well this weekend, right, Henry? You see late lunges on the inside of turn 14, and as simple as that, drivers just able to kind of run the outside, cross him over. And this turn, you'll see that a lot as well. Turn number 6, here we go. Vitor looking to make it stick. Luckily for him, though, Cabral was able to go through as well. So
yeah,
Ava up another spot. Vitor up to 6th, Cabral to 7th, and Fazzari down to 8th.
And that's a smart move, Caleb, you know, from Ava Cabral. Hey, I'm going to let William Vitor do all the work. You open the door, I will just sit behind you, and just as the gaps open, I will fill them easy. That's how you pick up positions without risking your own equipment. Now, unfortunately, Fazzari is being edged backwards a little bit further. There goes Goulet. There goes De Janeiro. Fazzari back to 10th, then Mitev. And look at Alex Chandler, the Iron Rock Motorsport. Is that a Croc promotion chassis? I do. It's
Carlos Sainz.
It is. It's
Here we
Carlos
go further back
Sainz.
as well. Henry Enzo De Janeiro looking to get another move. Christopher Goulet in a turn number 6. So there goes De Janeiro. There goes Mitev as well, looking to go on the 206 of Fazzari. And Mitev now.
That nose cone on Mitev's car, it looks like my waistline, a little bit wibbly wobbly.
And we'll get a closer look at that here as well this time around, nonetheless, for Mitev. And again, that could be a pushback bumper coming the way, unfortunately, with a 266. We'll keep a close eye on it, as well as the battle up front that is still quite significant. Fastest lap goes to Alex Chandler, who we were just following in that mid-pack. Here's the battle for 2nd. Benham Abernathy, Chassis, LaRusso starting to close in on the 218 of Leo da Silva.
Yeah, Aiden Hammond, meanwhile, not getting a lot of airtime, I've got to say, because he's up the road by to the tune of 3 seconds. Max Herbert, his mechanic, will be very happy. Aiden Hammond, he has grown. He is one of those drivers that had. I said, how much have you grown over the winter? He was like, he's grown by 5 inches since the end of last season. You know, and that's huge. I mean, that's like, we're talking like new everything, new clothes, new race suits, all at a cost. You know, getting used to the full-size kart, it helps when you're physically tall enough to handle the extra power of the engine, the extra grip level. You look at someone like Enzo De Janeiro, who is still very, very diminutive in stature. Enzo knows this year's a bonus. Anything that happens this year is a bonus. He understands, look, this is the biggest jump I'm going to take from the one size kart to the other size kart, even though my body hasn't quite caught up yet. And yet he's fighting hard. Ava Cabral behind William Vitor. That's a good battle for 6th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And are they closing in at all on Aiden Hammond? Last time around, Leo da Silva only a 10th slower than the race leader, but we've still got 8 laps to go. I love these long races, I gotta say.
Yeah, and again, like you said, right, it's a long game for these drivers. Consistency, definitely one of the keys. And as well, you got to think for these drivers, right, it almost seems like time and time again when they hit the racetrack, it's go, 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 go as fast as you can, drive as hard as you can into the corner, brake as deep as you can into the corner.
Yeah, no.
But it takes skill, really, to kind of tone it back a little bit, to go that 75%, that 80%, and not go 100% the entirety of the race, because in reality, that's sometimes that's not fastest, right?
Yeah, no.
When you talk about equipment, when you talk about cooling everything down, so it's a matter of just dialing it back that little 10%, right, to go that little bit slower.
Equipment management, it's so important in all forms of racing, virtually. You know, anything you go. You look at Formula 1, I'm just looking at the right front tyre there of Aiden Hammond's kart. Now, I'm not trying to create drama where there isn't any, but does that look a little bit flatter than the left front tyre? I mean, the lap times, I mean, he's just pumped in a 53.8, a tenth off his fastest lap. But
he's still the fastest inside of the top 5 as well.
It
so
just maybe this looked. I mean, maybe it could just be my 45-year-old eyes.
I think
playing tricks on me.
I think 14 laps in that
should have got
that
the
prime power
Specsavers.
team looks as good as I think it's looked all race long in comparison to everybody else, right? So yeah, not all too bad for Aiden Hammond. Here's his battle further back though. Enzo Di Gennaro looking to make a move, and look how he set that up perfectly on the exit of turn number 6. Into turn 7, Enzo Di Gennaro and Eva Cabral up to 7th.
And do you know why that move's so impressive, Caleb? Because that's a move where the driver's got to be aware of the rear width. You know, so many times I've seen drivers come out of mini into junior, go for a move like that, and just sort of miscalculate how wide their vehicle is. You know, spatial awareness. Enzo Di Gennaro has it down to a T already. He's been, like I said, the whole Premier Kart team, Martin LaPlante's team, have got Mark Baines out here. Talk about Mark Baines an awful lot. And he's helping Enzo a lot. There's a move for second, Benham Abernathy. On last round winner, Leo Da Silva. Antoine Bassinet, and Da Silva comes back. Bassinet, who was is second in the points, he's down in 11th at the moment, which is interesting.
Big turnaround.
Yeah, big turnaround.
Yeah, and here we go. This battle for second. It took Abernathy a while to pull the trigger and go on Leo Da Silva. Finally got there. Da Silva looking to go right back on the inside. Everybody pushing and shoving as Chassé just went into the back of Benham Abernathy. And the same goes for LaRusso. Everybody checked up, everybody stacked up, and here comes William Veeder and company.
I tell you what, yeah, look at this. This is the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. It's soon going to be the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth as well. What price Enzo Di Gennaro finishing on the podium? Because Da Silva and Abernathy, they've set their stall out. They're defending and squabbling from here to the checkered flag. Chassé. This is a big moment for Olivier Chassé. This is exactly the type of situation where Chassé normally loses ground. At the last part of a race, where the elbows are getting as sharp as they're going to get, how much has Chassé learned? It could go one of two ways. It could go very well, or it could go badly wrong. But Chassé, he needs to find out. As a driver, now Chassé needs to find out a little bit about himself.
Oh, and off the racetrack for Leo Da Silva. Da Silva drops the tire on the exit of turn 14. They're side by side, too wide into turn number 1. And Enzo Di Gennaro from last place up to 4th, 1 spot away from the podium.
Oh, he's up to 3rd now. He's on the podium now. I said what price I should be. I am a betting man. That's why I'm so poor. But I should have put a bet on Enzo Di Gennaro so far. Lap 17 out of 20. It's Abernathy P2. Di Gennaro P3, Vita P4, Chassé P5, Nicholas LaRusso P6, Da Silva back to P7, and Cabral P8. The last car in this group is Chandler P9. Here we go, Caleb.
Enzo Di Gennaro looked to get it done around the outside on Benham Abernathy, and look at Veeder, able to take advantage of both of them, going through for 3rd. We're going to start to stack up. Abernathy feels like he just doesn't have enough to close out this race in 2nd. 3 laps to go this time by Aiden Hammond's 10 seconds up the road from this group here on your screen.
Well, you know, these long races are going to throw up some big winners, but luckily the action is coming thick and fast down the back straight. Watch the Lionsville from Zionsville send one to the inside. Here comes Di Gennaro. Abernathy doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment. He's getting past left, right, and center.
And there goes Enzo Di Gennaro, crosses him up in a turn 8. What a move out of Enzo Di Gennaro. 2 drivers that moved up early into the junior ranks after great success in the cadet ranks. William Veeder and Enzo Di Gennaro hold on to the podium places here in 2nd and 3rd, with Benham Abernathy still looking to hold back Chassé, LaRusso, Cabral, Chandler, and so on and so forth, almost all the way back to Christopher Goulet and Fazzari, who's down in 12th. He's back in it.
And fair play, William Vita. This is an impressive drive from the Harley Keeble coach driver. Now, I will preface this, if, and it's a big if, Enzo Di Janeiro finishes P2 where he is now. Our kart chaser tradition, normally we put the ambient sound in the pit lane at the end of it all. Mark Baines is coaching and helping and working with Enzo Di Janeiro. If we've got a bleep button for the ambient audio, Xander Clements knows Mark Baines well from Kart Masters last year. Mark taught Xander how to speak Yorkshire. Mark has also been teaching Enzo some rather industrial words. So we'll have that. Maybe we'll set an apology now for any fruity language you might hear from the Di Janeiro team, because he's driven from the back up to P2 and he's pulling away. Look at this. And last lap board goes out and they're stacking them high and deep from third back to 12th.
Yeah, great drive nonetheless. Enzo Di Janeiro set to be a first national podium in the junior ranks. The same for William Veeder if he can hold on. Ben Abernathy going to take him all to the bottom of the racetrack. But this is all 11 seconds back from the 271. Uncontested, Aiden Hammond coming across the boot. It's been a great drive all weekend long, uncontested, undenied on Friday. Aiden Hammond victorious.
And he's looking around, where'd everybody go? The answer is, here they are. They've all been having a jolly good time battling amongst themselves for the second place on the podium. It's going to go to Di Janeiro, Vita and Chassé in fourth, Abernathy fifth, Bassinet second in the points. The last time we checked on him, he was 11th. He makes ground to finish P6. Then it's LaRusso, Chandler, Cabral, De Silva, round one winner, P10, round two, Goulet, Fazzari. That battle was great. From second back to 12th, Aiden Hammond. I'll stand this. Of the 6 British drivers that are here, Aiden is the least celebrated, and he has dominated. Fantastic for him.
Good job, Good drive.
Aiden, P3 last weekend in not so great conditions, but looks like all you needed was the dry, able to come home with the win, with a commanding lead. Talk me through that race.
Yeah, I mean, I lost first place at the start, so I know I had to instantly get it back. That's what I did. And then just drove out from the pack and, just finished first. It's pretty good.
Well, you continue to pick up pace throughout the race and had some of the quickest lap times. How were you able to stay focused being out there with such a large gap?
You kind of have to treat it as a practice, like just laps and laps and laps. And you have to stay calm, like don't need to panic, and yeah.
Well, fantastic drive. Way to start off the weekend. We'll head on down to Enzo. What a drive from last place all the way to second. Kind of talk me through your mindset as you went through that race.
I know I fell back to last. I mean, it was a dumb mistake on the outlap. And then I knew I just needed to keep my head down and move through them because I knew I had better racecraft.
Well, you made it look easy. So what was going through your mind each and every pass as you were trying to get onto that podium?
It was just, if somebody was in front of me, I needed to get by.
Well, you didn't waste any time. Congratulations, Enzo, on P2.
Well, there you guys have it from your first 2 drivers, Aiden Hammond, Enzo Di Janeiro with a great drive as well. But how about Aiden Hammond, right? Methodical, calm, tactical, and going back for the lead of the race there in turn number 6. A great move out of Aiden Hammond, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. And that's critical. Cameron Reed asked him a great question. Treat it like practice.
Well, coming up next, Senior Max gets ready to go green.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
One of the greatest spectacles in the world, the Senior Max 125 cc's getting ready to go racing at Houston's high-speed playground, Speedsportz Racing Park, for the second round of the Rotax Max Winter Trophy. Macaulay Bishop, this year in 2025, the best in the world in Rotax competition, starting alongside one of the best in North America, Aiden Ingrata on road number 1.
Absolutely. And talking about row 2, one of the best in the world, Oliver Hodgson, and one of the future stars, Cameron Nelson. What can the Pride of Pontyclean do about this man, the current Grand Final champion?
William Botillier and Ryan Maxwell get ready to go green on row number 3 with Timothy Pernod and Arnaud Sabarin on row number 4.
Isaac Melkett, Little Sizzle on his senior debut alongside Jose Sherma. That's your top 10. Victor de Alencar and Joey Friend. Quietly, Joey Friend has been putting himself into contention.
Theo Severia and Alexis Bayarjan, a rookie on row number 7, with Adriano Vera and Joaquin Corello Pizarro on row number 8.
Louisiana's Derek Wargo, and then Joshua Sumavales, half Canadian, half Macedonian, row number 9. The top 20 rounded out by young lady Sloane Sterling and Jose Ramon Ibarra.
You go back to Nicolas Vega and Diego Ramos out of Brazil, starting on row number 11 after a mechanical issue. Put him on the back foot and put him out of the race early in the pre-final. Ryan Gandor and Jeremy St. Cyr, your 12 rows, your 24 starters in Senior Max.
Now, Jeremy St. Cyr has got Harold Skarkaklis mechanicking for him this weekend. Harold is from Latvia, runs the Biro Art Baltic team, one of the most successful teams in Kyrgyzstan and Latvia and Eastern Europe. His approach, and he has won at the highest level. Jeremy St. Cyr, very fast, very talented, can be somewhat lively in the paddock. Harold's is from a very different culture. And, you know, I was speaking to him, so Jeremy is learning that, you know, he's got to calm down. Cameron Reed, what have you got for us down from pit lane?
I have a small report as we get ready to set sail for the Senior Max Final. As we go back to the Junior Max Final that we just completed, it did look like Enzo and William had a potential have pushed back. So that could result in a protestable penalty. So you could see your podium change here in the Junior Max Final in the next few minutes as we get ready to set for Senior Max Final.
Yeah, well, thank you very much there, Cameron. And again, just a little intel on what we saw there further back in Junior Max. So thank you very much there for Cameron. Our eyes and ears down on pit lane along with Grace Overback as well. A huge shout out to our crew out there on the racetrack, bringing you guys all the shots, all the angles of all the action. But 24 of the best in North America, 24, if you will, of the best in the world getting ready to go green here at Speedsportz Racing Park. Macaulay Bishop taking them to an absolute crawl here alongside Aiden Ingrata. It's going to be Bishop on the inside, on the right-hand side of your screen. Aiden Ingrata on the left-hand side, on the outside, into the tram lines we go. We wait for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in Senior Max.
On his US karting debut in the rain last weekend, Macaulay Bishop beat this field by 15.15 seconds. He's got his Pfaff Motorsport teammate Cameron Nelson trying to bore a hole in his rear bumper because none of these drivers want to be part of another Macaulay Bishop cookery lesson. They want to play their part. Nelson knows if he's going to get amongst his teammate, he's got to do it early. If you let Bishop into his rhythm, you can kiss goodbye. Nelson knows, friend or not, countryman or not, teammate or not, I have got to make this 20-lap race as miserable as possible for the current Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion. And he's going about it the right way. Bishop having to defend.
And here goes Ingrata, first driver to get out of line. First driver to look for the outside line. Not going to be there just yet. A lot of marbles, still very dirty outside of the racetrack for him. Joey Friend out of line. Looking on the outside, Diego Ramos already up to 15th as we go side by side there for a moment for the lead. And Cameron Nelson still holds on to second. There's everybody else stacked up. To Hodgson, back to Bottiglier, to Pernod, to Ryan, Maxwell, Shermer, Saber, and Joey Friend inside of your top 10.
Just look at how the landscape changes from this time last year, Caleb. This time last year, Pfaff Motorsport had never been to the USA in Rotax. Factory karts didn't have a single speed chassis. Yet the only remaining team from the top of the charts still up there, REM. The landscape is changing and evolving all the time. And it's getting better in Rotax. You've got PSL karting with Timothy Pernod still there. Prime Power Team, another new name. Then you've got Jose Shermer in the 305, not with Speed Concept. That's actually the 305 kart. That is the SLA karting entry. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, there you go. So just a little bit of different than what we got. Nonetheless, so for Cameron Nelson, this is where again, this race is just starting to heat up, right? You got to think that first lap, these drivers these tires really aren't even up to temperature, right? Long main events, 20 laps. So it's just a matter of still warming up. It's almost like another warm-up lap, the first 2 laps, and there you see that little bit of signal out of Cameron Nelson, right? To McCauley, work your way forward. I'm holding it up here for you. We're stacking them up, parking the bus, if you will, and letting everybody else just kind of fall in line. The same goes for a guy like Oliver Hodgson, who was undeniably the fastest driver in the main, in the pre-final, I should say.
Yeah, now, that's interesting from Cameron Nelson. Okay, he's happy that Macaulay Bishop is not quicker than him. He's happy to sit behind Bishop, and because he knows Marvelous Marv, his mechanic and engineer this weekend, head of technical engineering, Marvelous Marv, with Cameron Nelson. They've obviously think, oh, look, you know, Bishop might have won last weekend by 1,000,000 miles, but we've got the pace. Cameron Nelson isn't ducking and diving, isn't sending it in on Bishop all the time. That tells me Nelson's confident enough, hey, we got 15 laps to go. I'll still be here just behind you, Macaulay, in 15 laps, whatever you try.
And you got to think here as well, if you're a guy like Cameron Nelson, right, and you look back at the 2025 that he had, right, you got to be a little bit selfish, right, of wanting to go out there and at least win one of these 4 races, put yourself in the points conversation. You just missed the grand finals in 2025 in a heartbreaking way, and by not passing your teammate in Macaulay Bishop for the lead of the race and your countryman, if you will, you're now back to 3rd with a guy like Aiden Ingrata, who doesn't care about anything else besides getting a lead of this race. So that's what waiting 1 or 2 laps does to a driver, right? And now this race could be flipped on its head with a guy like Macaulay having a little bit of breathing room behind him, with Aiden Ingrata and Cameron Nelson switching spots.
Yeah, you know, Nelson might have had a plan, and Ingrata had a different plan. Who said it best? Mike Tyson. You can have every plan in the world, but it's all goes out the window the minute you get punched in the face. And I've got to say, Ingrata, not literally, figuratively, just give Cameron Nelson a bit of a dig in the jaw. Down to 3rd, Hodgson in 4th. Hodgson's the thinking man's racer. To be fair, though, Bishop's not pulling away. Here comes Nelson. And you know what? Behind the top 4, Boutillier, Maxwell and Pernod, a 7-car train, and Diego Ramos up to P8 from 24th. Great drive from the Brazilian. Watch for Ramos. He's not out of it yet, because we've got 14 laps to go.
Yeah, moves like that are going to help out Diego Ramos to try and close down his gap. Oliver Hodgson just went on Aiden Ingrata, so Hodgson's up to 3rd, and now closing in and starting to apply a little bit of pressure to Cameron Nelson, just tapping him a little bit on the exit of turn 14, letting him know, it's like, hey, I'm here, you know, and I'm definitely not going to be afraid to make a move as soon as I get that first chance. So now that the question flips back over to Cameron Nelson, right? You've waited, you've been passed. What do you do when you catch up to your teammate? You got to think about yourself here a little bit, right? You got to want to make a move, and Macaulay's going to be comfortable, not for too much longer, though, going to go to the bottom of the racetrack and defend. And you see it there, top of your screen, Diego Ramos, fastest man on the racetrack of 53.313, and just inching his way closer to this front group.
Oh, you know, some of the teams are telling me that there's a Brazilian steakhouse nearby that is outstanding. It's one of those where you've got a coaster, and while the coaster is green, they will still come round, they will carve your meat at the table until that you turn your coaster over. Well, I tell you what, Ramos, his coaster is green, he is still hungry, and his eyes are set on this 7-cart appetizer.
And I tell you what, this isn't going to be the same story as last weekend. It's not going to be the same story as well that we saw in the pre-final. Macaulay Bishop is under pressure early on, and he knows it. Moves further back as well. Boutillier to the bottom. Ingrata going to be the first one to rip the high side on Oliver Hodgson. Going to have the inside into turn 7. Here comes Boutillier as well. Side by side, Hodgson holds on. Pernod goes alongside as well on Ryan Maxwell, and Diego Ramos 2 car lengths away from the 7th place position.
As Bishop, now this is Bishop driving defensively, even though it doesn't look like he's defending. Now he is moving to the inside. Yeah, now he's defending. And Diego Ramos has arrived.
Diego Ramos has now officially gotten to the rear bumper of a fellow PSL Burrell Art Machine in Timothy Pernod inside of the top 7, and you got to think, right, into turn number 6, Diego's going to waste 0 time. Macaulay a little wide there on the exit of turn number 5 to the back straightaway. Ingrata goes to the high side. Nelson going to open up for the corner as well. If Aiden can make this stick, it's not going to be enough. Nelson just opened up the hands there on the exit of turn 6.
Yep.
A little bit of a hip check, if you will, and holds on to the second place position.
I mean, Cameron Nelson gave Aiden Ingrata 2 choices, the brake pedal or the grass, and Ingrata chose the brake pedal. It cost him a couple of positions, but not a chance at the win. Bishop is looking over his shoulder. Yeah, I think he's now thinking, right, okay, I need to make sure that I've got the biggest pack of karts possible behind me, because Cameron Nelson, he can't simply focus on attacking. He has to worry a little bit about what Hodgson's going to do. So that's going to make sure that's going to make Nelson not attack in every single corner, because of course he'll leave himself susceptible. The lead group was 8 strong. Jose Sherma, Rayan Gander, Isaac Malkut, Alexei Bayerjan now makes it 12 strong. Hodgson tries to go high, wide and handsome. Nelson goes, nah, not right now, son.
And you got to think, right, the 2 drivers in the lead of the race. Cameron Nelson looking for a crossover into the double rights into the lead of the race. What a slick move out of the 304 to get to the point.
Put the pride of Pontyclean with the Welsh Dragon into P1. Now, what will we see Bishop and Hodgson do? Can Cameron Nelson now pull away? Will we see Nelson defend, or is he think he's quick enough? I don't need to defend. I'm going to go. I'm going to stretch his field out. I'm going to take Bishop and Hodgson on in a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1. I don't need a huge train of karts. Let's see. Oh, he is defending. Here comes Bishop. 2 wheels on the grass. Bishop makes a move. Here comes Diego!
Diego Ramos, what a move on the exit of turn number 6. And Ramos a crossover, what a move! Diego Ramos to the lead.
All week last week, it was like Diego Ramos, meet Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop, he's the best. Macaulay Bishop, meet Diego Ramos. He's been doing this for time.
Diego Ramos has been driving all race long like a man possessed to the lead of the race from almost plumb last to get to the front. Macaulay Bishop, now the driver in second, and Cameron Nelson all the way back to 6th at the end of that lap. What an 11th lap of this race, Henry, it must be said.
Oh yeah, it's only lap 11.
Action.
Oh yeah, this is lap 11 out of 20, by the way, boys and girls. This is just over halfway. Did we say how much we like these longer races, Caleb? Tick. Good choice. SRA. Good choice. KSG. Longer races. Yes, please.
Yeah, definitely action-packed. 12 laps into this main event. And again, you got to think, right, the battle that we were waiting for all last weekend, it was plagued with wet weather. And then in the pre-final, when we finally thought we had it in our hands, Diego Ramos, a mechanical issue. And in the main event, Ramos made us wait for about 11 to 10 laps. And when he finally got there, he passed by them like he stole the thing, stole the lead of the race in about 2 corners whenever Macaulay was just elbows out, going through the grass to get to the lead of this race. And you see now, Diego going to be in control of it over a driver like Macaulay who's going to be hungry to go back for it. Diego feels the pressure. Going to take him out of the bottom, but look at everybody else starting to work their way through. Ryan Gandor's up there as well.
Yeah, we
Good
just
drive
saw,
up the field by the rookie.
Yeah, just saw Gandor making a move on his teammate William Boutillier for 7th position. And of course, you know, it's the same thing when, you know, Macaulay Bishop, Grand Finals champion. Quite rightly so, we'd be making a big fuss over him arriving here because he's a big deal. And of course, it takes one veteran to go, okay, yeah, you know, I'll give you your flowers for now. But when we get on the track, you know, I'm going to show you, yeah, you might be the new kid on the block here in the USA, but this is my backyard. This is my territory. I've been building this ship. I've been supporting this Rotax revival in the UK, in the USA with the team. You know, you might come over here, but yeah, you can have your work cut out if you want to take on the best. Ramos, again, checking, defending. You know, this is real tactical racing. And do you know what? This longer race is proving your point, Caleb. Yeah. Curse the commentator. We got 6 laps to go. Hodgson, wow. Great move. Are we seeing rash moves? Are we seeing moves made out of desperation yet? No, we're not. Cameron Nelson is still nestling back there in 6th position. Have we seen him now trying to chop up the order 2 or 3 wide? No, because he knows he's got time, and he knows that Bishop is going to force Ramos to defend, so he knows that's going to slow everyone down. No one's pressed the panic button. Smart, mature racing so far, touch wood, from all concerned. Isaac Malcutt becomes the first and so far only driver to retire from this race. 23 karts still running. 12 of them are within 4 seconds of the race leader on that 15.
And this is also, you know, not to mention, this is something different that we're seeing out of Diego Ramos, right? If you look at it, your average American race, you don't see a lot of this, right? Of the movement on the bottom of the racetrack, of you know, getting your elbows out, really, of seeing this kind of aggressive driving style. But when you got a guy like Macaulay Bishop here who's going to go through the grass for the lead of the race, that brings it out of you, right? You got to do whatever it takes to stay ahead of this young guy. And look, right, the new school, if you will, of karting in the United Kingdom, the old school of karting in the United Kingdom, and Oliver Hodgson going back and forth here. So
great point.
Macaulay,
great point.
And you're seeing the difference here. Macaulay doesn't have the same pace he had at the start of this race. He doesn't have the same pace he had in the pre-final. You got to think, did Macaulay Bishop use up too much of that Avinco blue in the pre-final, where he doesn't have enough to find a response to Diego Ramos's pace at this point of the race?
And now does Macaulay Bishop think, okay, do I let Hodgson go because Hodgson can tow me up to the race leader, or at the moment, Macaulay Bishop is handing the race win to Diego Ramos by defending P2 with 4 laps to go. But this is Bishop. Bishop, every lap is driven like his life depends on it. Whatever position he's in. Does it make him many friends? Not always. Is he here to make friends? Not really. Nobody loves driving go-kart as much as Macaulay Bishop, and he's sticking for second. He's thinking, okay, do you know what? I haven't got the pace of Ramos, so I'm just going to, Hodgson's going, do you know what? I was winning grand finals when Macaulay Bishop was still in nappies, and that's a fact.
Yeah, what a move out of Oliver Hodgson. Again, getting clear in a turn number 1, how to set that up perfectly to get clear, and Bishop looking to go back, puts it to the bottom, contact, Ingrata into the back of Bishop. Nelson gets through for 3rd, Macaulay Bishop back to 4th,
Nelson!
and Ryan Gandor.
Sorry, Caleb, Nelson squeezing, REM Kart, 2 wheels to the grass, Nelson to 3rd. Oh, can we make this 40 laps, please? This is just getting better and better and better. I tell you who what, Diego Ramos is loving this more than us, which is pretty hard because we are loving this. There it goes, back to the inside Ingrata. Here comes Bishop. Gandor is there as well. 2 FAF karts, 2 REM karts. You've got a Prime kart. You've got a 3rd REM kart. This is USA v Canada here in Texas. All I'm going to say is, yeehaw, this is great.
And here we go, Botelier looking to go side by side as well with Gandor. Ingrata going to put himself to the middle line. Bishop on the inside, nice and clean, able to get through, and there goes Nelson as well, crossing over Ingrata, who gets Nelson back. This race, as chaotic as it gets, is Nelson going to send another one into turn 9, gets clear, and Gandor into the grass.
You know, we're on lap 18 out of 20. Okay, let's have a look further back. Maxwell is there in 7th, Boutillier 8th, Baerge 9th, Sherma 10th, Saboyan 11th, Sincia 12th, Pernod 13th, Friend is 14th. This battle goes all the way back to 14th position. We've still got 23 karts running. Sloan Sterling, Jose Ramon Ibarra, Victor de Alencar, Derek Wago, Nicolas Vega, Joshua Sumvalis, Adriano Vera, and Joaquim Golero Pizarro, Theo Silveira are not in this group. They're down towards the back. There's Hodgson. He is 3rd, back to everybody else.
And there goes Ingrata now, looking to go on Nelson. As Maxwell right there as well, looking for 7th. But another point here to make, Henry. You got all these youngsters as they go side by side. Nelson not even giving us a moment to speak here into the double rights. Got on the side of Ingrata there, but
you know what? That was a mistake. That was a mistake from Nelson. Yeah, but he backed out of it. That shows a level of maturity. Yeah, he went into the side of Ingrata, but then he backed out of it. He didn't force the move. So Ingrata kept the position. This is where you're seeing drivers mature. And this is what I've liked about this race so far. Yeah, there have been a few incidents, but drivers then think, okay, look, I'll give you back that big. There's been a bit of give and take.
Yeah, and again, you talk about the youth, right? The average age from almost third on back has to be about 16, 17, 18 years old almost. I think even younger than that. And you look at the top two, right? Oliver Hodgson in his 30s, Diego Ramos in his 20s.
Yep.
So you talk about the two veterans in this field. The two
experience.
older guys getting themselves to the front and showing to be the class of the field against some of the best youngsters in the world. Nelson now, side by side with Aiden Grata, finally able to get himself clear for fourth. But up front, Diego Ramos, when you look back to 2025, he won in Orlando and I believe won the championship at the Winter Trophy. This year,
second. He dominated the last weekend after having a nightmare. He's picking up where he sort of left off. Don't count out Diego. He's your winner. That was a great go-kart race, Caleb.
yeah, what a drive, though, nonetheless, out of Diego Ramos. You talk about coming from the back of the field, 21 spots gained for Diego Ramos to cap off the Friday afternoon on what should have been pretty much on the Sunday of last week, but he's going to be happy about getting it done here this weekend. What a way to start off the weekend. What a way to start off championship weekend for Diego Ramos over Oliver Hodgson and Macaulay Bishop. Your podium.
Ramos was excluded from the opening round last year.
Correct.
He came in to the second weekend having no chance. He was about 30th in points. He swept the final weekend because he said, look, I'm not going to get the ticket, but I'm going to sweep the weekend. Can we sweep the 3-day weekend? I wonder. I mean, I can't wait to listen in to some of the chat after that one.
Diego started P22 on the grid and put on an absolute clinic to win by 2 seconds. Talk me through that race.
Yeah, it was a chaotic race. We know we had the speed. Unfortunately, we didn't finish the pre-final. But when I saw they are fighting in the front, and then I started catching up, and then just keep my head down and go one by one. And yeah, the car was good, the engine was good, and I just did what we need to do.
It looks like Bishop had everybody stacked up there for majority of the race, and you were able to get on his inside here. Talk me through that move.
Yeah, I saw they were fighting a lot, like blocking a lot, and then I had like a big gap behind. Then I just was able to like open it and cross. But yeah, it was a good race.
A lot of a mid-race defending back and forth. You were able to kind of do half and half, open up some corners and defend others. How were you able to decide what you wanted to do without ever looking back?
I mean, some point I saw that I was faster than him, some point of the track, and then I just hear in the end of the straight that he was close, and then in the infield I kind of like open a bit. But yeah, I just needed to manage and see if we can pull away a bit, and then after start driving normal.
Well, fantastic drive for Diego Ramos to win here on Friday.
Well, thank you very much there, Cameron, and indeed a great drive out of the Brazilian. And again, my apologies there, but second place last year in 2025 for Diego Ramos at the end of the Winter Trophy. This year in 2026, what a way to start off championship weekend, getting himself in first and in the championship hunt, in the championship conversation, and looking to book his ticket to Portugal, Portimao later on this year. Looking to get back and represent Team Brazil. But next up, we get ready to go with some more racing action. The Micro Maxes, the Mini Maxes, getting ready to go green on what was an action-packed main event in Senior Max.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver is braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash. So you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Karts are rolling. The penultimate race of the day, Mini-Max. But after a breathless senior Rotax, Cameron Reed has a little bit of potential breaking news for us down from the tack line. What have you got for us, Cameron?
After such an amazing drive from Diego Ramos, there is a potential pushback penalty, so we will have to get some more information. Again, that will be protestable. Since he did have to come to the field, that could get overturned, but right now there's a potential pushback penalty for Diego Ramos.
Thank you very much, Cameron. And if you're wondering, if you're watching in Europe thinking, pushback penalty protestable, in America, you can protest a pushback or a front bumper penalty, which you cannot do anywhere else in the world. It is a uniquely American thing. And that remains to be seen, so that will run and run. Thank you very much. Here we go then. It's Mini-Max. It's Yusuf Adi and Dutch Westbrook. There's Yusuf Adi. Yusuf, he's going to come and race the Champions the Future Academy program in the United Kingdom this year, along with potentially Hudson Howard, maybe. Yusuf Adi, he will lead Dutch Westbrook and the rest of the field. Mason Brody, Kimo Ahmad. Now watch for the American-based, Egyptian heritage, Lebanese heritage driver Kimo Ahmad. He started the pre-final from the back. He starts this one from the second row of the grid.
You
Josh
should say as well, Houston-based for Kimo Ahmad, pitting out of his garage here this weekend.
He is.
So good to see Kimo out here. And again, his dad is head mechanic, head engineer, if you will, as he gets ready to take the green flag here, Henry.
Well, you say that, but I've seen Mum as does a lot of the walking up and down the pit lane. Yeah. Family effort, family effort. Here we go. If this race is half as good as the last one, we're in for a 16-lap treat.
Well, here we go. Adi, the pre-final winner on the inside. Mason Brody on the outside. We're racing in Mini-Max.
Well, job number 1, tick for Yusuf Adi. Hold the lead through the first couple of corners. Now, job number 2, hold the lead through these first frantic couple of exchanges before the race potentially calms down. Westbrook, Brody, Ahmad, and Wheeler in the Nitro Kart number 135 for Ryan Perry Motorsport are next in line. At the back of the pack, somebody has gone off, somebody out of the race. Is it the number 131 kart of Cristobal Ricci Olcese?
Yeah, so there we go. Yusuf Adi, again, the driver in the lead with Dutch Westbrook, Mason Brody, as well as Wheeler inside of the top 4. You go back to 5th with Kimo Ahmad. Nonetheless, though, this is at start was one of the better ones that we've seen, one of the cleaner ones as well throughout the weekend, Henry, and as well for Yusuf Adi, right? You talk about the importance for him to hold on to it, and we'll take a look back at that as well later on in the race. Nonetheless, though, we look back in with these front couple of drivers. What a move there out of what looked to be Liam Astalis, I believe, if not another one. Sorry, my apologies there. That's just right behind Ahmad. That's in between. That's Opry there. My mistake. Opry in the 196, the driver that was able to make a move.
The all-black kart is the number 20 128 kart, Tyler Blackwood. Unfortunately, Mace Lasik was the driver that we saw standing at the side of the circuit. Lasik for the Iron Rock Motorsport team in association this weekend with Mike Doty Racing out of the race. Yusuf Adi, he's down there. You can see the graphic REM, Racing Edge Motorsport. It's actually Jay Howard driver development all the way on that Kart Republic chassis, and he is showing the way. The two Bennick teammates, well, not teammates, they're both on a Bennick chassis. Yusuf Adi running out of his own family-run garage. You've got Talon, Kiwa Ahmed, Talon tuning. Zach Daly's dad is there helping with the motor side of things as well. Great to see Talon, a new Rotax service center in the United States. They worked with Lennox Lockhart at the US Nationals last year, and they are, working with a number of drivers here this year.
Yeah, Yusuf Adi with a good gap up front, 1.2. Back to Mason Brody, Dutch Westbrook, Kimo Ahmad, James Roots, who, again, has lost a good bit of time here to start this one off. Not the same pace that we saw out of him in qualifying last week, and then starting this one off in 9th after that incident, again, in the pre-final with himself and Mason Brody. Movers further back, though, Liam Astalis looked like he was looking to make one, as we're a side-by-side again. Kimo Ahmad, Dutch Westbrook, Ahmad on the outside, looking to make it stick, and he slots back in a line in 4th.
And again, they gave each other racing room. Dutch Westbrook running out of the Team Bennick awning. One of 4 drivers, or three or four drivers, sorry, out of the Team Bennick awning this weekend. Kimo Ahmad, running out of his family garage, and he's about to run out of road there. The Roots is starting to burn a little bit brighter. He's not quite on fire yet, but certainly he's rubbing the kindling wood together as James Roots as he moves back into P4. Adi checks over his shoulder. Now, for Yusuf Adi, it came to my attention about 2 years ago at 2023. No, the last year we were at the south side of the Speedway, 2023, Las Vegas, as a micro Swift driver. Very impressive. Haven't seen much of him since, only occasional. This could be one of the biggest wins of his career so far. He has now got to just control himself, control his brain, because he's going to be thinking, okay, this is good. This is better than I could have imagined, because everyone is expecting this race to be a real knockdown, drag-out affair. And here I am, nearly 2 seconds up the road. Don't panic. I've seen him look over his shoulder once. He doesn't need to keep looking over his shoulder. If you start to see him looking over his shoulder unnecessarily, that tells you the nerves are kicking in.
And again, that's the biggest thing, right? When you talk about the mental aspect of being a racing driver as well. In karting, sadly, everything's open, right? Drivers can see your every move. They can see your body language, if you will. So somebody else that's behind, being the hunter and being the one being hunted.
You look around and you think it's like great.
It's very easy to kind of tell what your competitors are feeling, how they're feeling being in the lead of the race, or how they're feeling being in front of you as well. So that's one of the biggest things, right, of having a long look over the shoulder like that for Yusuf Adi. But nonetheless, doing a great job. He has been the fastest driver on the racetrack. The only one faster, really, is James Roots, the English driver, who's currently in third for the Prime Power team. But again, a long road ahead for James, because he still has to get by a very fast rookie in Mason Brody, and has to close down the gap as quickly and as fastly as he can before we hit the halfway point next time around.
And again, one big look over your shoulder is allowed. There's two. Yusuf, you're still in front. You're still ahead now.
And it's almost just managing, though, as well, right? Just seeing how far ahead you are. It's also,
But he's also got his team at the side. They're telling him, but of course, do I believe him? Do I believe him? It's, we say this is an adult sport. Everything about this sport is adult in terms of the professionalism, the speed, the technology, how close it is. The problem is, not the problem, but the thing is, though, most of the participants are children. And so, we're talking about them like they're adults because they do a very adult sport indeed. However, these are Minimax drivers. They're age 10, 11. The oldest are 12. Roots. Let's have a look at the lap times. Unsurprisingly, new fastest lap of the race. Driver number 132, Prime Power Team, Aura and Aurum Racing Engines, 55.959. The gap, 2.1 seconds. The distance, 50% down, 50% of the race to go. It's still not over. Not by a long shot. Roots is already breaking the toe of Brody, Westbrook and Ahmed. Behind them, you've got Wheeler, Oliver Opry, then Hudson Howard, Richie Olchese, Pye, Blackwood, Astalis, Simon, Lima and Latornio. 15 drivers still running, separated by 9 seconds. Adi, 2.1 seconds, down to 1.8. And Westbrook now goes quickest. Although Yusuf Adi, that last lap, Caleb, was Yusuf Adi's fastest lap of the race so far. So he's not making mistakes. He's driving to the maximum that his equipment is allowing him to.
And that's critical as well, right?
Yep.
He just has to hit his marks, has to hit his breaking points, hit the apexes, do what he's got to do to keep this gap. Do everything possible just to be ahead whenever that checkered flag falls. Just 9 laps from now, Henry. That's the biggest thing here for a driver like Yusuf, right? You're on the edge and close to your first big victory.
Yep.
Close to a ticket, if you will, over to Portimao, and you just have to stay ahead, have to be consistent, and you have to be confident in your ability. This time, though, we look at the gaps, and that was a little bit of a swing, if you will. 2/10 was the difference between his fastest lap of the race to now that second lap. 2/10 was the difference. In comparison, James Roots is putting together a good closing stage of this race, going 4/10 better than Yusuf Adi did that last time around.
Yeah, Yusuf Adi's last lap was 2/10 slower than his best lap of the race. Roots' last lap was within 900ths of his best lap. So in terms of who's getting the most out of their equipment at the moment, well, 2 laps ago it was Adi. Now it's Roots. Mason Brody is tagged on to James Roots as well. They've dropped the 2 Bennecks, who are having a great scrap. Westbrook in the 133, Ahmad in the 113, but this battle is falling away. It's 4th and 5th, and it's now 2.5 seconds behind Adi. The gap has shrunk again. It's now 1 second. Adi, 3/10 off his personal best. Roots, another lap within 900ths. Consistently, Adi looks over his shoulder again. Now he can see that Roots is getting closer. Here's Ahmad to the inside of Westbrook. Westbrook closes the door. The nerves are starting to get to Yusuf Adi. he has got to now look across at his coach and his team to signal. They'll tell him, look, get your head down, forget about what's going on behind, don't think about it, just look forward. It's a question of can Yusuf do it now? Because the gap in the last 4 laps has come down from 2.1 seconds to less than 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, it's starting to close in here, and it's even less than that, just on the edge of half a second. And I think now might be time, though, Henry. James Roots absolutely flying the fastest lap of the race for the Prime Power Team machine, who's getting closer and closer. 0.4 of a second has been the difference here in between James Roots and Yusuf Adi.
But Yusuf Adi, his last lap was within 1/10 of his best lap. So he has driven well that last lap. It's just a case of Roots has got a better package. Is it about time we're about to say the Roots is on fire? Well, he's put the kindling wood together. Certainly there's been some smouldering going on. There's some smoke appearing, maybe a small conflagration, another look over the shoulder from Yusuf Adi, and that wasn't at a position on the track where you would normally see a driver overlook. It's game up. It's going to be a battle. Roots has caught Adi. Another new, Adi sets a personal best lap. Roots goes 0.4 faster than Adi. It's 55.68 for Roots. They've dropped Brody. Roots on lap number 13 has caught the race leader. Now Yusuf Adi's got to hold on, and Roots dives straight up the inside. No hanging about. What can Adi do to respond? Questions are now going to be asked of Yusuf Adi. He's had the speed. Here he goes. Now has he got the nous? Now has he got the racecraft? Now has he got the experience to go toe-to-toe with one of Britain's best?
Yeah, James Roots was definitely the hunter there, closing down that gap, hunting with everything that he had through about almost 10 laps, Henry. It seemed like that James Roots was just pushing and pushing and pushing and improving time and time again. And now he goes from being the hunter to the one hunted by Yusuf Adi, who's the one in second, now looking to, again, get back to where he was about a lap ago, being in the lead of this race. And in that corner exactly, turn number 7 was where it kind of fell apart for him. And as well, James Roots just looks a little bit better out of the corners, just able to get on that gas a little bit better than Yusuf Adi is. Much better exits out of James Roots in the 132. And you see it, right? You're starting to see the gap open up in between Roots and Yusuf Adi, where Adi just doesn't seem to have an answer yet. 2 laps to go. It's make or break for Yusuf Adi. Has to give it everything he's got for 2 more laps.
He does. You're right, Caleb. The problem that Yusuf Adi's got is that his best lap is over 0.3 of a second slower than Roots' best lap. Adi just sets another personal best lap. Adi is driving the wheels off that 163 J. Howard driver development machine, but at the moment, the very best that kart has got is not as quick as the kart leading number 132. Adi's got to try and force Roots to defend. Somehow he's got to try and stick coming out of the final corner, be in a position where you can get in a slipstream going through the first sector and down the back straight. Then you can force Roots to defend. Then whoever's got the fastest kart doesn't matter as much, because it's all about a battle of wills. It's all about track position. It's all about defending and attacking. In a straight line speed race, Roots has got this one in the bag.
And I tell you what, James Roots just looks very planted in these corners. He just looks very good here. A lot of lateral load throughout the S's, and you see him just planted, right? Not really, that kart's not flinching. On the other hand, the Kart Republic of Yusuf Adi just looks a little bit, loose throughout the corner. You see the back kind of trying to step out, but even then, Yusuf Adi's still improving, right?
Yeah,
He's still going that little bit better, but just a little bit too late. But now he has something to chase. He has the driver like James Roots up at the front that he's been chasing, that he's been closing down the gap to. But sadly, as we head into the buckle, James Roots, again, on fire.
Yusuf Adi is going to be very disappointed with finishing second. However, he doesn't need to be, because the last 3 laps, he has put in his 3 personal best laps of the race. Sometimes your best is only good enough for second. That is what has happened today, because James Roots makes it 2 out of 2 and stamps his authority even more on this Minimax class. Yusuf Adi drove the race of his life, and it was good enough for P2, with Brody in third, Westbrook, Wheeler, Howard and Orpri in seventh. What happened to Kimo Ahmad? He finished 11th at the end. Obviously an incident out of our sight down in P11, but James Roots is well, he's looking pretty tough to beat. Come rain or shine, Roots is on top.
Yeah, and we'll wait to catch up as well with James Roots, who again is looking to make a trip out to Portugal at the end of the year. And what a way to start, flawless to start off the Winter Trophy.
James, what a fantastic drive. Not the best pre-final, kind of got bumped off track there a little bit, but you were able to run down Yusuf and bring home the win here. Talk me through that race.
Well, the first corner I knew I had to make up some positions, otherwise I'd been in trouble, but I did what I wanted to do and came out on top.
How were you able to stay focused and keep running down Yusuf throughout that whole race? You ran some really quick times.
Well, I had to keep pushing, try not to miss my apexes, and then, yeah, it all comes together.
Well, fantastic drive. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Danny for Aram, my dad, my mom, my sister, Ponce UK, Prime Power Team, yeah.
Well, fantastic job. Congratulations. You are 2 for 2 here in the Rotax.
Very well said there out of James Roots, right? And a huge support section for him to make it possible to work his way down here to the U.S. year after year and join us for the Winter Trophy. And again, has to be the hunter there.
Yep.
Take himself to the front of the field and close down the gap.
I have to say as well, Caleb, that the background of the shot was James's dad and sister, taking photos. Interestingly, James looked like he'd had a workout. That was a hard 16-lap race, Just bear a thought now for the Masters. 20 laps. These are the drivers aged 31 and above. These are the drivers who are really going to have their fitness tested.
Yeah, and we'll wait. The Masters getting ready to get underway here in a couple of moments. One more race left on the day before we enter. You will join us in the podium celebrations later on today, later on in the night. And then that'll be it for myself, only here for rounds number 1 and 2. And then tomorrow we'll go live bright and early as well here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. The same goes for 3 races. Back-to-back, 3 races for only $9.99 a month, and you can catch all the racing action live literally from coast to coast. We'll be in California tomorrow, in Texas here, and as well, we're going to be in Florida.
Kart Chaser Universe, you're spoiled. So what you're going to do, Kart Chaser Universe, is tomorrow you're going to wake up, you're going to watch the first hour from Apex with Taylor Burris and with his coach Jackson, or his
Lambros, Jackson Lambros, Nate Dean.
And then you're going to watch the entire coverage of the Rotax Winter Trophy, the main event. And after that, then you're going to flip to the Kart Chaser's third event. You're going to listen to Mr. Caleb Vieska commentate on the first CIK Champions of the Future Academy program race ever held in the UK up at K1 Speed in California. That'll see your night off really, really well. That's your plan for the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. So get your snacks in, because it's karting all the way on Kart Chaser, coast to, it's like the Cannonball Run, coast to coast, isn't it? Just no Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, well, here we go. Masters Max coming your way next after this quick commercial break.
Final wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Well, here we go, the last one of the day, the last one of round number 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. The Masters Max getting ready to go green, led by Argentina's own Gabriel Zugela, starting on row number 1 and on the inside alongside Christopher Mann, who will share row number 1 with him. Billy Cleveland and Dominic Legrand are going to join them on row number 2. We'll see what Dominic can do starting on that second row. Showing some great pace, must be said, so far today. We'll see what the 593 can show us here, looking to get himself onto the podium.
Yeah, imagine the celebrations from La Maison Doroti if they get a driver to the Grand Finals. That would be something to see. There is Billy Cleveland. Oh, sitting away. It's 1971 Mundi lawyer from Peru. Hard to believe Mundi has only ever been to the Grand Finals once as a driver. He has tried to qualify on a number of occasions. Usually he's thwarted by a certain Rubens Barrichello, who is not here. First winter trophy that Rubens has missed. But as the
And one of the most competitive ones
we've
had as well.
Do you know what? But as one door closes, it means the door opens for a whole host of other drivers, because they're not going to think, oh, well, I won it the year that Rubens had raced. They don't care. Like that, I'm going to the grand finals. Got to tell work, get the week off, get 2 weeks off. Probably got to tell the wife as well. Here we go. It's going to be a 20-lapper to see off round 2 of the Winter Trophy here at, what was it, the Houston's High-Speed Playground. I've got to say, I think the wait was worth it, because so far, our first 5 races have been of the highest quality, and in the pre-finals, this class, Max Masters, well, they set the tone, possibly with one of the best pre-finals of all. Can they do that again here in the main event? 10 of them, Noel Dowler, Silvan Chenard on the 5th row of the grid, Michel Degrand and Henry Taleb on the 4th row of the grid, Mundi Loya, Simon Protour on the 3rd row of the grid, Billy Cleveland, Dominic Legrand on row 2. Our front row starters there, the black and turquoise, Gabriel Jurgela, and in the REM Team USA race suit, Vancouver, Washington's Christopher Mann.
First lap, or second warm-up lap, I should say, underway for these Masters Max drivers as they get ready to take the green flag. And again, a ticket to Portimao will be awarded for any of these drivers who is able to come out on top by the end of Sunday championship weekend here for the Road Tax Max Challenge Winter Trophy.
And you know, you look at that, okay, Gabby Zugella has had 2 podium finishes at the grand finals. Christopher Mann, Billy Cleveland have both been there before, so Mundi Loya, Henry Taleb from Ecuador, and Noel Dowler went last year. Even though Zugella has won the final at round number 1, tied on points coming into the day with Christopher Mann, there's no clear favourite at all. None whatsoever, which is what makes this race extremely interesting, in my opinion.
Well, here we go. Everybody going to have eyes on the Argentinian driver, the 522 of Gabriel Zugella, into the tram lines, green flag in the air. We're racing in Masters Max.
There they go, out to turn 4. Zugella leads them down the back straight. Look for Mundi Loya to the inside of Christopher Mann for 3rd. Billy Cleveland making a great start from 2nd. Legrand and Mann fighting over P4 now, just in front of the fast starting number 535 Kart. Watch out for Noel Dowler.
And here we go, everybody single file line as Gabriel Zugella going to lead this field away. Billy Cleveland to 2nd to Christopher Mann, who lost a spot. Lost a couple, actually. Mundi Loya to 3rd, Dominic Legrand to then. You go back to Christopher Mann, who's in 5th here, Henry. So a good start for Zugella up front.
Yeah, I mean, in the pre-final, Christopher Mann started 8th, came through, got stronger and stronger as the race progressed. Now, he's gone backwards at the start a little bit. Are we about to see the same situation? Mann now looks to the inside of Dominic Legrand. Makes the move. La Maison de Rotti's Kart, number 593, drops back to P5. And they were saying about the meat is all prepared, butchered, the Maison de Rotti sold. It's a great, it's called the House of the Roast is the translation. And Christopher Mann, now, the leader, under a lot of pressure. Billy Cleveland. That is apparently a set of golf clubs that he's driving. You realise that the only good thing about golf is that you get to walk in the countryside. The walk in the countryside is spoilt by the fact you have to stop and try and whack a ball with a stick around. And you find it's much more at home driving a go-kart. Mundi Loya, P3, Evolution Racing for the first time as a team in their own right here in the blue and yellow, it is Argentina versus USA versus Peru. 1, 2, 3.
And again, this is really some great pace that we're seeing out of Mundy Lawyer early on in this race. The same for Billy Cleveland, right? To see these two drivers get themselves inside of the top 3, this is kind of huge for both of their championship weekends to try. And like you mentioned, right, a lot of them looking for that first ticket over to the Grands. Mundy Lawyer looking for that one. So nonetheless, here, Henry, this race, 20 laps for these Masters drivers. So you talk about the physicality of it, you talk about the tire degradation, you talk about a lot of things, right? The setups, making sure the kart has longevity to run for the entirety of it is really important. And for a guy like Christopher Mann, who fell back at the start, and you would think, right, just low tire pressures, for him to start to come to life, start to rejoin those top 3, it's good to see for the 518.
And again, this is, please don't think I'm being derogatory in any way. Gabby Zugella is 45 years old. Billy Cleveland is in his 60s. Mundy Lawyer is in his late 50s. Christopher Mann is in, I believe, his late 30s, possibly early 40s. Noel Dowler is in his late 30s, mid to late 30s. Dominic Legrand, Sylvain Chenard. These are older, and I say in unquoted terms, they're all 31 years and above. Some of them are in their 60s. And yet, they have to train and keep themselves in shape, to do this at the highest level. Because, again, they're all amateur racers. Gabby Zugella, he runs a touring car team in Argentina. He races. They've all got jobs to go to. Noel Dowler has raced in the NASCAR Pinty Series. And yet, they have their businesses. They have their jobs to go to on Monday. What other sport at this age of your career, in your 60s, can you go and race in front of a global audience on Kart Chaser for a ticket to represent your country, the highest honor that can be bestowed upon any sports person? There's not many at this age.
I'm trying to think, and I don't think there is one.
No, there is not. But you've got to keep yourself tuned like a professional athlete. Mundy Lawyer, he fasts. He only eats at 8, because he's got to keep himself in shape. He's got to go to work. Sometimes he's on the road. You and I both know, Kayla, that when you're on the road working, maintaining a healthy diet is difficult. When you're in airport, hotel, highway, service station. Maintaining a professional athlete's diet is extremely difficult. These guys and girls, there are women that race in Masters, they have to do it. Mundy Lawyer to second. Are we going to see? It's lap 6 out of 20. This is the calm before the storm. They do have to manage their physical health. They do have to manage their body, manage their age, the aches and pains that come with Mother Nature, or rather, not Mother Nature, Father Time.
Yeah, very well said there. Father Time
waits for no person.
Yeah, like you said there. So, no, but I mean, nonetheless, right? It shows you, right? Whenever you come to an event like this and you come to a track like this, that really for the senior drivers, I'll tell you that it's not all too physical. But after a while, after 20 laps, you start to feel your ribs kind of start to be a little sore. After going side by side, throughout the S's, the right-handers, you take on a lot of G's, especially in the double rights. There it is a slower section, but nonetheless, this track can be one of the physical ones, especially for older drivers, like you said, right? So, nonetheless, though, it shows you, right? For them to be doing what they're doing now and being competitive is super cool to see for Zugella as well. You talk about, what it takes to be up at the front, to run up at the front. Athletes, right? Still athletes and still taking part in weekends like this. So it's super cool to see, and as well to see the amount of action that they've brought us, right? Round 1 was some great racing action out of these drivers all weekend long, Henry. And again, you weren't with us, but it was some of the best racing that we saw all weekend. And you're seeing it here. Christopher Mann, Mundy Lawyer, side by side into turns 1 and 2. You don't see much of that. And Mundy Lawyer able to hold on.
But you
there
know
over
what?
Christopher Mann, able to get the spot, I should say, as Mann crossed the timing loop first.
Respect. Side by side through that ultra fast part of the set. Respect. Lap 8 out of 20. Let's live to see lap number 9. That's what they're saying. They're losing a little bit of ground. In fact, as I say that, though, Gabby Zugella, I think maybe has broken the slipstream. No, Billy Cleveland. Zugella's on a quicker lap than Cleveland at the moment. But Cleveland hanging on. Noel Dowler coming into play. In 5th position, Henry Taleb from Ecuador is there. Dominic Legrand in 7th. 7 karts separated by 3.7 seconds. Behind them, Simon Protour and Michel Legrand are having a great race. And Sylvain Chenard, who is, I think, the oldest driver here, he's out there, he's 10th. He's not quite with the rest of the pack yet, but again, this is, sometimes the drivers, they know, this is a battle between myself. I need to prove to myself that, yeah, at my age or whatever, I can still go and do this. That makes me feel good in the morning.
Yeah, Billy Cleveland showing some great pace here, Henry, as well. A 54.5 compared to the 54.4 that Zugella was able to run. So those two drivers up at the front of the field, neither of them has really fallen off, and they've been going back and forth throughout this race of just putting a 10th, gaining a 10th, losing a 10th, gaining it back. Those two drivers up at the front of the field have been very consistent throughout this race, Henry, and you're seeing it, right? Just Cleveland kind of following just right in step with Zugella, lap by lap, corner after corner, just hitting the marks, being that little bit more patient. And you see the body language out of the two of them as well, right? Very relaxed. It doesn't look like they're nervous. It doesn't look like they're under pressure. It doesn't look like they're up on the steering wheel. They just look very methodical about their way that they're going around this racetrack.
Look at that shot there, coming in there. Billy Cleveland to the inside. The ageless wonder takes the race lead. The United States passes Argentina halfway home. Is the dinner bell ringing? Is it game on from here to the flag? I think it might be. Zugella attacks again. Cleveland holds him off. Out of the buckle we go. And I tell you what, Mundi Lawyer, Christopher Mann, Noel Dowler and Henry Taleb will be like wringing their hands together saying, oh, this looks good. Now's our chance. This is why we're sitting and chilling out to start with, because they're going to kick off at the front, and which is going to bring us into play. How long can Cleveland hang on? What a job that the REM team have been doing.
And that was a move, 10 laps in the making for Billy Cleveland. Is now Zugella looking to go right back. Cleveland looking to force him on the inside. Zugella, what a save. Sideways on the exit of turn number 6. Holds on to it, counter steer all the way through the corner, but Mundi Lawyer back into the fight into third.
Yeah, do you know what? Zugella went for the inside. He's going to go to the inside again. Cleveland has no answer this time. Zugella did everything he could to stop clattering into Cleveland. There's the bit of respect, you know. They went right, but Zugella on the anchor sideways. And we're going to see a Shop AKR replay as
Christopher Mann there was side by side with Mundi Lawyer. He just had a check up, got on the brakes, or he was had a one-way trip into the side of the 533. And here's another look at it. They're just here in a couple of moments to the bottom right of your screen. We'll take a look back at that move in between Zugella, just holding on to the move as he was looking to go on Billy Cleveland. There's a look. Mundi Lawyer holding on a third. Christopher Mann fourth. You have a couple of other drivers as well joining the mix inside of the top 5, like Dowler. Talib is right there as well. As look at Dowler all in the inside, looking to go on Christopher Mann. Did that stick? And it didn't. Mann holds on to fourth.
Do you know what? We're on lap 12 out of 20, and pretty soon we're going to have a situation where of the 10 drivers in this race, 7 of them are going to be in the lead battle. The 2 drivers in 8th and 9th, Simon Protour and Michel Legrand, they're having a race-long battle. Yeah, they're 11 seconds back, but in 8th and 9th position. Sylvain Chenard is a few seconds behind them. But that's great. Everyone, with the exception of Sylvain in this race, has got someone to race with. The lead 7 are all battling for the win. Protour and Legrand, they're having a ding-dong over what is 8th position, and that's fine with them because they're having fun. And Sylvain Chenard just trying to close in. But Zugella, Cleveland, Lawyer, then a slight gap of about 5 kart lengths back to Mann in 4th, Dowler 5th, Taleb 6th, and about a second gap then back to Dominique Legrand in 7th. Still can't pick a winner, Caleb, and we're on lap 13. In fact, we're about to come to the end of lap 13 and start lap 14 out of 20. Anyone's guess. Zugella has been snookered once by Cleveland, and it took him a couple of tries to get back, but he did get back. Mundi Lawyer hasn't shown his hand just yet. And of course, Christopher Mann, if the situation that we saw in the pre-finals repeated, Christopher Mann will get stronger and stronger and stronger in these final 6 laps.
Yeah, and we're pushing and shoving here as we go into turn number 6.
Of course we are.
As Billy Cleveland into the back of Zugella, and then so on and so forth, as Dowler for the 2nd lap in a row looks to go on Christopher Mann, who holds on to 4th. So everybody just looking for a way by on their fellow competitors, and none of them have found one yet. Billy Cleveland, what do? Turn 14, gonna follow suit for another lap, but we're getting close to the end here. 6 laps to go as a crossover move there. Dowler able to stay ahead.
I tell you what Billy Cleveland does, because he's old school like me. He goes back into his mental Rolodex and he flicks through all the races, all the memories. Think, right, where have I done a move like this before? Where have I done something that I need to then call back on? All those years of experience, the thousands of races, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands of laps. They'll be all stored away in the memory banks of Billy Cleveland, and he's going to pick one of them out like a magician picking, or like a magician picking a spell out of his book to cast on the race leader. What is he going to come up with? There's nothing that Billy hasn't done in a go-kart, and he might have to pull off something. He might have to put a real rabbit out of the hat moment to pass Zugella, but he's there and he's in a position to. Lawyer and Mann are waiting to pick up the pieces. Lap 16 out of 20.
Yeah, and here we go. 2 car lengths now. The separation between the 558 of Billy Cleveland and the 22 of Zugella. Here we go. Onto the backstretch. Going to wait for another lap. 4.5 to go in Cleveland. Loose on the exit of turn number 6. Little too deep on the brakes. And the gap opens up once again. Now it's Mundy Lawyer up to 2nd. It's another one of the South American drivers. This one out of Peru to get himself up into the 2nd spot, looking to chase down the Argentine.
Can one mistake, one missed apex, which is what Billy Cleveland just did, has that cost him? Has that cost him his chance? In this race of 20 laps, does one missed apex cost you a chance at victory?
Or even a ticket.
Possibly.
A chance at a ticket as well.
Oh, and that's how competitive this is. Okay, Zugella. He has dipped his hand into the luck bank once with that move on Cleveland that he got all crossed up. He, has he got any more luck left saved up, or is it all being used up? Noel Dowler, fastest lap of the race. We have got 6 karts separated by 1.8 seconds. Mundy Lawyer has a look at Gabby Zugella. Cleveland and Mann, this has been outstanding from the Masters, I have to say. It's why that you should never ever believe anybody that says that go-karting is not a sport in its own right and it's only for kids. Oh no, it's not. Look at the oldest drivers here, the show they're putting on, the level of professionalism and competitiveness and excitement, and we don't know who's going to win. It could be any one of 6 with 2 out of 20 laps to go.
Here we go as we hit the back straightaway. Mundy Lawyer chasing down Gabriel Zugella. And again, turn number 6 on the brakes for Zugella. Deep braking zone there for Gabriel Zugella. And it's been that way the entire race, right? He's kind of gone deeper than anybody else, pushed that corner a little bit more than everybody else. But again, you got to think, does that cause the exit? It closes down a little bit, opens back up. He's very, very good out of the corners here. And you've seen it once again out of the buckle as we hit the boot. This time around, 2 laps to go for race victory here on Friday.
Through turn 13, into 14. 1.6 miles, 2 laps, 30 corners to go for Zugella, for Lawyer, for Cleveland, and for Mann. And you're just waiting. Who is going to pull the pin first? Zugella now just inches off the racing line to defend a little bit, just to stop Mundy Lawyer from having a think about it, from contemplating it. And now Christopher Mann tries to fight past his teammate Billy Cleveland. Dowler is there. Zugella leads them into the buckle. Next time round, through the aches, the pains, the lactic acid which will be burning in their forearms, through maybe the drops of sweat behind the visor, they'll see the last lap board. 45 years old, 57 years old, 60 plus years old, and it's going to come down to a one-lap shootout. Great stuff. Here we go, Caleb.
And now or never for Mundy Lawyer, who looks to get a win here at the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. On the backstretch, Zugella with a great exit out of the S's. Lawyer chasing him down on the backstretch. Zugella feels the pressure to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Lawyer. Is he going to try the outside into turn 7? Not enough as we go side by side into turn number 8. Mundy Lawyer on the outside. Cleveland gives him the bumper. And here goes Christopher Mann through for second.
It was Zugella backed them up. You can see Lawyer got into the back of Zugella. That meant that Lawyer had to check up. Mann capitalized. Cleveland went for the move, ran a bit wide. Mann grabbed second. But Gabi Zugella from Argentina holds them off in a great Masters final. 6 of them crossed the line, separated by less than 1.5 seconds. They were closer after 20 laps. The top 6 across the line, they were at the end of lap number 1.
What a drive out of Gabriel Zugella, looking to represent Argentina later on this year in Portugal. It's still a long way to go. 2 more rounds, Saturday and Sunday, still set to go underway. This is only round number 2, but Zugella knocking on the door of a round trip out to Portugal at the end of the year to take part in another grand finals for the 522 representing HRT Motorsports. Nonetheless, though, they'll work their way into the pits. Gabi Zugella victorious on Friday.
I understand that, but not by him. Okay, I didn't know you guys were there. You didn't know what? I didn't know you guys were there to help me. You can't touch anything. I'll help you escape.
Well, here we go. What a drive out of Gabriel Zugella to capitalize on an end to the Masters Max main event as the rest of the drivers debriefing. And again, closing out the day of action here on the Friday. What a day have we had. What a recap to the day. And it all started with Billy Musgrave taking the win to start us off.
Yeah, Musgrave started proceedings in DD2. The micros gave us a great thing. A British 1-2 for the RCE team. What about the juniors? Aidan Hammond up the road. Everybody fighting over P2. Race of the day, Caleb? I think it's pretty sure that it was this one.
Race of the year, maybe, here as Diego Ramos, again, able to capitalize on what was a hectic race up front. The same for James Roots.
Yeah, indeed. Roots hunting down Yusuf Adi, and then that man, Argentina's Gabriel Zugella, holds off the ageless wonder, Billy Cleveland. It got close. It got so close. What a day, and it's only halfway over. We got 2 days to go, Caleb. All the best. Have good luck.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Join
prime number 6. Okay, here we go. Right, let's do Giddix, Ayrton. Right. Okay. Ayrton from Giddix number 4. Okay. Nahul from J. Howard Driver Developments number 1. Okay.
Please, no 2. 5.
Raphael from GSL number 5. So, Mark from Premier number 7. Okay, so REM, your contender. Where's Josh? And Tommy from FAF. Anyone from FAF here? Where's Tommy? Okay, Josh. Okay, listen, Josh, REM, number 2. Okay, one last chance. Anyone from FAF here? FAF? Otherwise, who else wanted to join in the other team? Okay, FAF, Tommy, 3, 2, 1, ta-da, HRT. Last number, what's your name?
Juan Carlos.
Sean Charles. Okay. Juan from HRT Motorsport number 8. Thank you. Firstly, can I say sorry on behalf of the organisers? Time distribution took a lot longer than we expected. We delayed you. We're very sorry. On saying that, thank you for your support. Like I said, there are free complimentary drinks in the 2 coolers, which you're all welcome to. What's going to happen now is we're going to do the first round of the tyre changing contest. Then we're going to do the podiums. Can we have some quiet, please? Shh, please. We haven't got a great great sound system in here, so we do need to stay quiet. Thank you. Thank you. Right. After the first round of the tyre changing, we'll do the podiums, then we'll do the semi-final and the final of the tyre changing. Okay, we do want as many of you as possible to stay to the end. Doesn't take too long, but we appreciate that, you've got to get people to bed ready for a long weekend ahead. So after the first round of the tyre changing, we will do both podiums. And for those of you that then have to leave, can go, and then we'll do the semi-final, the final of the tyres. We may hold off the tyres until tomorrow, it depends. The semi-finals, let's see how it goes. Okay, first things first. Matchup number 1. On this side, from J. Howard Driver Developments, Nahul. And on the far side, representing the Prime Power team, Mike Roots. Okay, that's the first matchup. Rules are very, very simple. 4 rims must go all the way on. 4 rims must go all the way on, and they must come all the way off. Let's have a volunteer. Can we have a couple of people from Rotax just to come up? Alyssa and Josh, can you come this way just to make sure that everything is tickety-boo and no one is cheating? Not that anyone would ever cheat in karting. No. Right. Just to make sure that we've got 4 rims on, 4 rims off. Okay, plenty of support. Guys, are we ready? Are we all? Ready? Mike? Ready? Nahul, ready? Yep. In 3, 2, 1, go! All the way on and all the way off. Going to go all the way through. This is, here's 1, halfway through. How's Mike? James, how's your dad getting on? Not very good. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're over halfway through there. The world record is like 23 seconds, but that's for the Mojo tyre. But it's okay, we're in no danger with that. How are we getting on? Let's have some cheering then. Right, who's cheering for Mike and Prime? I think J. Howard's slightly in front. I said it will look about 24 seconds, not 24 minutes. It's alright. And Nico's a little bit harder for you than Right, Josh, you're
After, I think, the first 2 rounds, is what they said.
right. So, are we ready? Okay, Raphael, are we ready? Ready? Are we all ready? Who's cheering Premier there? Who's cheering PSL? Okay, ready, Mark? Raphael? In 3, 2, 1, go! Right, they've obviously seen that they're quite hard. How are we getting on? Raphael's doing the rears first. Okay, so Raphael's got rear first. Okay, halfway home now. Raphael's halfway home. Raphael's done the hard graft. Mark's catching up. Okay, Raphael's won. He's getting the fronts off first, though. That's going to be tough. Okay, here's 2 now. Raphael, did he win at Newcastle last year? He got P2 at Newcastle last year for Raphael. Oh, 1 ring to go for Raphael. Come on, Mark. Why is he cheering? What? Oh. It's going to be Raphael. The red and white.
Tô bêbado, mano. Os primeiros aqui eu tava aqui, ó.
Okay, Mark. Thank you very much, Martin. Mark. Thank you. Okay. So in the first semi-final, it's going to be Nahul from JSDD against Raphael from PSL. Okay, next matchup, Josh from REM against Ayrton from Kiddix. Josh from REM against Ayrton from Kiddix. Okay. Where's our support? Where's REM? Who's supporting REM? Not a single. Yep. Yep. Where's REM? No? Oh, it's only you. It's only you, Leo, from REM. Where are they? Oh, there we go. REM, where's your support? Yep. Thank you. Kiddix, where's the support for Kiddix? Okay. Are we happy? Happy? Ready? Ready? In 3, 2, 1, go! Check out Caleb on the old camera shot there. That was artistic as shit. Here we go. Ayrton is 5-5. Fair to him. Josh is George. Who won at Newcastle last year? Was it you guys who won at Newcastle? Gianluca failed. Gianluca disgraced Canada. There we go, there we go. Well, it's Brazil against Canada. How are we getting on, Josh? Where's your REM support? None of it. None. None. They don't care. Josh, they abandoned you. Where's the Kiddix support? Canada, you should be ashamed. Canada, you're ashamed. Here we go. We're over halfway through. Josh is actually in front. Josh is in front. Do it for yourself, Josh. Your team don't care. They abandoned you. Don't start cheering for him now. Josh. It's closing in. 1 ring to go for Josh. Oh, Ayrton's got... Okay, Ayrton's got one up. Josh, could do us a favor and get the answer.
No, I gotta save myself.
Okay, so one first round match remaining. We'll do this, then we'll do the presentations. Can we have from HRT Motorsport one? Is this one? One. There you go, one. And to try and salvage British pride, the Pride Power Team Max. Signed up for this. He's been signed up. He's really, really, really happy he's doing this. Okay, so this is to go and face Josh from REM in the semi-finals. Right, fine, okay, ready? Max, you ready?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. In 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go, right, Max. Hard on to start with. Oh, different technique from one, he's going top down. Starting at the top, fair enough. Well, most people change moves, they go to the bottom first. It's just right. Here we go. Oh, now the cue technique. Oh, Max is right. Max is doing as best he can. One's got this one. Oh, it's the Japanese technique. It's the Japanese technique from the Grand Finals. Best time. Unlucky Max. Unlucky. Oh, he's flying. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Right, we're now going to set the podium up to do the podium presentation. We're now going to do the podium presentation. Hang on, drivers. Okay, can we have some silence? Silence, please. Silence, please. Thank you. Okay, important decision. Right. Hello? Please? Thank you. Sorry. We're going to do the podiums for last Saturday and then today. After that, we can either go home and do the rest of the tire changing contest tomorrow, or would you like to see us do a time? Would you like to get home? Should we do the semi-finals, the finals tomorrow? Yeah? Okay. We'll do that tomorrow to make sure everyone's here. So we'll do the podiums now, and then the semi-finals and the finals, the tyres tomorrow. So people can get home, okay? So you can, hey, here you go. Okay, first of all, we'll do the podiums for Saturday. Once I get my results.
I'm getting here, my battery's down.
I believe also Josh is on hand to help Sean with the trophies. Finishing Micro Max Saturday in 3rd position, driving for Trinity Karting Group and PSL, Jack Katowski. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering and Premier Karting, Freddie Baker. But your winner in his first race outside the UK, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering, Arthur Rhodes. Okay, drivers, we look straight ahead. Official photographers, trophies in the air. Trophies in the air. There we go, Freddie, up you go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, round 1 of the Rotax Winter Trophy, Micro Max, Arthur Rhodes, Freddie Baker, and Jack Katowski. Now we move on to Mini-Max. So Mini-Max from last Saturday. Finishing in 3rd position, Christopher Simon. Driving for Premier Karting. Well done, Christopher. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for Orsalon Racing, Cristobal Ricci Olcese. But your winner in the rain by nearly 14 seconds, driving for the Prime Power Team, James Roots. So 3 different nations on the podium. Cristobal from Peru, Simon, Christopher from Canada, and James from the United Kingdom. Drivers, trophies in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium for round 1 of the Rotax Winter Trophy in Mini-Max. Well done. Photographers, happy? Mr. Cole, happy? Thank you very much. Drivers, well done, well done. Okay, our next category, Junior Rotax. Another incredible margin of victory, over half a minute, but finishing in 3rd position, driving for Pfaff Motorsport, Antoine Bassinet. Sorry, Pfaff Kart Sport, do apologise. Finishing in 2nd position, I'm sure his best ever result at an international event, driving for Iron Rock Motorsports, Alex Chandler. But the winner by, like I said, an almost record-breaking 35 seconds, driving for Racing Edge Motorsport, Leo Da Silva. once again. Drivers, trophies in the air. Canada and the United States sharing the podium. Your round one podium for junior Rotax, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the biggest field last weekend, senior Rotax. Again, another impressive margin of victory, finishing in third position, driving for PSL Karting, Diego Ramos.
Camera behind you.
My bad, I did not see the camera.
I couldn't quite see it because there was a bunch of Micromax drivers just standing there. Standing over him. Finishing in second position, driving for FAF Kart Sport, Cameron Nelson. But your winner, driving for FAF Kart Sport, the current reigning Rotax Grand Final champion, Macaulay Bishop. So England, Wales and Brazil on the podium, and a 1-2 for FAF. Trophies in the air, thank you drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, your round one senior Rotax podium. Thank you very much drivers. Now we move on to Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. And finishing in third position, driving for PSL Karting, Lucas Pernod. And actually, so, hang on a second. Could someone bring me my hat from the desk? Where's my baseball cap? Talk about yourselves. While Lucas is standing there, I don't need a piece of paper. I have to say, a big thank you. So, Lucas has started a new company, Lupex Design. He's doing a lot of the race merchandise for Canada, and he was very kind enough to make a one of one. Somebody, after all these years, finally managed to spell my name right. It's G-O-A-T, just in case any other commentators were out there. Right, moving on, in second position, driving for Races Edge Motorsport, Gianluca Savaglio. This was for Saturday, Gianluca. I know you look a bit confused. It was a few days ago, but it's for Saturday, yeah? Oh, just a little bit tired, standard. But your winner, first time out on a DD2, the All-American Badass, Billy Musgrave. Driving for the new factory Kart team, which wins on its DD2 debut. So, drivers, trophies in the air. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Your round one podium in DD2. Now, our last podium for Saturday, but by no means least, because it was an excellent race, is in Masters Max. Finishing in third position, driving for La Maison du Roti, it's Dominic Legrand. Finishing in second position, Last year he was Team USA's representative in the Masters category at the Rotax Grand Finals, driving for Racing Edge Motorsport, Christopher Mann. But your winner, he is a two-time Rotax Grand Final podium finisher, including last year in Bahrain. Driver HRT Motorsport is Gabriel Zugela. So ladies and gentlemen, trophies in the air, drivers. Thank you very much, Enrique. We do appreciate our support. Thanks to all the Masters for coming out. We really do appreciate the Masters grid. It's one of the best parts of karting. Thank you very much. Our Masters podium from Saturday. Okay, just being informed. So, we're doing the Sunday podium. There is an engine giveaway. I'm assuming it's a Rotax engine, which would help you all. That takes place after the podium straight away tonight. You must be here to claim the engine. So, stick around. We're going to do that tonight. So at the end of this podium we're going to do now, we'll do the engine draw. And you must be present. I'm assuming it's some form of engine that we're giving away. News to me. Good for you. Right, let's get on the way with today's podium. Starting with Micromax and finishing in third place, Jack Katowski. 2 podiums for Jack and the PSL karting team. Really good effort in the final. Second, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering, the round 1 winner, Arthur Rhodes. But the winner, by just 1/100th of a second, driving for Richardson Chassis Engineering, representing the UK, Freddie Baker. Now, we've got 20 micro drivers entered tomorrow. These 3 drivers have been on the podium both the 2 rounds so far. On Sunday, we give out the very first Micromax ticket of the year. There wasn't one awarded last week, so at the moment of the 36 Micromax tickets, none of them have been taken, and I think that one of you 3 will take that unless something drastic happens. The rest of the field got a little bit of catching up to do. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 2 Micromax podium. Okay, Minimax time. Margin of victory, 0.5 of a second. Finishing in third position. Driving for Ryan Perry Motorsport, it's Mason Brody. Finishing in second position in what I believe is his best result at an international event, driving for J. Howard Driver Development, it's Yusuf Adi. But your winner with a fine comeback drive from 9th on the grid, driving for the Prime Power team from the United Kingdom, it's James Roots. So 2 wins out of 2 for James, but there's a lot of other very strong contenders. And tomorrow's field in Minimax is again over 20 drivers. There's a few more joining in tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 2 Minimax podium. Now we move on to junior Rotax. And finishing in 3rd position, 2 podiums in 2 days with a fantastic run to the final couple of laps. For FAF Kart Sport, it's Antoine Bossinet. Finishing in 2nd position, just a 1/10 of a second in front of Antoine, driving for Hoach Driver Development and Mike Doty Racing, Benham Abernathy. But your winner. Now, last Saturday in the rain, there were lots of huge margins of victory, obviously the conditions, but in a dry race, this next man won by the biggest margin we've seen all season when the track has been dry. Driving for the Prime Power team and winning by 14 seconds, it's Aidan Hammond! And not only is this Aidan's first international win, Aidan, is this your first win in a junior?
Apart from a B final, yeah.
Apart from a B, yes. So this is his first ever win as a junior in the Winter Trophy. Well done, Aidan Hammond. Aidan. B-finals don't count. They just mean that you were rubbish most of the day. But you were very good today. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior Rotax round 2 podium. Okay, on to senior Rotax. The race of the weekend so far. Finishing in 3rd position. First across the line, but 3rd and on the podium again for PSL Racing and Brazil, Diego Ramos. Finishing in 2nd place. His undefeated streak in America comes to an end. The reigning Rotax Grand Final Senior Champion for FAF Kart Sport, Macaulay Bishop. But your winner, after winning on the Kart's Senior Rotax debut in Newcastle last September, that is now 2 final wins in 3 national level events for the factory kart chassis. It's Oliver Hodgson. Like I said, Oliver Hodgson representing the United States of America. Now, so it's USA, UK and Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 2 senior Rotax podium. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't know, we got time to go to. Get going. finishing in third position, less than 1 second behind the eventual winner for Races Edge Motorsport, Gianluca Savaglio. Gianluca looking to qualify for his 6th consecutive Grand Finals this year. A driver looking to go back to what I believe would be his 5th or 6th Grand Finals for CRG UK, your runner-up Matthew Taskinen. How many Grand Finals? 4 or 5? I think 5. So our 2 Canadians here have got 10 Grand Final appearances between them. It's hard to believe that our winner has never been before. Team USA has never been represented by a Musgrave. That might change this year. Your winner, Billy Musgrave. So once again, Billy Musgrave a winner, but by only 0.6 of a second over Taskinen and Savaglio within a second again. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 class podium. Now our last class of the day. It's Masters Max. Incredibly, the top 5 finishers separated by less than 1.5 seconds. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for Evolution Racing from Peru, Mundi Loya. Finishing as the runner-up for REM Team USA's Christopher Mann. Your winner, 2 wins out of 2 in a really good race for Argentina and HRT Motorsport, Gabriel Zugela. So, at the moment, the Grand Finals Masters field has got Jan von Zanok from Kyrgyzstan in it, and that's it. The second one will be decided here. Thank you very much. Okay, so now on the timetable, which you've all got, it has tonight an engine giveaway. When we give away an engine, it says on the timetable that to collect it, you must be here. Now, I know that it was delayed, but it does say so on the timetable, which you've all seen. I know there's not many of you here, but that's better odds for you. Don't leave. We'll keep drawing. Right. Sean, you want to explain what engine it is? A short engine? Short engine? Full kit? Whatever class you want. So that's not a short engine, that's the full works in whatever class you want, apart from my Army X30. Apart from that class. If you ask for that, we'll tell you to off. There we go. Right, so you've got to be in it to win it. Let's have a look. Well, I'll tell you what, you draw the name out, because otherwise I'll get accused of all sorts. Let's have a look. Right. Yeah, don't look. Everyone's name is in here, but you've got to be here. Right, this could be a long process unless we get very, very lucky. William Boutillier. Is he here? Whoa, whoa, you can't go get him. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, he's not here. Fuck him. Sorry. Whoa, whoa. No, he's not. Oh. Where were you? Were you here? I couldn't. I was at the washroom. You were in the washroom? Stand over there, MBA. Stand up his head over there. Right. You weren't. I could. He's here. He was here. official word. He was here. He was. Look how nervous he is. Have you ever won anything in your life before? Because you certainly didn't win a kart race.
No, I haven't yet.
He's in the washroom, getting the official word. He's here. Well done, William Boutillier. Thank you for waiting. That was almost the most expensive pee you've ever taken, my son. Sorry for the industrial language, but hey, we give away thousands. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry. Good night. See you tomorrow.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.